My sister Laura and I sat in the back of the car, and we were not very happy. Summer holidays were usually exciting, but this year was different. We were not going to a big city with museums, and we were not going to a sunny country with a beautiful beach. Instead, we were going to a small cottage in the English countryside. The village was called Stonecross. I looked at the map on my phone, and I showed it to Laura. The cottage was just a small dot in the middle of a very big, very green field. "This is going to be so boring," I said to her. Laura nodded. "What can we do in a field?" she asked. I did not have an answer for her. I just looked out the window at the endless green trees passing by. In the front, Mom was driving the car, and she was singing along to the radio. She seemed very happy. She loved the country because she liked to go for long walks and paint pictures of the trees and the hills. Next to her, Dad was sleeping. Dad was almost always sleeping. He said he was very tired from his work, and he just wanted to relax on this holiday. I thought that was a boring plan, too. Mom looked at us in the mirror. "Are you too excited?" she asked. "This part of England is very beautiful. It is full of culture and history, and there is a lot of mystery here, too." Laura and I looked at each other when she said that. "Mystery?" we said together. The idea of a mystery was a little more interesting than a field full of sheep. Maybe this holiday would not be so boring after all. "Okay," I said. "Let's go find some mystery." Mom smiled, and Dad snored quietly in the passenger seat. We drove for another hour, and then another car appeared behind us. It was a very old and slow car, and inside were our Uncle Stephen and Auntie Barbara. They were coming on holiday with us this year. Uncle Stephen was my dad's brother, and he was a historian. He wrote books about history and strange old things. Auntie Barbara was always smiling and happy. They had a lot of suitcases in their car. It was good they were coming because it meant we would have more people to talk to. Finally, we turned off the main road and onto a small, narrow lane. The car bumped up and down. After a few minutes, Mom stopped the car in front of a small wooden gate. "We're here," she announced. We all got out of the car. The air smelled fresh and clean, and it was full of the scent of grass and flowers. The cottage was just like it was on the map, standing alone in the middle of a huge green field. There were hills all around us, and we could see sheep eating grass in the distance. The cottage itself was very charming. It was made of light brown stone, and it had a dark roof. Red and purple flowers grew in little pots next to the blue front door. It looked like a picture from a storybook. "Oh, it's lovely," Laura said, and this time I had to agree with her. It was much better in real life than on a small phone screen. Mom and Auntie Barbara were very happy. "It's perfect," they said at the same time. Everyone seemed to like the cottage, but Uncle Stephen was very quiet. He was not looking at the cottage. He was staring into the distance, at the hills. His face was very serious, and his eyes looked dark and strange. Auntie Barbara noticed it too. "What's the matter, Stephen?" she asked him. "Don't you like it?" Uncle Stephen seemed to wake up from a dream. Yes, it's wonderful," he said. But he did not sound very convincing. "Come on, everyone. Let's get these suitcases inside." Mom went to the car to wake up Dad. "Andrew, wake up," she said, shaking his shoulder. Dad opened his eyes slowly. "Oh, where are we?" he asked, looking around. "We're at the cottage in Stonecross. Come and help us with the bags," Mom said. So we all started taking the bags and suitcases from the two cars. There were so many of them. While we were carrying the bags to the door, I saw Uncle Stephen talking to Auntie Barbara. He was speaking in a very low, serious voice. I could not hear everything, but I heard a few words. This place, my book, the Book of Mysteries. Auntie Barbara looked worried. But Stephen, she said, that book is very old. It's full of strange codes and secrets. Exactly, he replied. This is the place where. But before he could finish, Mom called to them from the cottage door. Come on, you two. We're waiting. Uncle Stephen and Auntie Barbara stopped talking and walked towards us. Their faces were very white, and they looked very worried about something. I wondered what was in that old book, and why this quiet little place in the country made them so nervous. The mystery Mom had talked about seemed to be starting already, and we had not even been inside the cottage yet. The cottage was bigger inside than it looked from the outside. Downstairs, there was a large living room with a big fireplace made of stone. The sofas were old but very comfortable. Next to the living room was a big kitchen with a long wooden table where we could all eat together. There was also a small room at the back, a study. It had a desk, a chair, and shelves full of old books. Uncle Stephen immediately said he wanted to use the study. He told us he had some important work to finish for a new book he was writing. We all went upstairs to find our bedrooms. There were 4 bedrooms, so Laura and I had our own rooms, which was great. My room had a window that looked out over the big green field. I could see for miles and miles. After we put all our clothes away, we all went back downstairs to the living room. Laura was curious about Uncle Stephen's work. Mom, what does Uncle Stephen do exactly? She asked. Mom explained, he's a historian. He studies history. I was a little confused. But I study history at school, I said. It's not my job. Mom laughed. Yes, but Uncle Stephen doesn't just study it, he writes books about it. He tries to understand the parts of history that are a mystery, the things that nobody really understands. Laura's eyes got wide. Like what? She asked. For example, Mom said, like the mystery of Stonehenge. What's the mystery of Stonehenge? I asked. No one really knows, a voice said. It was Uncle Stephen who had just come out of the study. We can go and see it tomorrow. It's not very far from here. Just then, there was a loud knock on the front door. We all looked at each other. We were not expecting any visitors. Mom went to the door and opened it. An old man was standing there. He had white hair and a very grumpy face. He looked at all of us with angry eyes. My name's Carter, he said in a loud, rough voice. I look after this cottage. Is everything okay? Mom smiled at him. Yes, everything is fine, thank you. You must be Mr. Carter, the caretaker. She remembered his name from the rental papers. There is wood for the fire in the garden, Mr. Carter said, ignoring her smile. There are clean sheets and pillows upstairs. If you have a problem, you tell me. Have you got any problems now? He seemed disappointed when Mom said, No, thank you, Mr. Carter. We have no problems at all. It's very kind of you, Mr. Carter grunted. He clearly wanted a problem to solve. He started to leave, but then he stopped at the door. He turned around slowly and looked at us with his angry eyes. Mrs. Black is coming, he said in a low voice. Mrs. Black is coming soon. Be careful. And with that, he opened the door and left, closing it with a loud bang behind him. We all just stood there in silence for a moment. Well, Mom said, he was interesting. Who is Mrs. Black? I asked. And why did he say we should be careful? Laura added, Is she dangerous? Maybe she's a witch from Stonehenge. We all laughed at that except for Uncle Stephen. He had a very serious look on his face again. "Don't talk about things you don't understand," he said quietly. His words made the room feel cold. Just as he finished speaking, there was another knock on the door. It was a soft, gentle knock this time. We all froze. Was it the dangerous Mrs. Black? I felt a little scared. I walked slowly to the door and opened it. A woman was standing on the doorstep. She was older and a little fat, but she had a very kind and pretty face. She had bright blue eyes and big silver earrings, and she was smiling a big, warm smile. "Hello, everyone," she said in a happy voice. "My name's Mrs. Black." We were all so surprised. This woman did not look dangerous at all. She looked like a friendly grandmother. Mrs. Black came inside and explained that she was the housekeeper. She helped families who rented the cottage with cooking and cleaning. She lived in another cottage in the village with her son. She was so nice and cheerful that we all started to relax immediately. She helped Mom and Auntie Barbara make a big dinner for everyone. We ate in the kitchen at the long wooden table, and the food was delicious. We talked and laughed, and Mrs. Black told us stories about the village. It was a lovely evening. After dinner, we said goodbye to Mrs. Black, and she promised to come back in a few days to help again. Soon, everyone was very tired from the long journey. One by one, we all went up to bed. Soon, the only sounds in the cottage were the quiet whisper of the wind outside and the sound of my dad snoring. Everyone was sleeping peacefully. Everyone, that is, except for Uncle Stephen. He was in the study with the door closed and a small light was on. He was not sleeping. He was sitting at the desk, looking at his old book of mysteries. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. After a big breakfast, Laura and I decided we wanted to explore the village of Stonecross. "Okay," said Mom. "Have a nice time, but be back for lunch at 1 o'clock. We promised we would, and we set off down the small lane that led from the cottage to the village. The village was very pretty. There was a small square in the center with a few shops around it. We saw a post office, a bakery that smelled of fresh bread, a small shop selling fruit and vegetables, and a newsagent's shop. It was getting very hot, so I said to Laura, "Let's buy something to drink in this newsagent's." We went inside. The shop was small and dark. A woman was standing behind the counter. We smiled at her and said, "Good morning," but the woman did not smile back. She looked at us with cold, unfriendly eyes. "You two aren't from Stonecross," she said. Her voice was as cold as her eyes. "What do you want?" We were a bit surprised by her attitude. 2 cans of Coke, please," I said. She took 2 cans from a fridge and put them on the counter. £1.60, she said. We gave her the money. As she gave us our change, she looked at us again. "Tourists don't usually come to Stonecross," she said slowly. "It's not a good idea. Remember that." Her words felt like a warning. "Yes, okay, thank you. Goodbye," Laura said nervously. We took our drinks and ran out of the shop as quickly as we could. Back in the bright sunshine of the village square, everything seemed normal again. "Wow," I said to Laura. "There are some really strange people in this village. First the angry Mr. Carter, and now that cold woman in the shop." We opened our cans of Coke and walked down another little street, looking at the pretty stone cottages with their colorful gardens. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of us. He was not very old, and he was wearing a dark suit and a tie. He smiled at us. It was a very big, friendly smile, but there was something about his eyes I did not like. "Hello," he said. "Two little explorers in Stonecross. Are you on holiday? Are you having a nice time?" We were a bit cautious after our experience in the shop, but he seemed friendly enough. Yes, thank you," Laura replied politely. "My name's Martin Knight," the man said. "What are your names?" "Max and Laura Merrill," we said at the same time. Sometimes, because we are twins, we think the same thing and speak together. The man's smile widened. "Merrill," he said. "Is your father the famous historian, Stephen Merrill?" "No, he's our uncle, not our father," I explained. "He's on holiday with us here in Stonecross. Do you know him?" The man, Martin Knight, did not answer my question directly. Instead, he said, "I see. Stephen Merrill is here in Stonecross. That is very interesting. And tell me, what is he studying at the moment?" I was about to tell him about the old book of mysteries, but Laura suddenly interrupted me. "Sorry, Mr. Knight, but it's very late. We must go home for lunch now." She grabbed my arm. "Come on, Max. It's time to go. Can we meet tomorrow?" Martin Knight called after us. "You can tell me all about your uncle's old book." "Okay," I shouted back, but Laura pulled me away. As we walked back towards the cottage, Laura was very quiet. "What's wrong?" I asked her. "I don't like that man," she said. "He asked too many questions about Uncle Stephen and his book." "But Uncle Stephen is famous," I argued. "Lots of people want to know about his work." "I know," she said. "But this man was different. I can't explain why. He just felt wrong." I thought about it. "Not everyone is strange here," I said, trying to be cheerful. "Think of Mrs. Black. She's a nice, normal woman." Laura smiled a little. "Yes, you're right. Sorry. But now it's 1:45, and we really must go home." We hurried back to the cottage, wondering about the strange people we had met in the small village of Stonecross. When we got back to the cottage, everyone was waiting for us in the garden. Mrs. Black was there too, helping Mom prepare a salad for lunch. She smiled at us. "So, what do you think of our little village?" she asked. "The village is lovely," Laura said carefully. "But some of the people are a bit strange." Mrs. Black laughed a big, hearty laugh. I know. Don't you worry about them. They don't see many tourists, that's all. Not many people come to Stonecross." Auntie Barbara then changed the subject. "Are you all ready to go to Stonehenge this afternoon?" she asked excitedly. Mrs. Black heard her. "Ah, you're going to Stonehenge," she said, and she did not sound very impressed. "It's nothing special. Just a circle of old stones. That's all." We were still excited to go. Stonehenge was only a short drive from the village. After about 20 minutes, Laura suddenly shouted from the back seat, "Look, there it is. I can see it." Down in a wide, green valley below us, we could see the famous circle of stones. They looked enormous, even from far away. "It's spectacular," said Uncle Stephen, his eyes shining. "It's incredible," said Mom. "It's magnificent," said Auntie Barbara. "Wow," said Laura. I looked at the giant stones and thought they didn't look as big as in the pictures. "It's not very big," I said. "Shut up, Max," everyone said at once. Mom turned to the back of the car. "Andrew, what do you think? Do you like Stonehenge?" Dad did not answer. He was, of course, sleeping in the car. "Andrew, wake up now," Mom said, and this time she sounded very angry. Dad woke up with a jump and we all got out of the car. There was a fence around the giant stones, so people could not get too close or touch them. but we could walk all the way around and take pictures. Let's get an audio guide, Mom suggested. It was a small device you hold to your ear, and it tells you the story of Stonehenge. We all got one except for Uncle Stephen. He did not need an audio guide. He had his own old book of mysteries. While we walked slowly around the stone circle, listening to the story of how it was built thousands of years ago, Uncle Stephen did something different. He walked in the opposite direction, away from the main path. He would read something in his book, then look up at the stones, then look at the hills surrounding the valley. He walked a little way up one of the hills and looked back. 3 hills around the stones. I heard him say to himself. Yes, it forms a type of triangle. He seemed very excited about something. He kept looking at his book, then at the stones, then at the hills, as if he was trying to solve a very big puzzle. Half an hour later, we finished our tour. We were all very impressed. Stonehenge is fantastic, we told Uncle Stephen, but he was not really listening. He was still deep in thought, reading his book and looking at the landscape. Time for something to drink, Mom announced. There was a small cafe near the tourist shop, and we all started walking towards it. Come on, Stephen. Are you coming with us? Auntie Barbara called. Finally, Uncle Stephen seemed to wake from his trance. He closed his book, put it carefully into his bag, and followed us to the cafe. He was very quiet all the way, and I could tell he was still thinking very hard about the stones, the hills, and the secrets in his old book. When we finally got back to the cottage later that afternoon, everyone was happy but tired. The sun was shining, and everything seemed calm and peaceful. We parked the cars and walked to the front door. Dad took out the key to unlock it. He put the key in the lock and tried to turn it. That's strange, he said, trying again. I can't move the key. I can't open the door. We all tried, but the door would not open. Let's try the back door, Mom suggested. We all walked around the side of the cottage to the small door at the back that led into the kitchen. As we got closer, we all stopped in shock. The back door was already open. It was just a little bit open, but we knew we had locked it when we left. That's impossible, Laura said in a whisper. Only Mrs. Black has a key. Mom and Auntie Barbara both screamed at the same time. Thieves! They cried. We rushed inside, and our hearts sank. The cottage was in complete chaos. In the living room, all the cupboard doors were hanging open, and books and cushions were thrown all over the floor. In the kitchen, all the drawers were pulled out, their contents spilled onto the table and the floor. It was a terrible mess. Our money, Dad said, running to the small box where he kept his wallet. My jewelry, Mom cried, running upstairs to their bedroom. Uncle Stephen looked at the mess with a very grim expression. We must phone the police, he said. We all went through the cottage, room by room, checking to see what was missing. A few minutes later, Dad came downstairs looking very happy. Look, our money is still here. The thief didn't want money, he said. Then Mom came down also looking relieved. And look, my jewelry is here too. He didn't want my diamond ring, she said. We were all very confused. If the thief did not want money or jewelry, what did they want? So what is interesting for a thief here? I asked. Uncle Stephen's face was very serious. I think I know the answer to that question, he said slowly. This is what the thief wants. He reached into his bag, the one he had been carrying at Stonehenge, and took out his old book of mysteries. We all stared at it. That old book? I asked. But why? This book is not just an old book, Uncle Stephen explained. I am studying the mystery of Stonehenge. Some people believe that Stonehenge is not just a circle of stones. They believe it is a kind of ancient computer. A computer? Laura said, her eyes wide. I don't understand. Ancient people knew many things that we have forgotten, Uncle Stephen continued. They knew about the stars, about energy, and about mathematics. We think Stonehenge is like a giant computer. It connects information to other ancient places around the world. Like the pyramids in Egypt? Laura asked excitedly. Exactly, said Uncle Stephen. And perhaps these computers can even communicate with people from space. Wow, I said. My old book of mysteries has a secret code. Uncle Stephen went on. But there is a symbol in the code that I don't understand. If I can understand the symbol, I can understand how to use the Stonehenge computer. This computer could be very powerful, but it could also be very dangerous if bad people learn how to use it. That's why they want this book. We must protect it. Do you all understand? We all nodded. Yes, we replied. Now, he said, let's tidy up this house, and everyone must keep their eyes and ears open from now on. Laura and I were tidying up the living room, putting the books back on the shelves. Suddenly, Laura stopped. Max, look, she said, holding something small in her hand. What do you think this is? She gave me a small silver object. It was round, and in the middle there was a strange design. It looked like a triangle with a strange cross inside it. On the back there was a pin. It's a brooch, I said. A piece of jewelry. Yes, Laura said. But Mom's jewelry is all safe. Maybe it belongs to the thief. Maybe they dropped it. We decided we had to show it to Uncle Stephen. We ran to the study and told him our story. He took the small silver brooch and looked at it very carefully. His face became very serious. He did not say anything, but he put the brooch safely inside his desk drawer. Laura and I went back to the living room. There's something strange about that object, I said to her. I know that symbol. I'm sure I've seen it before. Laura's eyes went wide. Yes, she said. Me too. I recognize it. But where have we seen it? We both thought very hard, but we could not remember. We knew it was important, but the memory was just out of reach. We continued cleaning the house, but we both felt a new sense of danger. The thief had been in our house, and they would probably come back for the book. That evening at 7 o'clock, Mrs. Black arrived. She was cheerful as always. We told her the story of the break-in while she helped cook dinner. She looked very shocked. Oh, that's terrible, she said, putting her hand to her mouth. Every summer, there are thieves in Stonecross. They know that tourists are here with money, you see. Laura looked at her. But you said that tourists don't come here very often, she pointed out. Mrs. Black looked flustered for a moment. Yes, well, it depends, she said quickly. Some summers there are a lot, some summers there aren't. Suddenly, her mobile phone started to ring. Excuse me, she said with a smile, and she went out into the hall to answer it. She spoke in a very soft voice, almost a whisper. We could just hear parts of her conversation. Yes, okay. Don't worry. Everything's all right. I don't know. Perhaps tonight. Perhaps tomorrow night. Okay, bye. She came back into the kitchen, still smiling. My son, she explained. He's 27, but he still doesn't know how to cook. Can you believe it? Mom laughed. I'm sure he just prefers your wonderful cooking, Mrs. Black, she said. Later that evening, after dinner, We were all sitting in the living room playing a game of cards. Mom was winning, as she always did. Mrs. Black came in from the kitchen. "Who wants a nice cup of hot chocolate?" she asked. "It can get quite cold in this old house at night." Everyone said yes because her cooking was so good. "Yes, please, Mrs. Black," we all said. But Laura said, "No, thank you." Mrs. Black looked surprised and a little bit offended. "Why not?" she asked, and her voice was a little sharp. "Hot chocolate helps you sleep." "I can sleep with no problems, thank you," Laura replied politely. Mrs. Black did not look happy, but she went to the kitchen to make the hot chocolate for the rest of us. It was absolutely delicious. It was creamy and chocolatey, and it made us all feel warm and sleepy. Soon after, Mrs. Black said good night and went home. We were all very tired, so we all went up to bed. Everyone else fell asleep very quickly, but Laura could not sleep. It was the middle of the night, and the house was completely dark and quiet. The sky outside was full of stars, but there was no moon. Suddenly, Laura sat up in her bed. She had heard a noise. It was a small noise, coming from downstairs. At first, she thought it was probably her father. He sometimes walked in his sleep. But then she listened more carefully. She could hear Dad snoring loudly in his bedroom down the hall. So it was not him. Her heart started to beat a little faster. There was someone else in the house. She got out of bed very, very quietly. She opened her bedroom door a tiny crack and listened. Yes, there it was again. A soft shuffling sound. The noise was coming from the study, Uncle Stephen's room. Laura knew she had to be brave. She crept slowly down the stairs, making sure not to make a single sound. When she reached the bottom, she tiptoed across the hall to the study door. She put her ear against the wood and listened. She could hear the sound of paper turning. "Stop, thief!" she whispered to herself. She took a deep breath, turned the handle, and pushed the door open. "Stop!" she shouted. But the person in the study was not a thief in a black mask. To her complete surprise, it was Mrs. Black. She was sitting at Uncle Stephen's desk, and she was reading his private notebooks. "Oh, Mrs. Black, it's you?" Laura said, feeling very confused. Mrs. Black looked up, and she seemed very startled. Hello, Laura," she stammered. I couldn't find my car keys. I thought maybe I left them here. I didn't want to wake everyone up." "Oh, all right," Laura said. But then she remembered something. Mrs. Black didn't have a car. She always walked to the cottage from her home in the village. At that moment, Dad and Uncle Stephen appeared in the doorway. They had been woken up by Laura's shout. They thought there was another thief. When Dad saw who it was, he smiled and laughed with relief. "Phew, it's only Mrs. Black." "Hello, Mrs. Black. You're working very late tonight." But Uncle Stephen did not laugh. He looked at Mrs. Black with cold, hard eyes. "What are you doing in my study, Mrs. Black?" he asked. His voice was not friendly at all. She told him the same story about her lost car keys. Uncle Stephen just nodded slowly. "Tomorrow we can all look for the keys together," he said. "Now it's time for everyone to go to sleep. Good night, Mrs. Black." He held the study door open for her. The housekeeper walked out. She did not look at Uncle Stephen as she mumbled, "Good night," and quickly left the cottage. We all went back to bed, but now Laura felt even more suspicious of the smiling housekeeper than before. For the next 2 or 3 days, everything was normal and quiet. Mrs. Black came to the cottage and told us that her son had her car keys, so they were not lost after all. Laura looked at her when she said this, but she decided not to say anything. On Wednesday afternoon, Mom and Dad decided to go for a long walk. Mom insisted Dad come with her. "No, Andrew, you can't sleep for the entire holiday," she said. He grumbled, but he went with her. Uncle Stephen said he wanted to stay at the cottage to work. "My work is very important," he said with a serious face. We all knew he loved his books more than anything. Auntie Barbara decided to go with Mom and Dad, so they all put on their walking boots and left. Laura and I were on our own, so we decided to explore a different part of the village. There was a small, strangely shaped hill just outside the village. On the very top of the hill, there was a single stone cross. The village is probably called Stonecross because of that cross on the hill, Laura said, trying to be clever. "Very good, Sherlock," I said, teasing her. We looked up at the cross on top of the hill. We could see two people standing near it, talking to each other. The sun was behind them, so we could not see their faces clearly. They were just dark shapes against the bright sky. Who are those two people? We both wondered. As we watched, one of them turned, and the sunlight caught them. We saw them clearly now. It was Mrs. Black and Martin Knight. "Let's go and listen to what they're saying," I whispered to Laura. "No, Max, we mustn't listen," she said. But then she stopped talking. Her face turned completely white. "Max," she whispered. "Now I remember." In that exact same moment, I remembered too. My face also went white. We looked at each other, our eyes wide with shock. "The symbol," I said. "Yes," she breathed. "I know where it comes from." We had both realized the same thing at the same time. "Mrs. Black's earrings," I said. "It's the same symbol as the one on the brooch the thief dropped." Laura nodded, her eyes still wide. "And I remember it from Martin Knight's tie," she said. "The day we met him in the village." It all clicked into place. This meant that Mrs. Black and Martin Knight knew the thief. Or maybe one of them was the thief. We remembered Mrs. Black snooping in Uncle Stephen's study, reading his private notes. We remembered Martin Knight asking all those questions about Uncle Stephen's work. They were working together. "What can we do?" Laura asked, her voice shaking a little. "Come on, follow me," I said, feeling a surge of bravery. "We have to tell Uncle Stephen right now." We started to run up the hill, thinking maybe we could confront them. But when we reached the top, Mrs. Black and Martin Knight were gone. "We're too late," Laura said, looking around. "Where are they now?" "I don't know," I said. "Come on, let's get home. Uncle Stephen needs to know what we've discovered." We started walking quickly back towards the cottage. We did not know that, from behind the stone cross, two dark shadows were watching us go. Uncle Stephen was very happy to be alone in the cottage. He could finally work in peace and quiet. He made himself a cup of tea and took it into his study. On his desk were two important things: his old book of mysteries and the small silver brooch with the strange symbol that we had found. He picked up the brooch and held it in his hand, looking at it closely. He knew the symbol was a very important part of the puzzle, but he could not figure out what it meant. The circle was like Stonehenge. The triangle was like the three hills around Stonehenge. But the cross, what did the cross mean? He felt that he had seen this symbol before somewhere very recently, but he could not remember where. He took a sip of his tea and thought hard. He looked out of the study window for inspiration. From the window, he had a clear view of the strange little hill in the village, with the old stone cross on the top of it. He looked at the cross on the hill. Then he looked at the cross on the brooch in his hand. Wait a minute, he thought, his eyes widening. He looked back at the stone cross on the hill. The strange stone cross. He looked at the brooch again. Yes, it's the same. He quickly turned to a specific page in his old book of mysteries. He read something, and his face lit up with understanding. He jumped up from his chair and shouted, "Yes, now I understand. Now I understand everything." He knew he was in danger now. The secret was too big and too dangerous to keep here. "I must telephone Professor Johnson in London," he said to himself. He grabbed the phone and quickly dialed the number. "Hello, Professor? Stephen Merrill here. Listen, we must meet. Can I bring the book to you in London? It's not safe here." He listened for a moment. "There's a train at 5 o'clock this evening. It gets to London at 7. Yes, see you at the station. Goodbye, and thank you." He put the phone down and picked up his cup of tea, feeling a huge sense of relief. "I'm sure that tea is cold now," said a cold voice from behind him. Uncle Stephen spun around in his chair. Standing in the doorway of the study was Mrs. Black. Her friendly smile was gone. Her face was hard and cold. "What are you doing here?" he asked angrily. "You don't work today. What do you want?" Mrs. Black stepped into the room. Her silver earrings, with the strange symbol, shone in the light. "You know what I want, Merrill," she said, her voice low and threatening. "Give me that book." Laura and I ran all the way back to the cottage. The house was quiet when we arrived. We did not have a key, so we knocked on the front door. Nobody answered. We knocked again, louder this time. After a minute, the door opened, and Mrs. Black was standing there. She was wearing a kitchen apron, and she was holding a heavy wooden rolling pin in her hand. Her friendly smile was back on her face. "Hello, children," she said sweetly. "I'm making a delicious chocolate cake. Your Uncle Stephen doesn't feel very well, so I came over to help." "What do you mean?" I said. "Uncle Stephen was fine this morning." "Oh, he has a terrible headache and a temperature," Mrs. Black replied. "He works too hard, that poor man." This was very strange. Uncle Stephen was never ill. Laura and I looked at each other. We did not believe her story. "I want to talk to my uncle," Laura said firmly. "Me too," I added. Mrs. Black did not move. She was a big woman, and she was blocking the doorway completely. "Oh, that's not a good idea," she said. "Your uncle is upstairs. He's resting." "I want to see my uncle now," Laura repeated, her voice louder this time. "You can't see him," Mrs. Black shouted, her friendly mask slipping. "There is a doctor with him now." Laura did not hesitate. She pushed Mrs. Black as hard as she could. The big woman was so surprised that she stumbled backwards and fell to the floor. I ran past her, and Laura was right behind me. We ran straight to the study, but our uncle was not there. "Upstairs," Laura shouted. We ran up the stairs, calling his name. "Uncle Stephen, are you all right?" There was no answer. I threw open the door to his bedroom. What we saw made my blood run cold. Uncle Stephen was lying on the bed. He could not move because his arms and legs were tied together with a thick rope. There was a big, dark bump on the side of his head, and his eyes were closed. "Is he dead?" Laura whispered, her voice full of fear. I leaned in closer. "No, he's sleeping," I said, feeling a huge wave of relief. "Look, he's breathing." "Yes, he's sleeping," said a familiar voice from the corner of the room. We looked up and saw a man standing in the shadows. It was Martin Knight. "Oh yes," he laughed. stepping forward. "Your uncle is sleeping now, and while he sleeps, we can take his book and discover the secret of the stones. Now no one can stop us, especially not two stupid little children." At that moment, Mrs. Black appeared in the doorway behind us. "I see you've met my son," she said grimly. She was still holding the heavy rolling pin. I suddenly understood what she was going to do. "Quick, Laura," I shouted. I pushed my sister hard, and she fell to the floor. The heavy rolling pin swung through the air, right where her head had been just a second before. I jumped up and tried to grab the rolling pin from Mrs. Black. While I was struggling with her, Laura scrambled to her feet and started to run out of the room. Martin Knight tried to stop her, but she was too fast. Suddenly, from outside the cottage, we heard a loud noise. It was the sound of a police siren, and it was getting closer and closer. "Quick! The police!" Martin Knight shouted. He and his mother, Mrs. Black, turned and ran down the stairs. When they ran out the front door, two policemen were already there, waiting for them. They put handcuffs on the two criminals and pushed them into a police van. Laura had run to a neighbor's cottage and they had called for an ambulance for Uncle Stephen. I was talking to one of the policemen, explaining everything that had happened. "Thank you for coming so quickly," I said, "but I don't understand how you knew we were in trouble." Just then, I saw an old man walking towards us from under a tree in the garden. It was Mr. Carter, the grumpy caretaker. He came over and talked to me. "Remember, boy," he said, his voice much kinder than before, "you must tell me your problems. I know these people. I know this place. I know when there's a problem." It turned out he had seen Mrs. Black and her son go into the cottage and had called the police because he was suspicious. "Thank you," I said, shaking his hand. "You're welcome," the old man smiled. "Now, how about a nice cup of tea?" The next day, we were all at the hospital. Uncle Stephen was sitting up in bed. The doctor said he was going to be fine, but he had a very big bump on his head. Uncle Stephen opened his eyes and looked around the room at all of our worried faces. "Hello, Barbara," he said to his wife. "What day is it?" "It's Thursday, darling," she said. "Oh, hello, Andrew. Hello, everyone. What are you all doing here? Don't you children have school today?" "It's the summer holidays, Uncle Stephen," Laura replied gently. "We're in Stonecross, remember? Stonecross? Holiday?" he said, looking very confused. "No, I don't remember that. I think we're in London." Uncle Stephen did not remember anything. He did not remember the holiday, or the cottage, or the break-in. He did not remember Mrs. Black and Martin Knight. And most important of all, he did not remember the book, the symbol, or the secret of the stones. We tried to ask him about it. "Do you remember the brooch? The old book of mysteries?" He just smiled a confused smile. "No, sorry," he said. "A policeman came to the hospital room to talk to us. He told us that the two criminals, whose real names were Dorothy and Martin Smith, were part of a secret organization called the Black Knights. They want to find the secret of Stonehenge," the policeman explained, "and use its power to become rich and famous. Mr. Merrill is the only person who knows the secret, and—" "But I don't know the secret," Uncle Stephen interrupted. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I really can't remember anything about it." Auntie Barbara patted his hand. "Perhaps it's for the best," she said softly. "The stones have kept their secret for 5,000 years. It's not right for us to take it from them now." We all agreed with her. The secret of Stonehenge was safe again. "Perhaps we can find another secret on our next holiday," Laura and I said together. Uncle Stephen rubbed the big bump on his head. "Perhaps on my next holiday, I can just stay in London," he said. We all laughed. "No more adventures this summer," I said to Laura. She grinned back at me. "But perhaps at Christmas," she whispered. "Who knows?" Story, A Kindness I Forgot. My name is Alice Johnson. I am 68 years old. I am telling you my story now. It is important to tell my story. Maybe my story can help someone. I hope so. I truly hope so. When I was a young woman, I had many dreams. I believed in love. I believed that love was a strong thing. I thought that love could protect me. I thought it would keep me safe for my whole life. It was a beautiful idea. It was a simple idea. I held it in my heart for a very long time. I met a man named Richard. I met him more than 30 years ago. Feels like a different life now. When I remember that time, I see a young woman. That young woman was me. She was happy. She was full of hope. I met Richard at a small cafe. It was a sunny day. I remember the sun on the table. He was sitting at a table near the window. He was reading a book. He looked up and he smiled at me. His smile was very warm. It made me feel comfortable. We started to talk. It was easy to talk to him. He was a kind man. I saw kindness in his eyes. He was a caring man. He asked me questions about my life. He wanted to know what I liked. He wanted to know my dreams. And he listened. He really listened. When I talked, he did not look at his phone. There were no phones then. But he did not look away. He looked at me. He made me feel important. He made me feel like my words were important. We spent 5 years together. Those 5 years were very happy. We were building a life. We walked in the park. We cooked dinner together. We talked about everything. We talked about the future. We planned our future. I felt so sure about him. I thought he was my forever. I truly believed that. I thought we would grow old together. Side by side. We would have a small house. We would have a garden. We would sit on the porch when we were old. That was my dream. That was my simple, happy dream. I gave him everything I had. I gave him my time. I woke up early to make his breakfast. I waited for him to come home from work. My time was his time. I gave him my care. When he was sick, I made him soup. I sat with him. I read to him. When he was worried about work, I listened. I told him he was strong. I told him he could do anything. I was his biggest supporter. I gave him my heart. My whole heart. It was full of love for him. I cooked his favorite meals. He loved my cooking. He loved the roast chicken I made on Sundays. He loved the chocolate cake I baked for his birthday. I learned all his favorite recipes. I wanted to make him happy with food. I kept our home warm and clean. It was my job. I was proud of our home. I wanted it to be a safe place for him. Comfortable place. I stood with him through every difficulty. He had problems at work sometimes. I told him not to worry. We faced the problems together. I was always on his side. For many years, I felt so safe with him. I felt so proud to be his wife. I was Mrs. Richard Johnson. It was my identity. It was my whole life. But things do not always stay the same. Slowly, very slowly, things began to change. It was not a sudden change. It was like a small crack that grows over time. At first, I did not see it. I did not want to see it. He stopped asking me how I was. He used to ask me every day, "How was your day, Alice?" he would say. Then he stopped. He would come home and turn on the television. He did not ask about my day. I would ask about his day. He would give short answers. Yes, no, fine, The conversation was gone. He no longer looked at me with warmth. His eyes were different. The warmth was gone. Now his eyes were cold. They looked through me. They looked past me. It was like I was not there. It was like I was a ghost in our home. His words turned cold. He used to have a gentle voice. Now his voice was often sharp. He was often irritated with me. If I asked a question, he would sound angry. I told myself it was just stress. He has a hard job, I thought. He is just tired. It will pass. Things will get better. I just need to be patient. I just need to be a good wife. I just need to love him more. But it did not pass. It got worse. The small crack became a big crack. One day he told me I was boring. We were sitting at the dinner table. I was telling him about my day. I told him about the garden. I was excited about the new flowers. He looked at me with a flat expression. He said, "You are so boring, Alice." The words hurt me. They felt like a stone in my heart. I did not know what to say. I just looked at my plate. I stopped talking. The silence was very loud. Another day, he compared me to younger women. He saw a young woman on television. He said, "Look at her. She is so full of life." He looked at me. "You are not like that." I felt my heart sink. Felt like it was falling down, down, down. I was getting older. I knew that. But I thought he would love me when I was old, too. I thought we would grow old together. Yet I stayed quiet. I did not fight. I did not argue. I did not want to make him angry. I believed that love meant loyalty. I believed I had to be loyal even when it hurt. I had made a promise. In good times and in bad times. This was a bad time. I had to be strong. I had to be loyal. Then came the day he raised his hand. It happened so fast. We were arguing about something small. I do not even remember what it was about. His face was red. He was shouting. And then his hand moved very fast. It hit my face. The sound was loud in the quiet room. The pain was sharp, but the shock was bigger than the pain. It broke something inside me, something deep inside me. He did not say sorry. He just walked out of the room. He did not look at me. He did not ask if I was okay. He just left. I stood there for a long time. I touched my face. It was hot. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. There was a red mark. I told myself it would never happen again. He was just angry. He did not mean it. It was a mistake. It will never ever happen again. But it did. It happened again. And again. I never told anyone. I never told my friends. I never told my family. I was ashamed. I was so ashamed. I hid the pain. I wore makeup to cover the bruises. I wore long sleeves to hide the marks on my arms. I thought protecting his name was part of being a wife. I thought I had to protect our family's image. So I kept the house running. I cleaned the floors. I washed the dishes. I made the beds. I smiled when he came home. I tried to act like everything was normal. I would ask, "How was your day, dear?" My voice was cheerful, but my heart was heavy. And when I was alone, I wiped away my tears in silence. I cried in the shower so he would not hear me. I cried into my pillow at night so he would not see me. Meanwhile, he stayed out late more and more. He would come home very late. He smelled of alcohol. He smelled of perfume that was not mine. He laughed at messages on his phone. He would look at his phone and smile a secret smile. He would type quickly. I would ask who he was talking to. He would say it was just a friend from work. He spoke about young women as if I wasn't sitting in front of him. He would say, "I saw a beautiful young woman today." She had beautiful hair. He said it to hurt me. I knew that. My love for him had not faded. That was the sad part. I still loved the man I married. I still remembered the kind, caring man from the cafe. I hoped that man would come back. But his love for me was gone. It was completely gone. One day, I was at the grocery store. I was buying food for dinner. I was buying his favorite food. I went to the counter to pay. My hands shook as I took out my wallet. They were shaking a lot. I could not control them. It was from the stress. It was from the fear. A young man at the counter noticed my hands. He was the cashier. He had kind eyes. He asked gently, "Are you okay, ma'am?" His voice was so soft. I was surprised. No one had asked me that question in a very long time. I said yes. I lied. I said, "Yes, I am fine. Thank you." But inside, I wanted to cry. I wanted to tell him everything. I wanted to say, "No, I am not okay. My life is falling apart." But I could not say that to a stranger. His kindness felt strange. It was like a drink of water after many years in the desert. It felt strange after so many years without any kindness at home. When I got home, I put the groceries away. Richard was there. He was watching television. He did not say hello. He did not ask where I was. He did not notice me at all. I was invisible to him. That night I could not sleep. I lay awake in bed. Richard was snoring next to me. I was remembering our early years. I remembered our wedding. It was a small wedding. We were so happy. I remembered the laughter. We used to laugh a lot. I remembered the days when we faced life together. We were a team. We were a strong team. I wondered when it had all disappeared. Where did the love go? When did the kindness stop? I could not find the answer. I still could not imagine my life without him. He was my husband. He was my whole life. My life was built around him. No matter what he did, I stayed loyal. I told myself that was my duty. I told myself that was my promise. I did not care if he admired other women. I told myself that men are like that. I thought my place was to stand by him, to support him, to be his wife. But deep down, I felt so empty. It was a deep, cold emptiness. My body showed the weight of my sadness. I was thinner. My face was pale. My sleep was restless. I had bad dreams. My hands trembled often. It was hard to hold a cup of coffee. A week later, I got a call. It was from an unknown number. I answered it. A man's voice said, "Hello, is this Alice Johnson?" I said yes. He said his name was Ethan Cole. He had found my wallet at the store. I must have dropped it. I did not even know it was missing. I checked my purse. He was right. My wallet was gone. He offered to bring it to my home. I was so grateful, but I was also scared. I did not want Richard to see him. I did not want Richard to ask questions. I did not want Richard to get angry, so I chose a time when Richard would be out. I told Ethan to come in the afternoon. I told him my husband would be at work. Ethan came. He was the young man from the grocery store. I remembered his kind eyes. He stood politely at the door. He did not try to come inside. He handed me the wallet with both hands. It was a respectful gesture. He said, "I hope you are okay." He looked at my face. He seemed to see the sadness in my eyes. I said, "I'm managing." It was the most honest thing I had said in a long time. I was not fine, but I was managing. I was surviving. He nodded. He did not ask more questions. He just nodded and left. His respect felt unusual. It was so different from Richard's behavior. but it was comforting. It was like a small light in a very dark room. That night, Richard came home. He smelled of somewhere else. It was a mix of perfume and restaurant food. He spoke with excitement. He talked about a fresh person he had met. He did not say her name. He just said, a new person. He said this person was interesting. This person was full of life. I sat quietly at the table. I was holding my hands together. I held them tight so they would not shake. He did not notice the pain in my face. He was too busy talking about his new, interesting person. Later, I went to my room. I have a small wooden box. I keep my special things in it. I opened the small box. I took out my old wedding ring. I held it in my hand. Felt cold. I looked at the ring and I told myself, "You kept your promise, Alice. You were a good wife. You were loyal." I said the words quietly. It was a small comfort. My back straightened a little as I put the ring away. I felt a little bit stronger. The next morning I woke up. I decided to take care of myself. I would do it in small ways. Just very small things. I decided to eat on time. I often skipped meals because I was too sad or too tired to cook for myself. I decided to drink more water. My body needed water. I decided to say one kind sentence to myself every day. Today, I looked in the mirror and said, "Alice, you are a strong woman." Felt strange to say it, but I said it. That afternoon, my phone made a sound. It was a message. It was from Ethan. He sent a short message. He asked if all my cards were in the wallet. I checked my wallet. Yes, everything was there. I messaged him back. I said yes. He replied, "Glad you have everything. Take care." Such simple words. Just 2 simple sentences. But they warmed me more than anything Richard had said in years. He cared enough to check. He cared enough to say, "Take care." That evening, Richard told me not to wait up for him. He said he was going out with friends. I knew it was a lie, but I nodded without asking questions. I knew that asking questions would only lead to a fight. I saved a plate of food for him in the fridge. It was a habit of a wife. I washed the dishes. I cleaned the kitchen. Then I went to bed early. I was tired. I was tired of everything. Lying there in the dark, I placed my hand over my heart. I could feel it beating. It was a steady beat. I told myself, "You can survive this, Alice. You are strong. You can survive this." I did not know then what would happen next. I did not know that Ethan would become more than just a kind stranger. I did not know that my life was slowly moving toward a big change. A change I never expected. I never thought that one small meeting could stay in my mind for so long. But after Ethan returned my wallet, I kept thinking about him. I thought about him during the day. I thought about him when I was washing the dishes. I thought about him when I was trying to sleep at night. I was not thinking about him in a romantic way. No, it was not like that. I was an old woman. He was a young man. I was thinking about him because of how he spoke to me. His voice was gentle. His voice had no judgment in it. When he looked at me, his eyes had no pity. Some people look at sad old women with pity. His eyes did not do that. He spoke to me as if I mattered, as if I was a real person, as if my feelings were important. I had not felt that in so many years. It was a strange feeling. It was a good feeling. It was a feeling I had forgotten. Richard still treated me the same way. Nothing had changed with him. His words were always short. His tone was always sharp. Some days he ignored me completely. He would walk past me in the hallway like I was not there. He would eat the dinner I made without saying a word. It was like living with a ghost. Cold, angry ghost. Other days he would be cruel. He would compare me to younger women. He did this often. He knew it hurt me. I think he enjoyed hurting me. He would say, "Young women are so energetic. They have bright eyes." Then he would look at me. My eyes were tired. I knew my eyes were tired. I learned to keep my face calm when he spoke like that. I did not want him to see my pain. I did not want to give him that satisfaction. But inside, I felt smaller each time he said those things. It was like he was slowly chipping away at me, piece by piece. I wondered if he even remembered the woman he had married. I wondered if he remembered the young, happy Alice from the cafe, the woman who was once his whole world. He used to tell me that. He used to say, "Alice, you are my whole world." Where did that world go? A few days later, Ethan sent another short message. He was so polite. He asked if I needed any help with errands. He said he was going to the store. I almost said no. It was my habit to say no. It was my habit to not ask for help. But my hands were aching that day. I have arthritis in my hands. Some days it is very painful. It was hard to carry heavy bags. So I told him yes. I told him I needed a few groceries. Just some milk, bread, and eggs. He came over in the afternoon with the items. He had a friendly smile. He put the bag on my kitchen table. I tried to give him money for the groceries and for his time. He refused to take any money for his time. He said, "It's nothing, Alice. I was happy to help." Then he said, "Just let me know if you need anything else." His kindness was so simple. It was not a big, dramatic thing. It was just a small act of help. But it touched me deeply. It was like a little bit of sunshine on a cloudy day. We began to speak more often after that. We sent messages, always very brief messages. He would ask how I was. "How are you today, Alice?" I would always say I was fine. "I am fine, thank you, Ethan." But he seemed to hear what I did not say. He seemed to understand that fine did not always mean fine. He never pushed me to explain. He never asked personal questions. He never asked about my husband. Yet I felt lighter after every conversation. It was like talking to him took a little bit of the weight off my shoulders. He did not know my story. He did not know about Richard. He did not know about the coldness and the cruelty. But he treated me as if my feelings had weight. He treated me with respect. I realized that I was looking forward to those small moments. A short message from Ethan could make my whole day a little brighter. One afternoon, Richard came home earlier than expected. I was surprised to see him. Ethan was just leaving my house. He had brought me some medicine from the pharmacy. Richard saw Ethan walking away from our front door. His face changed instantly. His eyes became narrow and cold. He asked who that was. His voice was angry. He asked why that young man was at our house. I told him the truth. I told him that Ethan was a kind young man who helped me with errands sometimes. But he did not believe me. Of course, he did not believe me. He accused me of trying to get attention from someone younger. He said horrible things. He said, "You are an old woman. Do you think a young man would be interested in you? It's pathetic." His words were so cruel. His voice was so loud. I tried to explain again. I told him about the wallet. I told him that Ethan was just being a good neighbor. But he would not listen. He just kept shouting at me. That night, he did not speak to me at all. He gave me the silent treatment. The silence was heavy and cold. It was worse than shouting. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. I wondered how my marriage had turned into this. This house was full of suspicion and anger. It was not a home anymore. It was a prison. The next day, Ethan sent me a message. He asked if I was okay. He must have seen Richard's angry face. He must have heard the shouting. I looked tired. I knew I looked tired. I had dark circles under my eyes. I told him I had not slept much. He hesitated. I could feel his hesitation even in a text message. Then he said something very softly. He wrote, "You deserve to be treated well, you know?" The words appeared on my phone screen. I stared at them for a long time. You deserve to be treated well. I did not answer. I did not know what to say. No one had said anything like that to me in decades. No one. Not my husband. Not my friends. I had not even said it to myself. I wanted to cry. The tears were right there, in my eyes. But I held them in. I was not ready to let anyone see my pain fully. I was not ready to be that vulnerable. Over the next few weeks, our short talks grew a little longer. We still mostly communicated through messages. But sometimes he would call. He told me about his work. He worked at a library. He loved books. He told me about his family. He had a mother and a sister. He loved them very much. He told me about his simple life. He enjoyed walking in the park. He liked to listen to music. He made me laugh a few times. He told me a funny story about a cat at the library. I had not laughed in a long while. Felt good to laugh. The sound of my own laughter was strange to my ears. He never flirted with me. He never crossed any lines. He was always respectful. He just treated me like a person whose voice mattered. It was strange how something so basic could feel so rare. It was strange how much I needed that simple respect. Richard, on the other hand, was becoming more distant. It seemed impossible, but he found ways to be more distant. He stayed out longer. Sometimes he did not come home at all. He spent more time on his phone than speaking to me. Our house was quiet, except for the sound of his fingers tapping on his phone screen. One evening, I tried to tell him about my day. I was feeling a little bit better. I wanted to connect with him. I wanted to try. I started to tell him a story about a bird I saw in the garden. He cut me off mid-sentence. He did not even look up from his phone. "Not now, Alice," he said. His voice was impatient. I sat there quietly, feeling invisible. It was like I was not even in the room. Later, I thought about how Ethan always looked at me when I spoke. Even on a video call, he would look at the camera. He listened without rushing me. The difference between the two men was painful to realize. It was a very painful truth. Then came the day Ethan surprised me. He said something that changed everything. He said, "Alice, if someone treats you like you don't matter, you have the right to walk away." I froze. My whole body went still. No one had ever suggested that to me. No one had ever given me permission to leave. My whole life I was told that a wife must stay. A wife must be loyal. I told him firmly. My voice was strong. Richard is my husband. No matter what, he is my world. I needed to believe that. I needed to hold on to that belief. Ethan's face changed. He looked hurt, but he also looked frustrated. "I'm just saying you deserve respect," he replied. His voice was gentle but firm. I shook my head. "You don't understand," I said. "I made my choice a long time ago. I made a promise. A vow." He did not say anything else. He respected my decision. But I could see in his eyes that he disagreed. I could see that he was worried about me. That night, I replayed the conversation in my mind over and over again. I knew Ethan meant well. I knew he was a kind person, but he did not understand. He did not understand the promise I made to God and to my husband 30 years ago. Richard was my husband. I had promised to stay through good and bad. Even if the bad had lasted for years, I could not imagine breaking that promise. The thought of it was terrifying. What would I do? Where would I go? Who would I be without him? Still, a small part of me wondered. A tiny voice in my head whispered, "What if he is right? What would life be like if someone actually cared for me again?" The next time I saw Ethan, he did not bring it up. He was wise. He knew not to push me. He spoke about simple things. He talked about a new book he was reading. He talked about the weather. I was grateful for that. I was grateful for the simple, safe conversation. But something had shifted between us. I could feel it. I could feel his quiet anger toward Richard, even though he never said Richard's name aloud. And I could feel a strange warmth growing in me toward Ethan. It was not the kind of love that rushes in and changes everything. It was not a passionate, fiery love. It was the kind of love that starts slow, like a seed pushing through dark soil. It was a love based on kindness and respect. I did not want it. I was scared of it, but I could not stop it either. It was growing whether I wanted it to or not. As I closed the door that evening, after he left, I realized I was living between two worlds. One world was my marriage, a world where I stayed loyal to a man who no longer loved me, a world full of silence and pain. The other world was my friendship with Ethan, a world where a young man's kindness was slowly reminding me that I still deserved to be seen, that I still mattered. I did not know which world would win, but I knew both were now a part of me. The loyal wife and the woman who wanted to be seen. They were both inside me. I did not want proof. I did not want to know for sure. I wanted my hope to live. I wanted to believe that Richard was just stressed. I wanted to believe that he still loved me, somewhere deep down. But proof came anyway. It did not ask for my permission. It just came in small ways at first. A scent on his shirt that was not my perfume. It was a sweet, floral scent. A young woman's scent. A receipt in his pocket from a restaurant. A receipt for 2 meals, on a night when he had said he ate alone. A special message tone on his phone. A little jingle that I had never heard before. It would sound, and he would have a quick, secret smile on his face. He would turn the screen away from me so I could not see. I told myself not to imagine things. I told myself I was being silly. I told myself to trust my husband. I had trusted him for over 30 years. I tried to hold my promise like a shield. I thought it could protect me from the truth. But the shield could not stop what was real. My shield had too many cracks in it. One evening, he left his jacket on a chair in the living room. I was folding laundry. I was putting away the clean clothes. I picked up his jacket to hang it in the closet. I felt a small weight in the pocket. It was a small, hard box. I hesitated. My heart started beating fast. I should not look. It is not my business. But my hand moved on its own. I reached into the pocket. I found a tiny gift bag. It was a beautiful bag with a silver ribbon. It had a small tag on it. The tag had a name written in pretty handwriting. A name I did not know. The tag said, "To Chloe." My hands started to shake. Who was Chloe? I knew it was not his mother or his sister. I knew it was not a coworker. I opened the bag. My fingers felt clumsy. Inside was a small box. I opened the box. Inside was a delicate silver chain. It was new and bright. It sparkled under the light. I stood still in the middle of the living room. I held the necklace in my hand. I counted 3 slow breaths. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I had to stay calm. I put the chain back in the box. I put the box back in the gift bag. I tied the silver ribbon exactly as it was. I made sure the bow looked perfect. I placed the bag back in his jacket pocket. I put it exactly where I found it. I sat down on the sofa. I held my hands together in my lap. I held them very tight until they were calm. I told myself not to cry. Tears would not change anything. Tears would only make my eyes red and swollen. He would ask questions. I was not ready for questions. He came home late that night. He looked happy. He was humming a little tune. He said he had a long day at work. He said he was tired. He wanted to sleep. He did not see my face. He did not see the sadness in my eyes. I said nothing. I just nodded. I did not sleep that night. My mind ran in circles. Chloe, Chloe, Chloe. The name repeated in my head. Who was she? Was she young? Was she beautiful? Did he love her? The questions were like torture. In the morning, I made his coffee just like I did every morning. It was part of my routine. I watched him as he got ready for work. I watched him reach for his jacket. He checked the pocket without thinking. It was a quick, automatic movement. He felt the bag and he smiled to himself. It was a small, happy smile. A smile I had not seen on his face for a very long time. A smile that was not for me. Then he looked up and he saw me watching him. His smile fell from his face. It just disappeared. He asked why I was staring. His voice was defensive. I said I was just tired. It was an easy lie. He shrugged and left for work. He did not kiss me goodbye. He had not kissed me goodbye in years. I called Ethan that afternoon. My voice was small. I could barely speak. I did not want to tell him what I found. I was too ashamed. So I made up an excuse. I said I needed help moving 2 heavy boxes. It was a lie, but I needed to see a friendly face. I needed to be near someone who was kind. He came without asking any questions. We moved the boxes from one room to another. We moved them in silence. When we finished, he looked at me. He could see that something was wrong. He asked if I was okay. The words just came out of my mouth. I could not stop them. I said, I found a gift for someone named Chloe. I looked at the floor. I could not look at his face. He did not speak right away. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I am so sorry, Alice. His voice was full of compassion. I finally looked at him. I said, I did not want advice. I only wanted to say the words out loud to someone safe. He nodded. He understood. He said, You can say anything to me, Alice. I looked down at my hands and held my fingers tight. I felt both weak and strong at the same time. I was weak because I was so hurt, but I was strong because I had told the truth. I had shared my secret with someone who would keep it with care. Days went by and the signs kept coming. Richard was not careful anymore. A lipstick mark on a towel in the bathroom. It was a bright red color. I never wore red lipstick. A phone call that he took in another room. His voice was soft and gentle. A tone I had not heard from him in years. He was whispering sweet words to someone. A new shirt that he bought. It was a young man's style. A style he never wore for me. Each sign cut a thin new line in my heart. The cuts did not bleed, but all of them stung. The pain was constant. A dull ache in my chest. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to ask him to stop. I wanted to ask him to look at me and remember who I am, to remember his wife, to remember his promise. But I knew how that talk would end. He would say I was being dramatic. He would say I was being jealous. He would say I did not understand him. So I held my words inside. I swallowed my pain. I saved my strength. I did not know what I was saving it for, but I knew I would need it. One afternoon, courage rose in me without warning. I do not know where it came from. He was sitting on the sofa, looking at his phone. I said his name, Richard. He looked up, annoyed. I asked him one simple question. Is there someone else? He laughed. It was a cold, mean laugh. He called me silly. He said men can have friends. He said I should be grateful that he still came home to me. The way he said it hit me harder than any hand ever could. Grateful. I should be grateful for the crumbs of his attention. I should be grateful for the shadow of a man I once knew. I nodded and stepped back. I did not say another word. I would not beg. I would not fight. I would not let him see me break. I went to the kitchen and stood by the window. I watched the birds in the garden. I pretended to be calm. I told Ethan about it the next day. I told him what Richard said. I said, he told me to be grateful. My voice was flat. I had no more tears to cry. Ethan closed his eyes for a moment. He took a deep breath. Then he opened them and he spoke very slowly and clearly. He said, if a person truly prefers someone else, they may push you out to make space for the new person. I felt his words hit a place deep inside me, a place I had been avoiding. I wanted to cover my ears. I wanted to run away from his words. I wanted to protect the promise I still kept. It was all I had left. I said, he is my husband. Ethan said, I know. I said, I will not leave him. Ethan looked at me with so much care in his eyes that it hurt. It hurt because I was not used to it anymore. He said, I will not tell you what to do, Alice. He paused for a moment and then he added, but please prepare your heart. If he makes a choice, it will not be because you failed. It will be because he forgot what love means. That night, I stood in front of the mirror in my bedroom. I looked at my reflection for a long time. I said my name out loud. Alice. I said, Alice, you did not cause this. I said, you were loyal. You were a good wife. I said, you are still worthy of love and respect. I did not hide from my reflection. I saw the lines on my face. They were lines from years of service and years of sadness. I saw my eyes. They were tired, but they still carried a little bit of light. I placed my hand over my chest and I felt my steady heartbeat. I told myself to keep that beat safe no matter what he chose. He grew careless in the days that followed. He did not try to hide it anymore. He kept his phone face up on the table. I did not try to read his messages. I would never do that. But I saw her name flash on the screen. Chloe. There was a little heart emoji beside her name. Chloe. I saw snippets of messages. See you soon. Thank you for last night. Thinking of you. I looked away each time. I took a deep breath. I would not become the woman who tears herself apart to chase a man who has already left in his mind. I would hold on to my dignity. It was the only thing he could not take from me. I would not give him the show of my pain. Ethan came by with a small list of groceries I had asked him to get. He placed the bag on the table and waited. He could see I was upset. I could not keep it in any longer. I said, her name is Chloe. He nodded once. He did not ask for details. He did not need them. He just said, do you have someone to call? a friend or family member. If you need a place to stay for a night. The question shocked me. I had not thought about that. I said, "Why would I need that? This is my home." He looked at me with careful, honest eyes. He said, "Because men who are making a new plan sometimes act fast when they are caught." I felt anger rise in me, not at him, at the idea. This was my home. I had lived here for over 30 years. He could not just throw me out. I said, "I will not take his money if he sends me away. I will not ask for anything. I do not want his pity money." Ethan said, "This is not about money, Alice. You deserve safety." I said, "I will stand with my value. I will not be a victim." He did not argue. He said, "Then I will be here. My door is always open. If you knock, I will open." I wanted to thank him with more than just words. But I only said, "You are a very kind man, Ethan." I tried one more time with Richard. One last time. I spoke to him gently. I did not accuse him. I did not shout. I said, "Richard, I miss us. I miss the way we used to be." I said, "I want to work on our marriage. We can go to counseling." I said, "I am willing to listen to your needs. Just tell me what you need." He looked at me as if I was a stranger on a bus. There was no recognition in his eyes. He said, "I want a different life, Alice." He did not explain what that meant. He did not ask what I wanted. He picked up his keys from the table and left. The front door made a flat, final sound behind him. I stood alone in the quiet house and I felt the truth settle in my bones. I could not fix this by myself. I could not save this marriage alone. I spent that evening gathering my strength. I did not pack clothes. I did not look for important papers. I just sat quietly and gathered my strength. I ate a simple meal of soup and bread so I would not feel weak. I drank a full glass of water so my head would be clear. I found a small bag. I laid out one set of basic things in the bag. A toothbrush, a change of clothes, my small wooden box with my ring. I placed the bag in the closet where I could reach it fast. It was not a plan to leave. I was not planning to leave my home. It was a plan to stand. It was the first time in my life that I prepared for my life without him, even if I still loved a memory of him. Before I slept, I sent Ethan a short message. It just said, "Thank you for listening." He replied almost immediately. Always. One word. It wrapped around me like a calm hand on my shoulder. It did not pull me. It did not push me. It only steadied me. I closed my eyes and I spoke a quiet promise to myself. I said I would not answer cruelty with cruelty. I said I would not let shame write my story. I said I would tell the truth of my heart and I would protect my dignity. If he chose another path, I would not chase him into it. I would stand where love still means care, where respect still means something. I fell asleep with that promise in my heart. I did not know what the next chapter would bring. I was scared, but I also knew I was ready to face it with open eyes and a steady voice. I woke up to a hard sound, the sound of something heavy hitting the bed. I opened my eyes. It was still dark outside. The clock on the bedside table said 3 a.m. Richard was standing over me. His face was a dark shadow. He was holding a folder. He did not greet me. He did not say my name. He dropped the papers from the folder onto the bed. He told me to sign them. I sat up. I was confused. I was still half asleep. I turned on the small lamp next to the bed. I saw the papers. On the top of the first page, I saw the word divorce in big, black letters. My chest felt tight. I could not breathe. I asked him why. My voice was just a whisper. He said he wanted a different life. He said there was someone new. He said her name was Chloe. His voice was flat. It was cold. It was like he was talking about the weather, like this was a small, unimportant thing. I said I would not sign. I said, "We made a promise. A promise should mean something." He laughed. It was the same cold, mean laugh from before. He said his part was already signed. He pointed to his signature at the bottom of the page. He told me I could keep the wedding ring if it made me feel better. His words were like poison. Then he grabbed my arm. His fingers were strong. They hurt me. He pulled me up out of the bed. I was only wearing my nightgown. I was barefoot. I tried to hold on to the door frame. I did not want to leave my room. He pushed my hand away. His strength was scary. I asked him to stop. I said, "Please, Richard, don't do this." He told me to move. He was pushing me down the hallway. I felt the cold floor under my bare feet. I felt the edge of panic in my throat. This cannot be happening. This cannot be real. He opened the front door. The cold night air hit my skin. He pushed me out of the door. I stumbled on the front step. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. The street was dark and empty. The door closed behind me. I heard the lock click. I stood there on the porch. The cold concrete was hard under my feet. The divorce papers were shaking in my hands. My name was on the top line. Alice Johnson. It was like I was a problem to be filed away and forgotten. I did not cry. The tears sat in my chest, heavy and cold. They would not come out. I took a deep breath. The cold air filled my lungs. I told myself I was alive. I told myself to take one step, and then the next step. I did not want to call anyone. I did not want to knock on a neighbor's door. What would I say? How could I explain my shame? I held the folder to my chest and I walked. I did not know where I was going at first. My feet just moved. Then I thought of one place, the only place that felt safe. I went to Ethan's house. I did not think about how it might look. An old woman in her nightgown, knocking on a young man's door in the middle of the night. I did not care. I thought about the one person who had said I mattered. I reached his door. His house was dark. He was sleeping. I knocked with a small sound. My knuckles barely made a noise. I almost turned away. Maybe this was a bad idea. Maybe I should just walk until morning. But then I heard a sound inside. A light turned on. The lock turned and the door opened. Ethan stood there. He was wearing pajamas. His hair was messy from sleep. He looked at my face. He saw my nightgown. He saw the papers in my hand. He saw the shock in my eyes. He did not ask any questions. He did not say, "What happened?" or "What are you doing here?" He just moved aside and said, "Come in." My legs felt weak when I crossed the line into his small, warm home. I felt like I could finally fall apart. I could finally let go. I leaned against the closed door and I could finally speak. I said, "He gave me divorce papers and he pushed me out." My voice was shaking. Ethan said, "I am so sorry, Alice." And his voice carried the weight of my pain. He believed me. He did not doubt me. He brought me a glass of water and a light blanket from his sofa. He put the blanket around my shoulders. He kept his eyes kind. He kept his distance respectful. He did not try to touch me or hug me. He knew I needed space. I sat at his small kitchen table. I spread the papers out on the table. My hands were still shaking, but my mind began to clear. I was safe now. I could think. He sat across from me. He read the first page of the papers. He He pointed to a line. He said I could call the police. He said, "What he did is illegal, Alice. He can't just throw you out of your home at night." He said I could ask for help and protection. I shook my head. "No police," I said. I said I did not want his money or his pity. I said I would not take alimony. I would not take a single penny from him. I said I would show him my value by standing on my own. Ethan did not argue with me. He just nodded. He said, "You get to choose how you handle this, Alice. It's your life." He placed a pen on the table next to the papers, but he did not touch the papers again. He let me be in control. I woke up the first morning in Ethan's home and I felt strange. I was in a strange bed in a strange room, but I was safe. I knew I was safe. My heart was sore. It was a deep physical ache in my chest. Ethan was already awake. He was in the kitchen making coffee. He did not ask for details about what happened. He only asked, "Did you sleep?" I nodded. I had slept for a few hours. It was a restless sleep, full of bad dreams. But it was sleep. He set a cup of hot tea on the table in front of me. Then he walked away into the other room. He gave me space to breathe. He knew I needed to be alone with my thoughts. That small act of respect felt like medicine for my soul. I made a simple list in my head. I needed a plan. The list had 4 things. First, eat breakfast. I needed to keep my strength up. Second, call the clinic. I needed to make an appointment for a checkup. The stress was bad for my health. Third, sort the divorce papers. I needed to read them carefully. I needed to understand what they said. Fourth, do one brave thing today. Just one small, brave thing. I was slow, but I did the things on my list. I ate the toast that Ethan made for me. I called the clinic and booked my checkup. I folded the divorce papers neatly and put them back in the folder. I would deal with them later. And for my one brave thing, I washed my face, looked at myself in the mirror, and I told myself, "You are still here, Alice. You survived." Ethan saw me making my plan. He did not interfere. He just looked at me and said, "Good." That one word held me up. It was a word of approval. It was a word of support. It made me feel like I could do this. The days turned into a gentle pattern, a quiet, healing routine. In the morning, he would make sure I had eaten breakfast. He would remind me to drink water throughout the day. When it was time for my doctor's appointment, he drove me there. He waited for me in the lobby. He did not text me to hurry up. He just waited patiently. When I came out, he just asked, "Everything okay?" He did not push for details. Some nights I cried. The sadness would come in big waves and I could not stop the tears. I cried for my lost love. I cried for my lost life. I cried for the woman I used to be. Ethan did not knock on my door when he heard me crying. He gave me my privacy. But in the morning, he would leave a cup of tea on the table for me. He would say nothing about my swollen, red eyes. He treated me like a person, not a problem. He was helping me heal without making a big deal out of it. I wanted to give something back to him. I did not want to be a burden, so I cooked one dinner. I made a simple chicken soup. He took a bite and he smiled with his eyes. "This is delicious, Alice," he said. I felt useful again. It was a good feeling. I started cooking dinner twice a week. It made me feel like I was contributing. I felt like my hands belonged to me again. They were not just for cleaning and serving Richard. They were for creating something good. I went to the bank. I set up a small bank account in my own name. It was the first time I had my own account. All our money had been in a joint account controlled by Richard. I ordered a new phone plan, also in my own name. These were small steps, but they were important. They were steps toward independence. I wrote a short resume. I had not worked in over 30 years. I did not have much to put on it. I wrote about managing a household. I wrote about budgeting. I wrote about volunteering at the local library many years ago. I asked Ethan to check my spelling. He read it carefully. He read it like it was the most important document in the world. He said, "You have done real work your whole life, Alice. Managing a home is a difficult job. No one had ever told me that in years. Richard always said I did nothing all day." I sent the resume to 2 places, a small bookstore and a community center. I said a small prayer inside. I did not ask the world for big things. I did not want to be rich or famous. I just asked for a fair chance. I asked for steady, peaceful days. At the end of the first month, I could sleep for longer periods. I did not startle at every sound anymore. I laughed once. It was a real, genuine laugh. Ethan told me a funny story about his first bad haircut. The sound of my own laughter surprised me. I covered my mouth with my hand, and then I let my hand fall. It was only a laugh. It was allowed. He looked pleased to see me laugh, but he did not make a scene. He never turned my healing into a performance. He was not healing me to make himself feel good. He was healing me because he was a good person. That is how I knew his care was real. We spoke about loyalty one evening. I told him that I still wore my wedding ring. I wore it on a chain around my neck, under my shirt. I said it was not because I had hope for Richard. I had no more hope for him. It was about my history. It was the mark of the woman who kept her promise, even when it was hard. Ethan listened and he nodded. He said, "I see that." He did not roll his eyes. He did not tell me I was silly. He did not argue. He just said, "You kept your vow to him. Now you need to keep one to yourself, too." His words were so wise. I found a small scrap of paper. I wrote a new promise on it. I wrote, "I will not abandon my own heart." I folded the paper and kept it inside my wallet, next to my new ID card. When feelings of fear or sadness rose up, I would touch the paper in my wallet. My hands would stop shaking sooner. Near the end of the 3rd month, I felt a new truth settle inside me. I did not want revenge on Richard. I did not want him to suffer. I did not want money from a man who had pushed me out into the night. I wanted dignity. I wanted quiet joy. I wanted a love that did not make me beg for kindness. I looked at Ethan, who was sitting across from me, reading a book. I saw his patience. I saw that there was no pressure from him. I saw a man who had opened his door to me. A man who would never pull me through it. He would let me walk through it on my own time. A new feeling grew in that quiet, safe space. It was kindness. It was affection. It felt like a warm light under a closed door. It was steady and warm. I decided to let it in a little more each day, and I did not apologize to myself for wanting it. The question started as a whisper in my mind. It was a quiet question. It grew a little bit louder each time Ethan did a small, caring thing. He fixed a loose button on my sweater for me while I was busy printing out forms for my job search. He did it without me asking. He just saw the loose button and fixed it. He went with me to the bank to sort out some of my financial issues. He stood beside me, but he let me speak for myself. He told me before we went in, "You lead, Alice. I'll just be here for support." I felt seen. I felt respected. I did not feel owned. That is a rare feeling. That is what love should feel like. Even when no one says the word love. One afternoon, I got a message on my phone. It was from an old friend of a friend. She said she had seen Richard. He was at a fancy dinner with a young woman named Chloe. I stared at the message on the screen. I read it 2 or 3 times, and I felt nothing for a long moment. No pain, no anger, just a strange emptiness. Then my chest went tight for a second, and then it released. It was not shock anymore. It was closure. It was the final page of a very long, sad book. I showed Ethan the message. He read it. He did not say, "I told you so." He did not look triumphant. He only asked, "Do you want me to drive you anywhere? Maybe to a park? Or for a cup of tea?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "I just want to sit here for a minute." He sat across from me at the kitchen table. He did not talk. He just waited while I held my own hand. After a few minutes, the shaking stopped. I took a deep breath out. I said, "I am done asking why." He nodded. He looked at me as if I had just unlocked a big, heavy door inside myself. And maybe I had. That night, I remembered the day Richard had accused me of getting attention from a younger man. I remembered his loud, cruel voice. The memory was sharp and painful. It burned in my mind. I had been so angry and scared. I was angry at Richard for his cruelty, and I was angry at fate. I had hit the only person who had tried to protect me from the storm. I told him I was sorry. I told him I was so scared that day. I was so angry at my situation, not at him. He looked at me with his kind eyes. He said, "I forgave you that day, Alice." He said it so simply, so honestly. My eyes filled with tears again. But this time, they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of gratitude. I asked him why. I said, "Why did you stay kind to me after I was so horrible to you?" He looked down at his hands for a moment. Then he looked up at me. He said, "Because you are the most loyal person I have ever known. And because I care about you, Alice." The room went quiet in a new way. It was not a tense silence. It was a comfortable, peaceful silence. I could hear my own heart beating, and it was not afraid. I wanted to ask the question right then. The big question. I wanted to say, "Do you love me?" But I was still wearing my ring on the chain around my neck. I wanted to honor the woman I had been, the woman who kept her promise. So I asked something smaller instead. I asked, "If I take off this ring one day, will you still be here?" He did not hesitate. He said, "Yes." I asked, "Even if people talk about us? About the age difference?" He said, "Yes." I asked, "Even if I move slow? Even if I need a lot of time to heal?" He said, "Yes, Alice. I am not going anywhere." I put my hand on the table, palm up. I felt the steady wood under my hand. I said, "Thank you for not rushing me." He placed his hand on top of mine. His hand was warm and strong. He said, "Thank you for trusting me." A week later, the divorce was processed. There was no fight. There were no phone calls, no meeting with lawyers, just a notice in the mail. I held the official paper in my hand and I felt strangely calm. It was done. That chapter of my life was over. I walked to Ethan, who was reading in the living room. I handed him the paper. He read it and he looked at me with care in his eyes. Not triumph. He did not look happy that I was divorced. He looked concerned for my well-being. He said, "What do you need right now, Alice?" I said, "I need a quiet hour, and I need the truth." He waited. He gave me my quiet hour. I went to my room and I sat by the window. I thought about everything. After an hour, I came out. I took the chain from around my neck. I slid the ring from the chain. I placed the ring on top of the folded divorce decree on the table. My hand looked bare and honest without it. I said, I kept my vow to him. Now I will keep my vow to myself. I met his eyes, and I finally asked the question that had been living in my chest for weeks. I said, "Do you still love me?" He took a deep breath. He spoke in a voice I had never heard from him before. It was a voice full of deep emotion. He said, "I have loved you from the day I saw your hands shake at the grocery store and your eyes stay brave. I love you for your loyalty. I love you for the way you rose again without bitterness. I will love you at your pace, Alice, not mine." I closed my eyes and I let his words settle over me like a soft, warm weight. I did not rush to answer him. I did not promise him things that my grieving heart could not yet keep. I opened my eyes. I placed my palm over his hand on the table, and I said the truest thing I could say. I said, "I am ready to begin." 2 months after the divorce papers were final, the message came. It was from the same old friend. The message said that Chloe had taken a lot of Richard's money and had disappeared. I read the words twice. I did not feel triumph. I did not feel happy that he was suffering. I just felt calm. This was the road he had picked. I poured myself a glass of water and I sat with the truth. I had begged him for respect and loyalty. He had chosen a cheap thrill instead. The thrill was gone. The cost was his to pay. I told Ethan what happened. He did not gloat. He did not say, "He got what he deserved." He only said, "You deserved better all along, Alice." I nodded. He was right. For so many years, I had tried to be enough for a man who wanted praise and admiration from strangers. Now I wanted a different kind of life. A life with steady hands and honest eyes. That night, I opened the small wooden box that held my wedding ring. I looked at it one last time. I touched the cold metal. I thanked the woman who had kept her vow, even when it was so hard. Then I thanked the woman who had let go when it was finally time. I closed the box and put it away in the back of the closet. I slept that night without any fear of footsteps in the hall or sudden, angry voices. In the morning, I cooked breakfast for both of us. It was a Saturday. We had time for a real breakfast. I made pancakes. Ethan smiled, but he did not make a big speech about it. He just said, "This tastes like home." My chest felt warm. I realized that I was no longer living as a guest in his house. I was helping to build a new life here, a new home. I called the clinic to confirm that my health was good. The doctor said the stress was gone and I was much healthier. I called the bank to close the last joint account I had with Richard. I cut the final tie. I wrote a new list for my life. It was a short list. 1. Protect my peace. 2. Earn my living with dignity. 3. Love with courage. In the evening, I looked at Ethan. My voice was steady and clear. I said, "I want to ask you something." He waited. He gave me his full attention. I said, "Will you marry me?" His eyes softened, but he did not rush to give me an answer. He asked me a question first. He asked, "Are you choosing me from a place of love or a place of fear?" I said, "I am choosing you because you stayed kind when my world went cold. I am choosing you because you listened to me, because you let me lead my own life, because you never turned my pain into a stage for you to be a hero on." He took both of my hands in his. He looked into my eyes. He said, "Yes." I felt the words settle into the place in my heart where the hurt had lived for so long. It did not shout. healed. I cried quiet tears, not tears of loss, tears of relief. I told him I did not want a big wedding or a fancy plan. I wanted a small, quiet promise that we could keep every day. He said, "We will keep it together." I took out my list. I wrote one more line at the bottom. For grow love through daily care. I folded the paper and placed it in my wallet beside my ID. My name, Alice Johnson, felt new again. My life did too. We went to the city hall to get our license. We spoke simple vows to each other. We chose a clear and honest path. There was no grand crowd, no big show. I wore a simple dress and a calm heart. He wore a respectful suit. We promised to speak gently to each other. We promised to always tell the truth, even when it was hard. We promised to never use silence as a weapon against each other. And we promised to protect each other's peace. After that day, our real work began. We started a small service from our living room. We helped senior citizens organize their important papers. We helped them set strong passwords for their online accounts. We taught them how to avoid online scams. I understood their fear and their shame. Ethan understood the systems and the forms. Together, we made hard tasks easy for them. Word spread. People told their friends about us. The phone started ringing more and more. Our little service grew. A local paper wrote an article about our story. They called it a story of second chances and honest help. Small donations started to come in the mail even though we never asked for them. A kind sponsor who read the article offered us a small office space for free. We hired 2 assistants. I trained them myself. I taught them to speak slowly and clearly. I taught them to treat every person who called like they were family. Ethan built simple guides with checklists and clear words. He was very good at making complicated things simple. We charged fair fees for our service. And we offered free help when someone had nothing. The work gave me strength. I felt needed again. My voice had value again. Some evenings we held small workshops at the community center. We talked about respect in relationships. I shared my story. I told them what hurt can do to a person. And I told them what care can do to repair a person. I told them that loyalty without dignity is not love. I saw faces soften in the audience. I saw hands go up with questions. I saw people cry and thank us for our honesty. I went home tired from those workshops, but I was so proud. One afternoon, Richard called me. He called from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but I did. I heard a small, weak voice. It was a man's voice, but it sounded so different. He said that Chloe had cheated him out of all his money. He said he was alone. He said he missed me. He asked if we could meet for coffee. I let the silence do the work. I did not speak for a full minute. Then I said, "I wish you healing, Richard. I am married now." He tried to pull me back with old tricks. He tried to make me feel guilty. He said, "Things could be just like they were before." I said, "Before hurt me, Richard." He grew quiet. He asked me how I became so strong. I said, "Kindness fed me until I was strong." He asked if Ethan had a lot of money. I said, "He has a lot of character." He sighed. It was a long, sad sigh. He said he was sorry for everything. I said, "I accept your words. I am moving forward now." I ended the call. I felt no shake in my hands. It was really, truly over. Not with revenge. With clarity. Our work kept growing. A big community center in the city invited us to teach a class. A popular podcast asked to interview me about my story. I spoke in simple lines so that anyone could follow my story. I said, "You are not hard to love. You are just hard to hurt now." People wrote to us. They said our workshops and our story had saved them. Some sent checks to support our work. Some just sent simple thank you notes. We saved every single note in a special box. We labeled the box "Good Fruit." On quiet nights, when we were tired, we would read a few of the notes. We would hold each other's hands. We did not count our money like it was a prize. We counted the lives we had helped to stand up again. Still, the money came. We used it to pay our assistants fair wages. We used it to fund free help clinics twice a month for people who had no money. We became known in our community. Some people called us successful. I just called us grateful. Years do not make love smaller when the love is honest. Our love did not get smaller. It grew bigger and stronger with each passing year. Ethan kept his promise on the slow days and on the busy days. He always brought me tea in the morning without me asking. He always let me finish my thoughts without interrupting me. He laughed at my small jokes and he made his own silly jokes. He held my hand in public without any fear of what people might whisper. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I no longer searched for the young girl I had been so long ago. I blessed the woman I had become. I still carried scars from my past, but they did not rule me anymore. They just reminded me of how strong I was. Sometimes I thought of Richard. I heard from our old friend that he spent his days chasing things that always left him. He would make money and then lose it. He would find new company and then he would end up alone again. He learned the lesson that he had tried to skip for so long. A loyal heart is the greatest wealth. He saw my picture in a newspaper piece about our community center. He sent one last message to me. It just said, "You were the treasure all along." I did not reply. That evening, Ethan and I were closing up the office for the day. I locked the front door. He turned off all the lights. We walked out of the building together. We were not young anymore. We were not perfect, but we were true to each other. I rested my head on his shoulder as we walked to our car. I said, "Thank you for opening the door for me that night." He said, "Thank you for knocking." We laughed softly, the same way we did at the beginning of our story. We went home to a dinner table that we set together. We went home to a peace that we had earned together. That is how our story ends. And that is how it begins again each and every day. Two simple yes that are kept with daily care. The end. Please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and ring the bell so you can see more stories about finding strength and new beginnings. Story, My Second Heart. My name is Helen. I am 70 years old now. When people see me, they see an old woman. They see a quiet woman. My face is calm. My eyes are peaceful. But I was not always like this. My past was very different. I want to tell you my story. This is the story of my life. It is a story about change. In my younger years, my heart was not good. It was full of greed. Greed is a very strong feeling. It means you always want more. You are never happy with what you have. I always wanted more money. I loved money. I thought money was everything. I thought money could buy happiness and respect. I was very wrong. My mind was blind. My heart was blind. I could not see the truth. I only saw money. My days were all about money. I woke up in the morning in my big bed. The bed was very soft. The sheets were made of silk. I liked expensive things. I would open my eyes and look at the ceiling. The ceiling was high and white. My husband was sleeping next to me. He was a good man, but I did not think about him. I did not think about the beautiful morning. I thought about money. How can I make more money today? That was my first thought. every single day. It was a cold thought. It made my heart feel cold. I would get out of the bed. The floor was cold under my feet. I would walk to the large window. I looked out at my garden. The garden was big and beautiful. It had many flowers. There were red flowers and yellow flowers and white flowers. But I did not see their beauty. I only saw their cost. I thought to myself, this garden is very expensive. It shows people that I am rich. It shows people I am important. I did not feel happiness from the flowers. I felt pride from the money they represented. I would go to the kitchen. My kitchen was big and modern. Everything was shiny and new. I made breakfast. I took eggs from the refrigerator. I took bread from the cupboard. I put the bread in the toaster. I cooked the eggs in a pan. I did the actions, but my mind was somewhere else. My mind was planning. I thought about my deals. I thought about how to get more from people. I thought about how to pay less. I lied to my neighbors. A neighbor needed to borrow a small amount of money. She promised to pay me back. I gave her the money, but I told her to pay back more. I added extra cost. She was poor. She was sad. But I did not care. I felt smart. I thought I was winning. I cheated in my small business. People trusted me. They gave me their money. I promised to help them. But I used their money for myself. I bought nice clothes. I bought expensive jewelry. I wore a mask for the world. On the outside, I looked strong and successful. On the inside, I was empty. My heart was a dark room. There was no light in it. There was no warmth. There was only the cold feeling of greed. My relationship with my husband was not good. His name is John. He was a simple man. He had a good heart, a very kind heart. He loved me very much. He trusted me completely. But I broke his trust. I broke it many times. I cheated him. I hid money from him. I told him lies about where I was going. I told myself it did not matter. I told myself he would never know. But he knew. I think he always knew. I saw pain in his eyes. His eyes were once full of love for me. But slowly, the love was replaced by sadness. He became quiet. We would eat dinner together. We sat at a big wooden table. The food was good, but the room was silent. He did not speak. I did not speak. The silence was heavy. It was like a thick wall between us. One night, I asked him, "Why are you so quiet? Why do you not talk to me?" He did not look at me. He looked at his plate. He was quiet for a long time. Then he looked at me. His eyes were so tired. They were so sad. He said nothing. He just looked at me. His silence was louder than any words. His silence said, "You are not the woman I married. You are a stranger. I do not know you anymore." I felt angry. I did not want to see his pain. I did not want to feel guilty. So I stood up. I left the table. I walked away. I left him sitting there alone. That moment comes back to me now. I remember his sad eyes. His eyes told me the truth, but I did not want to listen. I wanted to be rich. I wanted to be powerful. I thought that was enough. People in our town respected me, but it was not real respect. It was fear. They were afraid of me. They smiled at me when they saw me. They said, "Hello, Helen." But when I walked away, they whispered. I knew what they whispered. They said, "She is a greedy woman." They said, "She is a cruel woman." I knew they said these things, but I did not care. I thought fear was a kind of power. I thought I was strong, but I was not strong. I was weak, and I was very, very alone. I remember a young woman. She came to my door one day. It was raining. She was wet and cold. She told me she lost her job. She had no money to buy food for her children. She asked me for help. She said, "Please, just a little help. I will pay you back when I find a new job." I looked at her. I saw the pain in her eyes. I saw real desperation. A good person would help. A kind person would give her food and money. But I was not a good person. I laughed. My laugh was cold and cruel. I told her, "That is not my problem. You need to learn to manage your own life." My words were like stones. They hit her hard. She started to cry. She turned and walked away in the rain. That image of her crying in the rain stayed in my mind for a long time, but I pushed it away. I told myself I was right. I told myself I was strong. I was not strong. I was building a wall around my heart. The wall was made of money and lies and selfishness. I lived inside this wall. I thought it protected me. I thought it made me strong. But I was just a prisoner inside my own wall. I was alone. I was empty. My heart was heavy. Every night, I would lie in my expensive bed, and I would feel a heaviness in my chest. It was not a physical pain. It was a pain in my soul. But I never admitted it. I never told anyone. I kept my mask on every day. This was the woman I used to be. A woman who knew how to take but not how to give. A woman who knew how to break but not how to build. A woman who knew how to cheat but not how to love. I carried this darkness for so many years. I did not know that life was watching me. I did not know that everything was about to change. Life was waiting. It was waiting to give me a lesson. A very hard lesson. A lesson that would bring me to my knees. A lesson that would stop my heart. But it was also a lesson that would save my soul. This is not just a story of my mistakes. It is a story of a second chance. And it begins with the day my heart stopped. I lived like this for many years. My pride was a high tower. My lies were a deep river. I thought nothing could hurt me. I thought I was safe in my castle of money. I thought I would always be healthy and strong. I never thought about time. I never thought about an end. But one morning, my body gave me a message. My body told me the truth. All the years of coldness, all the years of greed, they were a heavy weight. My heart could not carry this weight anymore. It started in the morning. I was in the kitchen. The sun was shining. It was a beautiful day, but I did not feel beautiful inside. I felt a pain in my chest. It was a sharp pain. It was like a fire burning inside me. First, I tried to ignore it. I was a strong woman. I did not like to show weakness. I told myself, "It is nothing. It will go away." I continued to make my tea. I put a tea bag in a cup. I poured hot water. My hand was shaking a little. I did not want to admit it. I thought, I can handle this. I am strong. But the pain did not go away. It grew stronger. It became worse. The fire in my chest was getting bigger. I felt my breath become short. It was hard to breathe. Felt like someone was sitting on my chest. My hands started to shake more. I could not hold the cup. Fell from my hand. The hot tea spilled on the floor. The cup broke into many small pieces. I felt a weakness in my legs. I had never felt this weak before. My whole life I was in control. I controlled people. I controlled situations. But now I could not control my own body. For the very first time in my long life, I felt real fear. It was a cold fear. It went through my whole body. I tried to call for help. I wanted to shout my husband's name. John. I wanted to say, but my voice did not work. Only a small sound came out. My body was giving up. My legs could not hold me anymore. I fell to the floor, the hard, cold kitchen floor. I remember the feeling of the tiles on my cheek. I could hear my heart. It was beating very fast and then very slow. It was beating in a strange way. I heard voices. They sounded far away. My husband found me. He shouted my name. Helen! Helen, what is wrong? His voice was full of panic. I heard him call for an ambulance. Other people came. I heard their worried voices. I heard someone say, "She does not look good." Another person said, "I think she will not survive." Those words. I heard those words. They went into my ears like fire. I thought, is this the end? Is this how my story finishes? On a cold kitchen floor? Alone with my greed? In that terrible moment, as I was lying there, my whole life flashed before my eyes. It was not a beautiful movie. It was a list of my mistakes. I saw faces, so many faces. I saw the face of my neighbor, the one I cheated for a little money. I saw the sadness in her eyes. I saw the face of the young woman, the one who came to my door in the rain. I saw her tears. I saw the man whose savings I stole. He trusted me and I destroyed his trust. I saw his head down, walking away from my house. I saw the faces of my own family. I saw the times they needed my love, and I gave them conditions. I saw my husband's face. This was the worst image. I saw his eyes, his young eyes, full of love, and I saw his older eyes, full of pain. The pain that I put there. Each face, each memory, was like a knife in my heart, a heart that was already failing. I wanted to escape these images. I wanted to close my eyes and make them go away, but I could not. I was trapped. My body was on the floor, but my mind was running through my past, my bad past. I thought, this is my punishment. This is what I deserve. I will die now, and I will die with all these sins on me. I felt tears in my eyes, but my body was too weak to let them fall. I felt a deep, deep regret, a regret so big it filled my whole being. I remembered every cruel word. I remembered every selfish action. I remembered every time I chose money over love, pride over kindness. In that moment, on the edge of death, nothing else mattered. The money did not matter. The big house did not matter. The expensive clothes did not matter. The false respect from people did not matter. Only one thing mattered: how I had lived my life. And I saw with perfect clarity that I had wasted it. I had wasted my one precious life. My heartbeat was getting slower, slower, slower. I felt a strange calm. I thought, this is it. This is my last breath. Fear filled me again. But with the fear, there was one last thought. A small whisper in my heart. If only I had one more chance. Just one more chance. I would say sorry. I would fix my mistakes. I would change. The sounds around me faded away. Everything became dark. My eyes closed, and then my heart stopped. I felt a final silence. I thought it was the end. I was sure I would never wake up again. But life or God had a different plan for me. It was not the end. It was a new beginning. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a white ceiling. It was not my ceiling at home. I was confused. I tried to move, but my body was very weak. My chest hurt. It was a dull pain, not the sharp fire from before. I heard a soft, beeping sound. Beep, beep, beep. I turned my head slowly. I saw machines next to my bed. There were tubes and wires connected to me. I realized where I was. I was in a hospital. I was in a hospital bed. I was alive. I slowly lifted my hand. My hand was shaking. I touched my face. I felt my skin. I felt my breath. It was real. I was alive. I could not believe it. A wave of emotion came over me. Tears started to fall from my eyes. They were not tears of pain. They were not tears of sadness. They were tears of shock and relief. I was alive. God had given me another chance. I lay in that bed for a long time. I just cried. I cried for the woman I was, and I cried for the woman I could now become. I knew this was not just luck. This was not just a medical success. This was a gift. It was a warning. It was a clear message from life. A message that said, "You cannot continue to live this way. You must change." I made a promise to myself. I made it right there in that hospital bed. I whispered the promise to myself. "Helen," I said, "you cannot go back. You cannot go back to the lies. You cannot go back to the greed. You have a second chance. Do not waste this one." My heart had stopped, but my soul had woken up. It was awake for the first time in many years. I knew the path ahead would be very difficult. Changing is not easy. Asking for forgiveness is not easy. People would not trust me. Why should they? I had lied to them for years. My husband would not forgive me quickly. I had hurt him too much. The pain I caused would not disappear overnight. But I knew this was my only way. It was my only path to peace. If I failed this time, I would not get another chance. I felt a new feeling inside me. It was determination. The old Helen, the woman who fell on the kitchen floor, was greedy and selfish. She was dead. The woman who opened her eyes in the hospital was different. She was broken. She was weak. But she was ready. She was ready to start again. In the quiet of the hospital room, with the beeping of the machines, I started my new life. My new journey. It was a journey of saying sorry. It was a journey of healing. At night, I could not sleep very well. My mind would not rest. It replayed my life again and again. But now I did not push the memories away. I faced them. I looked at the face of every person I had hurt. I felt their pain. I accepted my mistakes. It was painful, very painful. I cried many nights, but it was a good pain. It was a cleaning pain. It was washing my soul. One night I had a dream. In my dream, I was standing in a big, empty room. And one by one, the people I had hurt came into the room. The young woman in the rain, my old neighbor, the man whose money I stole. They all stood there. They looked at me. They did not look angry. They just looked sad. They asked me one question. "Why, Helen? Why did you do this to us?" In the dream, I could not answer. I had no answer. I just stood there and cried. Then my husband, John, appeared. He stood in front of them all. He looked at me for a moment, and then he turned his back on me. He walked away. I woke up from that dream. My body was shaking. My pillow was wet with tears. The dream was a message. It was a clear message. It told me that I had to face them. I had to face their pain. I could not hide anymore. Surviving the heart attack was the easy part. The hard part was just beginning. It was the journey of making things right. The doctors and nurses were kind to me. They came and checked the machines. They gave me medicine. They smiled at me. But my mind was far away. My mind was making plans. I made a list in my head. A list of all the people I needed to talk to. A list of all the things I needed to fix. At the top of the list was one name, John. My husband. I was scared to face him. Very scared. But I knew I had to. It was the most important step. A few days later, the doctor came to my room. He smiled. He said, "Helen, you are getting stronger. You were very lucky. Soon you can go home." Home. The word filled me with fear, and it filled me with hope. Fear because I had to start my difficult journey there. Hope because I wanted to start it. I wanted to make things right. Before I left the hospital, I looked at myself in the mirror. I saw a different woman. My face was pale and thin. There were new lines around my eyes. But my eyes were different. The old hard look was gone. Now I saw sadness in my eyes. I saw regret. But I also saw something else. I saw determination. I saw a little spark of hope. I told the woman in the mirror, "You are not the old Helen anymore. You will be better. You must be better." This was my gift of life. Not just another day to breathe, but another chance to live. A chance to love. A chance to be kind. A chance to find peace before my final day. I would not waste it. I would not let my old self come back. I was ready to begin. When I finally left the hospital, the world looked different. The sky seemed brighter. The air felt fresher. Every step I took was a reminder. I am alive. I have a second chance. But this chance was not a free gift. It came with a great responsibility. I had to face my past. I had to face the people I had hurt. I had to say the hardest words. The words I had never used with honesty before. I am sorry. The first and most important person I needed to talk to was my husband, John. He had lived for years with my coldness and my lies. I had taken his love and given him pain in return. Facing him was my biggest fear, but it was also my most important duty. He drove me home from the hospital. The car was silent. He did not say much. I did not say much. The silence was not angry. It was just heavy with unspoken words and years of hurt. When we got home, he helped me inside. He made sure I was comfortable on the sofa. I felt his care, but I also felt the distance between us. That evening, I asked him to sit with me. The sun was setting outside. The room was getting dark. My hands were shaking. I was so nervous. I took his hand. His hand felt tired in mine. I looked into his eyes. His kind, sad eyes. My voice was weak, but I spoke from my heart. "John," I said, "I need to tell you the truth. I need to tell you everything." And I did. I told him everything. I did not make excuses. I did not try to hide anything. I told him about the lies I told. I told him about the money I cheated. I told him about my selfish choices. I told him how blind and foolish I had been. As I spoke, tears ran down my face. He listened quietly. He did not interrupt me. His face was a mask of pain. I could see that my words were hurting him. They were opening old wounds. But I had to continue. When I finished, the room was silent again. The silence was deep. I was so scared of what he would say. I cried and I begged him. "Please," I whispered, "please forgive me. I know I don't deserve it. But please give me one more chance. A chance to be the wife I should have been for you." He was quiet for a very long time. Felt like hours. Then finally he spoke. His voice was broken. It was full of pain. He said, "Helen, you broke me. You broke my heart into 1,000 pieces. My trust in you was complete. You destroyed it. Do you have any idea how many nights I cried alone in this house? Do you know how many times I wished you would just look at me, really look at me, and see my hurt?" His words were like knives. They cut me very deep. I deserved to hear them. I had no answer for him. I just sat there and cried. My whole body shook with my sobs. I told him again, I know I did that to you. I cannot change the past. I wish I could, but I cannot. But I can change the future. I promise you, John, I will spend every day that I have left trying to earn back your trust. I will never hurt you again. Please, just believe me. He looked away from me. He looked out the window at the dark garden. He did not say yes, but he did not say no. He just sat there in his silent pain. That silence was my punishment. It was a terrible punishment, but I did not let go of his hand. I held it tighter. I thought, even if he cannot forgive me today, I will not give up. I will show him with my actions. I will prove that I have changed. The days that followed were the hardest of my life. I started to meet the other people I had wronged. The first person I went to see was my old neighbor, Martha. I had cheated her out of some money many years ago. She had been my friend, but she never spoke to me again after that. I walked to her house. My legs felt heavy. I knocked on her door. My hand was shaking. She opened the door. When she saw me, her face became cold and hard. "What do you want, Helen?" she asked. Her voice was like ice. I bowed my head. I could not look into her eyes. I said, "Martha, I came here to say I am sorry. I was wrong. I stole from you. I lied to you. I betrayed your friendship. It was a terrible thing to do. Please, can you forgive me?" She laughed. It was not a happy laugh. It was a bitter, sad laugh. "Sorry?" she said. "You think the word sorry can fix everything? Do you think it can give me back the years of struggle I had because of you? Do you think it can give me back my peace of mind?" Her words hurt, but I deserved them. I did not leave. I stayed there, on her doorstep, and I let my tears fall. I told her, "I know it can't. I know my words are not enough. But I want to give this back to you." I held out an envelope with the money I had taken, and much more. "And I want to show you, with time, that I am not that person anymore." I saw a small change in her eyes, just for a second. The hardness softened a little. But then she shook her head and slowly closed the door in my face. I stood there for a long time. I was crying in the cold, but a strange thing happened. Inside, I felt a little bit lighter. I had told the truth. I had faced my mistake. Even though she did not forgive me, I had done the right thing. It was a start. I went to many other people. The journey was long and painful. Some people shouted at me. They told me to go away. Some people refused to even open their door. Some people listened, but they said my apology meant nothing to them. Each rejection was painful, but I accepted it. I had to, but there were a few people who listened. A few people who saw the change in my eyes. A few who cried with me. An old business partner held my hands and said, "It takes courage to do this, Helen. I forgive you." Those words were like medicine to my soul. They healed a small part of my broken heart. But through it all, the hardest person was still my husband. He lived with me, but he was distant. I tried every day to show him my change. I spoke to him softly. I listened to him carefully. I cared for him with genuine love, not just duty. Sometimes I would see him looking at me, and in his eyes, I would see a little bit of the old love he had for me. But then the memory of the pain would return, and he would look away. One night I could not sleep. The house was quiet. I sat on the edge of our bed. He was sleeping. I whispered to him, even though I knew he could not hear me. "I know I broke your trust, John. I know it is hard to forget. But please just let me try. Let me spend the rest of my life showing you that I am new. Let me love you the way you always deserved to be loved." He stirred in his sleep. He turned towards me. He opened his eyes. He must have heard me. He looked at me for a long time in the dark room. Then he said softly, "I don't know if I can ever forget, Helen, but I can see you are trying. I can see your heart is different now." Those words were a small key. They opened a door that had been locked for so long. They were not complete forgiveness, but they were hope. A small, bright light of hope in my darkness. That was enough for me. It was more than enough. My journey of saying sorry was full of pain. It broke my pride into a million pieces. But with every sorry I spoke, with every tear I shed, I felt lighter. I felt cleaner. I felt more alive than I had felt in many, many years. The hardest sorry was to my husband, but it was the most important one. His forgiveness was the only one my heart truly needed to heal. And I knew with time and patience I could earn it. My second chance was beginning. After I had spoken to many people, and after my husband showed me a little bit of hope, my heart felt lighter. But a deep sadness still lived inside me. It was the sadness for my husband, John. I saw him every day. He was a good man. He was patient. But I could see the wound in his heart. It was a deep wound, and I had made it. I knew that all the apologies in the world would mean nothing if I could not help him heal. His pain was the proof of my terrible past. He had given me his whole heart, and I had carelessly broken it. I watched him closely every day. We lived in the same house, but sometimes he seemed so far away. He would sit in his chair and read a book, but I knew his mind was somewhere else. He spoke more than before, but his words were often short. He rarely smiled. Sometimes, when he thought I was not looking, I would see him look at me. In his eyes, I saw a battle between the memory of his pain and the hope for a new future. I knew I had to be patient. I had to be very, very patient. I started with small things. I wanted to show him my love through actions, not just words. I would cook his favorite meals. When he came to the table, he would see the food he loved. He would look at me and give a small nod. That small nod was a victory for me. I would make him tea in the afternoon. I would bring it to him where he was sitting. I would just place it on the table next to him. I would not say much. I just wanted him to feel my care. In the evenings, I would ask him about his day. At first, he would just say, "It was fine," but slowly he started to tell me more. He told me about his garden. He told me about a bird he saw. I listened to every word. I listened with my whole heart. I wanted him to know that he was important to me. His thoughts were important to me. His feelings were important to me. One evening, we were sitting in the living room. It was quiet. The only sound was the clock on the wall. My heart was beating fast. I knew I had to talk to him again. I had to face his eyes. I moved my chair a little closer to him. I said his name softly, "John." He looked up from his book. He looked at me. His eyes were like deep pools of memory. I could see the pain there. I could see the betrayal. I could see all the silent nights. For a moment, I wanted to look away. I was so ashamed, but I forced myself to look into his eyes. I had to be strong. I had to be honest. My voice was trembling a little, but I spoke clearly. "I know you don't trust me completely yet," I said, "and I understand why. I hurt you more than anyone. I know that, but I am asking you to look at me now. Please, John. See the woman I am today. Don't see the woman I was before." He just looked at me. He did not say anything for a long time. The silence was very heavy. I thought he would get up and leave the room, but he stayed. He put his book down. His lips moved, and he spoke slowly. His voice was full of old sadness. He said, "Helen, do you know what it feels like to love someone with all your heart, and to know that they don't love you back in the same way? Do you know what it feels like to be broken by the one person who was supposed to protect your heart?" His questions were like stones. They fell heavily into the silence. Tears filled my eyes and started to roll down my cheeks. I did not wipe them away. I let him see them. I nodded my head slowly. "Yes," I whispered. "I know now. I did not know before, but I know now. I was so blind, John. I was so selfish. I thought money and things were important. I was a fool. Terrible fool. I betrayed your perfect love for me. I cannot change what I did. I will live with that regret for the rest of my life. But please, let me change the future. Please give me a chance to love you the right way. The way you have always loved me." He closed his eyes. I could see him struggling inside. Forgiveness is not a simple choice. It is a hard journey. Pain does not go away in one day. But when he opened his eyes again, I saw something different. The hardness was gone. I saw a softness there. And in the middle of all the sadness, I saw a tiny light. A small light of hope. That moment changed everything. The days after that were different. The heavy wall between us started to break. It was not a sudden collapse. It was a slow process. One stone at a time. He started to talk to me more. He started to share his thoughts. He even smiled sometimes. His smile was like the sun coming out after a long, dark storm. It filled my heart with warmth. I never forgot his words. "You broke me." Those words stayed with me every single day. They were a constant reminder. They reminded me to be gentle. They reminded me to be honest. They reminded me to be careful with his heart. I never wanted to be the cause of his pain again. I wanted to be the cause of his peace. I wanted to be the one who helped him heal. One night, a few weeks later, he did something that surprised me. We were watching television. He reached over and took my hand. His hand was warm and strong. My heart jumped with joy. He held my hand and he said very softly, "I see you trying, Helen. I see the change in you is real. I want to believe in us again. I want to forgive you. It will just take more time." I started to cry again, but these were not tears of sadness. They were tears of pure relief and happiness. He had not said the words, "I forgive you," yet, but he had opened the door to his heart. For me, that was enough. It was more than I deserved. I squeezed his hand. I told him, "I will wait, John. I will wait forever if I have to. I will keep trying every single day. I will not stop until you feel safe in my love again." From that day on, we started to walk a new path together. It was a slow path. The pain from the past was still there, like shadows. But now there was also light. The light of healing. The light of a new beginning. We were not building our old love again. That love was gone forever. We were building something new. A love that was stronger because it had survived the storm. A love that was purer because it was built on truth, not lies. Facing my husband's eyes was the hardest thing I had ever done in my life. In his eyes, I saw all of my sins. But in his eyes, I also saw my chance for redemption. His eyes taught me that even the deepest wound can heal. It just needs time, honesty, and a love that is willing to try again. That night, as he held my hand, I said a silent prayer in my heart. "Thank you, God," I whispered. "Thank you for this second chance. I promise I will not waste it. After my husband began to open his heart to me, I felt a new sense of purpose. My second chance was not just about fixing my marriage. It was about fixing my soul. I needed to become a better person, not just for John, but for everyone. I had spent so many years taking from the world. Now it was my time to give back. I had to prove with my actions, not just my words, that the old, greedy Helen was truly gone. My first step was a difficult one. I had to return the money I had stolen. The memory of the man whose savings I took was a heavy weight on my conscience. He had trusted me with everything he had, and I had betrayed him without a second thought. I found his phone number. My hand was shaking as I called him. When he answered, I said, "This is Helen. I need to see you. It is very important." He was silent for a moment. Then he agreed to meet me. He came to my house. His face was cold and distant. He did not want to come inside. He stood on the doorstep. He looked older and more tired than I remembered. I did not waste time. I held out an envelope. Inside was all the money I had taken from him, plus extra to cover all the years he had suffered. My eyes were full of tears. I said, "This is yours. I stole it from you. There is no excuse for what I did. I was a terrible person. I am so deeply ashamed. Please, take this back." He looked at me with shock. He looked at the envelope. He could not believe it. At first, he probably thought it was some kind of trick. But I spoke again, my voice shaking. "I don't want anything in my life that is not truly mine. I want to leave this world with a clean heart. Please, I am begging you, forgive me." His cold expression slowly melted away. His eyes filled with tears. He took the envelope from my hand. He opened it and saw the money. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the pain lift from his face. He said, "Helen, I never thought this day would come. I had given up all hope." That day, as he walked away, I felt a piece of the heavy weight fall from my shoulders. It was a good feeling. It was the feeling of doing the right thing. I continued on this path. I remembered the poor widow I had been so cruel to. Many years ago, she had asked me for help, and I had laughed at her. Now I went to her small house. I brought her bags of food. I also brought her an envelope with money. I held her old, wrinkled hands in mine. I looked into her kind eyes. "I was cruel to you," I said. "There is no excuse for my behavior. I am so sorry for the pain I caused you. Please, let me help you now." She did not say anything. She just started to cry, and then she hugged me. I hugged her back. We stood there, two old women crying together. In that moment, I understood the true meaning of giving. It was not about money. It was about connection. It was about kindness. It was about sharing another person's pain and joy. Little by little, my life changed. I found new purpose in helping others. If I heard someone in the town was sick, I would go and visit them. I would bring them soup. I would sit with them and talk. If a family was struggling, I would buy books for their children. If a person just seemed sad and lonely, I would offer a listening ear. I listened with patience and without judgment. Each action was small, but each small act of kindness was like a medicine for my soul. It was healing the dark places inside me. At first, the people in the town were suspicious. They did not trust me. They watched me from a distance. They whispered to each other, "What is Helen doing? Is this real? Or is it another one of her tricks?" They said, "She will change back to her old self soon. A person like that can't really change." Their words hurt me, but I did not get angry. I did not try to defend myself. I understood their doubt. I had given them no reason to trust me for many, many years. I just kept quiet. I kept doing my work. I told myself, Helen, let your actions speak for you. Time will show them that your change is real. And time did. Weeks turned into months. Slowly, I saw a change in the townspeople. People who used to cross the street to avoid me now started to greet me. They would say, "Good morning, Helen." And there was a real warmth in their voices. The little children who used to hide when they saw me now ran up to me and smiled. The women who used to whisper bad things about me now came to me for advice. It was a slow and difficult process, but every small smile, every kind word, was a sign that I was on the right path. My husband, John, saw all of this. He saw me giving my time and money without asking for anything in return. He saw the new softness in my heart. He saw the genuine care in my eyes. One evening, he said to me, "I see what you are doing, Helen. You are not just trying to heal yourself. You are trying to heal the community you hurt." His words made me feel proud. They gave me more strength to continue. I knew my journey was far from over. Trust cannot be rebuilt in a day. Love cannot be healed in a week. But with every kind act, I felt myself changing. I was becoming a new woman. I was no longer the old Helen who cheated and lied. I was becoming a new Helen, a Helen who cared, a Helen who gave, a Helen who loved without conditions. One sunny afternoon, a little girl from next door gave me a flower she had picked from her garden. She said, "This is for you. You are like a grandmother to me." Those simple words broke my heart in the most beautiful way. I started to cry. Me, Helen, a grandmother figure? The same woman that people used to fear and hate? In that moment, it felt like a message from God. It felt like He was telling me, "You are on the right path. Keep going." The kindness I was giving to others was also a kindness to myself. "I am sorry," I said. Every gift I gave, every tear I shared with someone, was healing my own soul. My heart felt lighter and lighter. My nights were no longer filled with guilt and regret. For the first time in decades, I could close my eyes and sleep in peace. My new life was built on small steps. Many, many small steps of kindness. Together, these steps were creating a new path for me. Path of peace, love, and redemption. The more I dedicated my life to kindness, the more I saw a change in my husband's eyes. The transformation was slow, like a flower opening one petal at a time. In the beginning, he had watched me with cautious eyes. He saw me visit the sick. He saw me return the money I had stolen. He saw me sit with lonely people and just listen. He saw me give without any pride or expectation. Slowly, day by day, he began to believe that this new Helen was real. He began to believe that my change was deep and true. One evening, we were eating dinner. For so many years, our dinners had been silent and heavy. But on this evening, he looked at me across the table. He put down his fork. He said very softly, "You are not the same woman, Helen. The woman I used to know is gone." His words were simple, but they meant the world to me. My eyes filled with tears of gratitude. I told him, "I never want to be that woman again, John. I only want to be the wife that you have always deserved." He did not say anything more, but he did not look away. He continued to look at me, and in his eyes, I saw a new warmth. That look was more valuable to me than all the money in the world. It was a look of acceptance, a look of hope. Day by day, the invisible wall between us continued to crumble. It did not disappear in one big explosion. It broke apart piece by piece, with every kind word and every shared moment. Sometimes, when I told him a story about my day, he would smile. A real, genuine smile. That smile was like sunshine in my heart. Sometimes, he would ask me small questions. How is Mrs. Gable feeling today? Or, did the children like the books you bought? He was showing me that he cared about my new life. He was a part of it. Sometimes he would reach for my hand when we were sitting together. He would hold it without me asking. Each of these small moments was a precious gift, a sign that our love was slowly being reborn. One night, he sat beside me on the sofa. The house was quiet. He took a deep breath. I could tell he wanted to say something important. He said, "Helen, for so many years, I was angry. I felt so betrayed. I honestly thought you would never change. I had lost all hope." His voice was shaking with emotion. I could see tears in his eyes. He continued, "But I see you now. I see how you have changed. Your heart is so much softer. You care for people in a way you never did before." I placed my hand on his. My own voice was a whisper. "I can never erase the past. I know that. The pain I caused you will always be a part of our story. But I can love you now with complete honesty. I can spend every remaining day of my life trying to give you peace. Please, allow me to heal the wound that I created." He squeezed my hand gently. That simple touch was more powerful than any words. It was a touch of forgiveness. It was a touch of acceptance. Told me that our love was returning. Slowly but surely, the days and weeks after that night were brighter. The heavy shadow of the past was lifting. We began to talk more. We talked about everything and nothing. We even started to laugh together. The sound of our shared laughter was something I had not heard in years. It was a beautiful sound. He would tell me stories from his day, and I would listen with my full attention. When he was tired or not feeling well, I cared for him. I cared for him with real love, not just as a duty. And I saw his eyes soften every time I did something small and kind for him. Then, one morning, he gave me the greatest gift of all. We were sitting at the kitchen table, drinking our morning coffee. He looked at me, and his eyes were clear and full of a love I thought I had lost forever. He said the 3 words I had been praying to hear. He said, "Helen, I forgive you." My heart stopped for a second. The world seemed to stand still. I could not believe it. Tears started to roll down my face, but they were tears of pure, overwhelming joy. I reached across the table and held his hands. "Thank you," I whispered over and over again. "Thank you. I will never, ever break your trust again." His forgiveness was not the end of our journey. In many ways, it was a new beginning. We had to learn how to be a couple again. But this time, our relationship was built on a much stronger foundation. It was built on truth, not lies. It was built on shared pain, but also on shared healing. Love returned to our house slowly. But when it returned, it was a different kind of love. It was a deeper love, an honest love, a quiet, peaceful love. And for the first time in so many years, I felt like a true wife again. I felt whole. My heart was no longer empty. It was full of gratitude, full of peace, and full of a love that had been given a second chance to live. When my husband, John, finally said the words, "I forgive you," I felt a profound sense of peace. It was as if a heavy chain I had been carrying for years was suddenly unlocked and fell away from my heart. His forgiveness was a gift I did not deserve, but one I would cherish for every moment I had left. Life after that moment was a new chapter for us. The ghost of my past no longer haunted our home. We started to live in the light of the present, not in the shadow of my mistakes. I continued to devote myself to him. I gave him my time, my full attention, my unwavering honesty. And he, in return, gave me his trust back, piece by piece, day by day. Together, we were building something new. It was not the same passionate love of our youth. It was something quieter, but much stronger. It was a gentle love, a partnership born from pain but made pure and unbreakable through the difficult journey of forgiveness. My work in the community also continued. My days were filled with purpose. The people who once feared or hated me now welcomed me with open hearts. They saw me not as the greedy woman from the past, but as a friend. They shared their problems with me, and I listened with a patient and compassionate heart. I gave what I could. Sometimes it was food or money. Sometimes it was just a comforting word or a shared silence. Each small act of kindness was a reminder of my second chance. It was a chance not just for me to find peace, but for me to bring a little bit of peace to others. Of course, not everyone forgave me. There were some people whose wounds were too deep. Some doors remained closed to me. I accepted this with humility. I understood that I could not force forgiveness. I had no right to demand it. For those people, I prayed silently. I prayed for their hearts to find peace, even if that peace did not include me. I told myself, even if they never forgive you, Helen, you must continue to do good. Your actions must speak for you, even when words are not enough. That thought helped me to let go of the need for everyone's approval. It brought me an inner peace. I often looked at my dear husband and marveled at his capacity for forgiveness. How could he forgive me after everything I had put him through? One afternoon, I asked him that question. John, how did you find it in your heart to forgive me? He looked into my eyes, and his gaze was full of wisdom and love. He said, because I saw your heart truly change, Helen. I saw you fall down to the lowest point, and then I watched you stand up again, not with pride, but with humility. Forgiveness is not about forgetting the past. Forgetting is impossible. Forgiveness is about choosing to let go of the anger. It's about giving both of us a chance to have peace in the time we have left. His words were so wise. They touched me deeply. They made me understand that true love is not about being perfect. True love sees the flaws, feels the pain, and still makes the choice to heal and to stay. As the months and years passed, I found myself smiling more often, and my husband smiled with me. Our home, which was once a place of silence and sadness, became a place of warmth, laughter, and peace. People called me a kind woman. They said I had a good heart, but I never forgot the woman I used to be. The memory of her was not a source of shame anymore. It was a lesson. It was a permanent reminder that even the most lost soul can find their way back. It reminded me that change is possible for anyone who truly wants it. Now, when I look at my reflection in the mirror, I see an old woman. I see the wrinkles of age. I see the silver in my hair. But I also see a new soul shining through my eyes. I see a heart that was once cold and full of greed, but is now warm and full of love for others. I see a woman who once broke things, but who has learned how to build them up again. This is the end of my story, but it is also the beginning of the new me. I was given a precious second chance at life, and I chose not to waste it. I chose the path of kindness. I chose the path of forgiveness. I chose the path of love. And now, when my final day on this earth comes, I will be ready. I will leave this world not as the selfish, greedy woman I once was, but as a woman who learned the most important lesson of all, the lesson of how to change. Please subscribe to the channel, ring the bell, and like the video. This helps us create more stories for you to enjoy and learn from. Story: The Boy Who Saw Me. My name is Susie. I want to tell you a story. It is a story about my life when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager, I had a very big problem. This problem was not with my family. My family was very nice. This problem was not with my school. I liked my school sometimes. The problem was with me. It was about my face. I had something on my face that I did not like. I had freckles. Freckles are small brown spots. I had many of these small brown spots on my nose. I also had them on my cheeks, under my eyes. They were everywhere on my face. I really hated my freckles. I hated them very, very much. Every single day I had the same routine. In the morning I would wake up. The sun would come through my window. I would get out of my bed. My bed was warm and comfortable. I did not want to leave it, but I had to go to school. So I walked to the bathroom. The floor was cold on my feet. I opened the bathroom door. I went inside and I looked in the mirror. The mirror was big and clean. It was on the wall over the sink. When I looked in the mirror, I saw my face. I saw my brown hair. I saw my green eyes. And then I saw my freckles. They were the first thing I saw. They were the only thing I saw. I did not see a pretty girl. I only saw a girl with too many spots. I used to think, look at them. Just look at all of them. It made me feel very sad. My heart would feel heavy in my chest. I thought that my freckles were getting bigger every day. I really believed this. I thought, when I am older, what will happen? Maybe there will be one big freckle all over my face. This thought scared me a lot. I did not want my face to be one big brown spot. I wanted to have clear skin. I wanted to be beautiful. But I thought my freckles made me ugly. At school, things were not better. In fact, they were worse. The other little children in my class sometimes laughed at me. They pointed at my face. They would say mean things. "Hello, freckle face!" They shouted across the playground. Their voices were loud. Their laughter was loud. I felt very small when they did that. I wanted to hide. I wanted to be invisible. But I could not be invisible. My freckles were too easy to see. When I became a teenager, the problem got even bigger. My freckles were my big teenage problem. They were the reason I was shy. They were the reason I did not have a boyfriend. I was sure of it. Why did I think this? I will tell you about one day. It was a very specific day that I remember very well. It was lunchtime at school. I did not want to eat in the loud dining room. So I went to the school library. The library was always quiet. I liked the smell of the books. It was a calm place for me. I started to look for a book to read. I walked between the tall shelves. The shelves were full of books. There were books of all colors and sizes. I was running my finger along the spines of the books. I was looking for a good story. Suddenly, I heard a conversation. It was coming from the other side of the bookshelf. I could not see who was talking, but I could hear their voices. They were the voices of two boys. They were talking about girls in our school. One boy asked, "So, who do you think is pretty?" My body became very still. I stopped breathing for a moment. I wanted to hear the answer. The other boy said a name. He said, "Donna Marshall." My ears went ding. It was like a little bell rang in my head. Because Donna is my best friend. I was happy for her. But I was also a little sad. Of course, they thought Donna was pretty. Everyone thought Donna was pretty. Then the first boy spoke again. He said, "Yes, and Susie Carpenter." My ears went ding again. This time it was a bigger sound in my head. Because that's me. My name is Susie Carpenter. He thought I was pretty. I could not believe it. My heart started to beat very fast. I felt a small smile on my face. This was a good feeling. The first boy started to speak again. He said, "Great legs." I listened carefully. I thought to myself, that's a good start. That is a very nice compliment. A small part of me felt happy, but another part of me was very worried. I thought, but please don't talk about the freckles. Please don't say anything bad about the freckles. I was so scared. I closed my eyes and I hoped. But then the other boy spoke. He said the words I was afraid to hear. He said, "But I don't like the freckles." Oh no, my heart felt like it stopped. The happy feeling was gone. It was replaced by a cold, sad feeling. The words echoed in my head. I don't like the freckles. I wanted to run away. I wanted to run away and cry. I wanted to cry a lot. I had a silly thought. I thought, perhaps my tears will wash my freckles away. It was a sad and silly thought. I knew it was not true, but I felt so helpless. I slowly walked away from the bookshelf. I did not get a book. I just wanted to leave the library. I wanted to be alone. I thought about Donna. Donna is pretty, of course. She has it all. She has beautiful blonde hair. It is long and shiny. She has big blue eyes. They look like the summer sky. She has nice teeth. Her smile is perfect. And the most important thing, she has no freckles. Her skin is clear and smooth. Boys fall down at her feet when she walks past them. It was true. I saw it happen every day. She can go out with any boy she wants. And she goes out with a lot of them. She gets bored very easily. When she gets bored with a boy, she says goodbye to him. Just like that. It was so easy for her. Then, she turns to the next boy in line. There was always a next boy. That was Donna's life. It was a life full of young men who wanted to be with her. And they happily did everything for her. They carried her books. They bought her snacks. They told her she was beautiful. And what did I have? I only had freckles. I was very unhappy in those days. I felt like I was living in Donna's shadow. But I am not unhappy now. Now, I am quite happy with my freckles. I learned to like them. So what changed things? What happened to me? I'll tell you the story. It all started one day at lunchtime. It was in the big, noisy school dining room. I was sitting at a table with Donna. We were eating our lunch. My lunch was a sandwich and an apple. Donna was eating a salad. She always ate salads. Suddenly, Donna stopped eating. She looked across the room. She said, "A boy over there is looking at us." Her voice was a little excited. I looked at her. I said, "Looking at you, you mean?" I was sure he was looking at her. Boys always looked at Donna. "What boy?" I asked. I tried to look around the room without being obvious. "I don't know," she said. "I never saw him before." She was still looking in his direction. Now, I started to turn my head to look for him. I wanted to see this new boy. "Don't look," Donna said quickly. Her voice was sharp. "He'll see you look at him. Look at him when he's not looking." I was confused. "Donna, I have to look at him," I said. "Or how will I know when he's not looking?" It seemed like a logical question to me. I continued, "What's wrong? Will he run away when he sees me?" I was thinking about my freckles again. Maybe he would see my face and look away. "Okay, look at him," said Donna. She sounded a little annoyed. But be careful. We don't want him to think we are interested. Then she had an idea. A typical Donna idea. Go and get a glass of water, she said. I pointed to my glass on the table. I've got some water, I said. Go and get another glass, she said. She was very bossy sometimes. You can look at him on the way. He's sitting alone near the door. So I stood up. I did what Donna told me to do. I went for some more water. The dining room was very big and crowded. I had to walk past many tables. On my way to the water fountain, I looked at the boy. He was sitting by himself at a small table. He had dark hair and he was wearing a blue shirt. He was looking down at his food. Then he looked up. He looked directly at me, and he smiled at me. It was a small, shy smile. I was surprised. I smiled back at him. And then, something funny happened. He blushed. His cheeks turned red. I thought that was very sweet. I got my water and I walked back to our table. When I got back, Donna nearly pulled me down into my chair. She was very impatient. Do you know him? She asked. Her eyes were wide with curiosity. His name's Jack, I said. I remembered seeing him in one of my classes. He came to the school at the beginning of the term. We're in the same class for history. He's got a nice face, said Donna. Her eyes were sparkling. She was already interested. Did Jack have a nice face? I thought about it for a moment. I tried to remember his smile. I guess so, I said. But he's not handsome, is he? I meant he was not like the other boys Donna usually liked. No, said Donna. But he isn't handsome in a really nice way. Do you know him well? She asked. Not very well, I said. I just say hello to him sometimes in class. Who's he going out with? Asked Donna. This was always her next question. Nobody, I think, I said. He only came here at the beginning of the term. He probably doesn't know many people yet. Donna's brain started to work very fast. I could almost see the gears turning in her head. She was making a plan. You've got history last lesson today, she said. Talk to him after the lesson. She wanted me to be her messenger. Give me time and I'll find you, I said. I was not sure about this plan. Wait a minute, I said. Excuse me, aren't you Donna Marshall? Aren't you going out with Steve Bridges? I remembered her talking about Steve just last week. Not really, said Donna. She waved her hand as if it was not important. I said last week you said Steve is wonderful, Susie. She mimicked my voice. And that was last week, said Donna. I like Steve, of course, but... She did not finish the sentence. I knew two things in that moment. First, Donna was bored with Steve. It was time to say goodbye to Steve. Second, Jack was next on her list. Why? Because Donna always got her man. It was like a rule of the universe. So, after the history lesson that afternoon, I did as I was told. The bell rang. Everyone started to pack their bags. I put my books in my bag very, very slowly. I wanted to be the last one to leave. I watched Jack. He put his books in his bag and stood up. When Jack went past my table on his way out of the classroom, I followed him. I walked a few steps behind him in the hallway. Then I called his name. Jack, I said. My voice was a little shaky. He turned around and he saw me, and he blushed again. His cheeks turned a bright pink. I thought to myself, he is very shy. This made me feel a little more confident. Hi, I said. I'm Susie. I know who you are, said Jack. His voice was quiet. Did you want something? He asked. I suddenly realized I did not have a good reason to talk to him. I had to think of something fast. "Do you like it here?" I asked. It was a simple question. I couldn't think of anything more interesting to say. "Is it difficult at a big school when you don't know anybody?" I added. "It's okay," he said. "Everybody's friendly." Then he said something strange. "And it smells right." "What?" I said. I was sure I heard him wrong. Jack smiled. It was a nice smile. It made his whole face look different. He said, "My last school was near a farm. The smell was very bad. We had to shut the windows in summer and in winter." "Oh," I said. "So you're a country boy." I was trying to make conversation. "No," he said. "My school was in Basingstoke." "Oh, Basingstoke," I said. I pretended that I knew the place. "You know it?" he asked. "No," I said honestly. "Is it a nice place?" "It's okay," he said. He looked at me strangely. He was probably wondering why I was asking so many questions. But I couldn't stop now. I had to wait for Donna. I looked around the hallway. Where was Donna? I said, "Are there any cinemas in Basingstoke?" It was a silly question. Yes," he said. He looked even more confused now. "Did you see the film?" I began to ask another question, but then I saw Donna. She was walking towards us. She was smiling her big, beautiful smile. She came to us and said, "Hi, Susie." "Hi, Donna," I said, feeling relieved. "This is Jack." "Jack, this is Donna." Donna gave Jack her biggest and best smile. Her smile usually makes men weak in the legs. I had seen it happen many times. Jack put out his hand to shake hers. He said, "Hello, Donna. Nice to meet you." His voice was calm. His legs were not weak. He was not falling at her feet. This was very unusual. Donna was not used to this. After a minute of silence, Donna tried again. She gave another big smile. She put her hand on Jack's arm. I thought to myself, why isn't he falling at her feet? What is wrong with him? I decided to leave them alone. Donna could do the work now. My job was done. I said, "Well, I have to go. See you later." And I walked away. Later that evening, my phone rang. It was Donna. She was not happy. Her voice sounded very frustrated. "That Jack," she said. "What's wrong with him?" I asked. I was curious to know what happened after I left. "I could only get about 6 words out of him," she said. She sounded very annoyed. "He was all right when he talked to me," I said. "Perhaps he was just shy with you." "He's slow," she said. "I wanted to go out with him, but he didn't ask me." This was a big shock. Donna was alone with a boy for more than 5 minutes, and he did not ask her out. This had never happened before. I thought, what's wrong with him? Or maybe, what's wrong with her? I said to Donna, "I think he's just shy. He blushes very easily." "I'll try something different next time," said Donna. She was not going to give up. "What does he like to do? What doesn't he like?" she asked me. She wanted more information. "I don't think he likes farms," I said. It was the only thing I knew for sure. "Farms?" said Donna. Her voice was full of disbelief. "Who wants to talk about farms? Does he like dancing? Does he like the cinema?" "You'll have to ask him," I said. I did not want to be her spy anymore. "Why don't you ask him?" I said again. Donna did a big sigh down the phone. It was a very dramatic sigh. She said, "Oh, Susie, you don't know anything about boys." She was probably right. I didn't know anything about boys, and I thought I knew the reason. It was because of the freckles. The next day at school, during lunch in the dining room, Donna watched Jack all the time. She did not eat much of her salad. Her eyes followed him everywhere he went. When he finished his lunch and was ready to leave, Donna turned to me. "Now, Susie," she said, "go after him. Quickly." I looked at my sandwich. I was still eating my lunch. "But I'm having my lunch," I said. "Forget lunch," she said. "Food makes you fat." I knew that was not true, but I did not want to argue with her. Okay, I'm going," I said. I stood up and left my half-eaten sandwich. I thought to myself, can you think of a better friend than me? Do your friends go without their lunch for you? I was a very good friend to Donna. I found Jack near the tennis courts. He was just standing there, looking at the courts. I walked up to him. "Jack," I said. "Hi." "Hi, Susie," said Jack. And of course he blushed again. His face turned red. It was actually quite cute. I had to ask him the questions Donna wanted to know. So, I started. "What do you like, Jack?" "Pardon," he said. He looked a little confused. "Do you like sports?" I asked, pointing to the tennis courts. "Tennis." Jack laughed. It was a nice, soft laugh. He said, "No, I'm not very good at sports. I like reading or computer games." "Do you like dancing?" I asked. This was one of Donna's important questions. "Sometimes," he answered, "when I'm dancing with the right girl." We didn't speak for a minute after that. It was not an awkward silence. It was a comfortable silence. Jack looked at me. I looked at his eyes. I realized they were not brown. They were green, a very nice shade of green. I had never noticed that before. After a time, I remembered my mission. I had to ask more questions. "What other things do you like?" I asked. "Cats," said Jack. His face lit up when he said it. "We've got 3. They're good for stress." I didn't understand. I said, "Cats give you stress?" Jack laughed again. It was a nice laugh. He said, "No, they stop it." He smiled at me for a minute. Then he asked a question that I was not expecting. "And what does Susie like?" I was not ready for this. I was supposed to ask Jack questions, not answer them. I was a little flustered. "Oh, you know," I said quickly. "Reading, music. I write poems." The words just came out of my mouth. "You write poems?" he asked. He looked very surprised. "Yes," I said. I felt a little embarrassed. When I was young, my school teacher told me, "That's a good poem, Susie." After that, I never stopped writing them. Jack's eyes were open wide. He looked very interested. He said, "That's strange. I write poems too." "A lot of people do, Jack," I said. "The library's got a lot of books of poems in it." Jack gave nice laugh number 3. He said, "You'll have to show me yours one day." The conversation with Jack was easy, felt natural. So I talked and talked. I told him about the books I liked and the music I listened to. Then I saw the time on a clock on the school building. "Oh no," I said. "I'm sorry. Are you bored?" "No, I'm not bored," he said. "I enjoyed listening." His face went red again. He looked down at the floor and said, "Can we do it again someday?" "Yes, of course," I said. I smiled at him. "I'll see you," I said as I started to walk away. "See you," he said. I was nearly late for my next class. I had to run. Donna was waiting for me. She was not happy. "Where were you?" she asked. Her arms were crossed. "With Jack," I said, trying to catch my breath. All this time? She asked. It was a long conversation, I said. He's interesting, but Donna didn't want to know that. She was not interested in his personality. She said, "Tell me about him. What is he like?" "He doesn't like sports," I said. "He likes cats. He writes poems." "Poems?" said Donna. She made a strange face. "Yes," I said. "You know, poems. A lot of words." Okay, I know about poems," said Donna. She sounded impatient. "And he likes dancing," I told her. This was the information she wanted. Donna smiled. It was not a pretty smile. It was a calculating smile. Cats and poems were not very useful to her. But dancing? "Does he?" she said. "Now that's interesting." The next day, Donna wanted to look for Jack again, and she took me with her. We found him outside the English classroom. He was talking to another boy. Donna waited until the other boy left. Then she walked right up to him. "Hello, Jack," she said in her sweetest voice. "Hello," Jack said. He looked at her for a moment. Donna. He had to think for a second to remember her name. "Sorry," he said. "I can never remember names." I noticed something strange. Jack didn't blush when Donna talked to him. Donna continued with her plan. "Susie tells me you like dancing," she said. "Oh, well," said Jack. He did not seem very enthusiastic. "There's a disco at school on Friday night," said Donna. "Are you going to it?" Jack hesitated. "I'll be there," said Donna. She did not wait for his answer. "Will you?" said Jack. "I love dancing," said Donna. "Oh," said Jack. This was not going well for Donna. She was used to boys being much more excited to talk to her. She decided to be more direct. "Perhaps I'll dance with you. Ask me nicely," she said with a little smile. "That's very kind of you," said Jack. "But I think my parents are planning something for Friday." Was Donna angry? Oh yes. On the walk home from school, she was very angry. She was quiet for a long time. Then she exploded. "Is it Jack or is it me?" she said. "Am I suddenly ugly?" "No, you're not ugly," I answered. "Donna, he's just shy." "He's not shy with you," she said. Her voice was sharp. "I'm not the beautiful, famous Donna," I said. It was true. I was just Susie. "Listen, give him some time," I suggested. "I can't," she said. "Why not?" I asked. I did not understand why she was so desperate. "I finished with Steve last night," she explained. "Who am I going to go to the disco with? I can't stay at home when all my friends are having a good time." Then she looked at me with her big blue eyes. "You have to help me," she said. "I do," I said. "Yes, you do," she said. She was very serious. "Tomorrow, Jack will have to ask me to the disco. Say that to him." I could not believe what she was asking me to do. "And you think I'll say yes?" I said. "Why don't you ask him? It's easier." "No," cried Donna. "That's no good. Perhaps he'll say no." "So what's the problem?" I asked. "Well, then I'll be unhappy," she said. "And he'll think, oh, she likes me." "But you do like him," I said. I was very confused by her logic. "Yes, but I don't want him to know that," she said. "Please, Susie, please." I knew I could not say no. You can't say no to Donna. When you say no to her, she gets angry and unhappy for days. It's just easier to say yes. "All right," I said with a sigh. "I'll do it." Then I asked her a question that had been in my mind. You don't usually try as hard as this, Donna. Why this time? Why with Jack? Donna sighed. She looked away. I like to win, she said quietly. When I got home, I went straight up to my room. I sat at my desk and I started my homework. I tried to focus on my math problems, but my mind was full of thoughts about Jack and Donna. After about 5 minutes, I heard the phone ring downstairs. I thought, Donna, what is it now? Doesn't she like Jack now? Or maybe she doesn't like the color of his eyes. I went downstairs to answer the phone, but when I answered it, it wasn't Donna. A boy's voice said, "Can I talk to Susie, please?" "You're talking to her," I said. "Oh, hi Susie. It's Jack." Jack? My heart did a little jump. Why was Jack calling me? Really? I said. I was very surprised. What did Jack want? I thought. Jack said, "I hope you aren't angry. I found your number in the phone book." "That's fine," I said. "Do you want to talk to me about something?" Then I thought, of course he wants to talk to me. He's on the phone. That was a stupid thing to say. Jack said, "Yes. Or, I'd like your advice." This was new. People didn't usually ask for my advice. Donna always told me what to do. "Okay," I said. "What is it?" He didn't speak for a minute. There was just silence on the phone. Then he said, "There's a girl at school. I like her very much, but I can't tell her." I listened carefully. He continued, "I talked to her 2 or 3 times. I think she likes me, but am I right? How do I know?" I thought about it. There was only one person it could be. Donna. It has to be Donna. He does like her after all. My heart felt a little heavy. "Do I know this person?" I asked, even though I was sure I knew the answer. Yes," said Jack. "What's the problem?" I said. "Just tell her." "I tried," he said. "I can't say the words. I wrote some poems about her, but I didn't give them to her." I imagined him giving Donna a poem. She would probably read it, say that's nice, and then put it on her bedroom wall, and then she would laugh at it with her other friends. That thought made me sad for Jack. I said, "Jack, don't be shy. The girl likes you very much. I know it. See her and tell her." "Can I do it on the phone?" he asked. "No," I said firmly. "You have to see her and tell her. Don't be afraid." "Okay," he said. Jack didn't sound happy about the idea. I could hear the nervousness in his voice. So I tried to help him more. I said, "That disco? Can't you go?" "Yes, I can," Jack sighed. I said all that about my parents because he did not finish. "I know," I said. "Ask her to go with you. Tomorrow. She'll say yes. I know she will." I wanted the conversation to end. I did not want to talk about this anymore. It was making me sad. "Susie," he started to say. "Sorry, I have to go now," I said quickly. "I'm really busy. See you tomorrow. And don't be afraid." Okay, he said. "Thank you for your help. Goodbye." "Goodbye," I said. I put the phone down quickly. I put it down before I started to cry. I leaned against the wall. "Oh, Jack," I thought. "Why Donna? Why is it always Donna? Why does she always get the boys?" I didn't phone Donna then. I didn't tell her about Jack and the disco. I didn't want to talk to her. I suddenly understood something very important. When I went out with Donna, boys didn't see me. They only looked at Donna. They talked to Donna. They smiled at Donna. And me? They didn't see me. I was just Donna's friend. And Donna always wanted me to do things for her. Get this, Susie. Get that. Tell somebody this, Susie. Tell somebody that. Say sorry to him for me, Susie. And I always did it. I did it because Donna was beautiful. And I had freckles. I thought the problem wasn't Donna. It was the freckles. Nobody looked past my freckles and saw the person under them. I went back to my room and I did my homework. You don't have to think about anything when you're doing homework. You just have to follow the rules. It was safe. The next morning, I didn't tell Donna about Jack's phone call. I was quiet all morning at school. I tried to stay away from everybody. I did not want to see Donna. I did not want to see Jack. I had history class, but I left the classroom very quickly after the lesson. I didn't want to talk to Jack. At lunchtime, I didn't go to the dining room. I went for a walk by myself. I was very unhappy. Why? I didn't really know. I just felt a deep sadness inside me. I bought an apple and a banana from a shop. Then I sat on a bench in a small park and I ate them slowly. When I finished my fruit, I looked at my watch. It was time to go back to school. I thought, Donna will be happy now, because she's going to the disco with Jack. She would be so excited. She would tell me every little thing about it. She would describe what she was going to wear. She would talk about their first dance. She would be so happy, and she wouldn't see my unhappy face. She would be too busy being happy to notice me. I walked back to school very slowly. I did not want to go back. I was walking across the school grounds when I saw Jack. He was running. He ran across the road and he stopped right in front of me. His face was red and he was hot from running. Susie, he said, breathing hard. I couldn't find you. I looked everywhere. Well, I'm here now, I said. My voice was cold. Was everything all right? What? He said. He looked confused. With Donna, I said. You asked her to the disco, I said. It was not a question. It was a statement. And she said yes, right? Jack opened and closed his mouth. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he started laughing. He was laughing a lot. What's funny? I said. I was not in the mood for jokes. You thought, when I spoke to you on the phone yesterday, you and I, Jack stopped laughing. Then he started again. He said, Susie, can I take you to the disco? Please. My brain stopped working. My ears were playing games with me. I thought, did I hear him right? Pardon, I said. My voice was just a whisper. Jack spoke very slowly and clearly. Will you come to the disco with me? But Donna wants to go with you, I said. I was so confused. And I want to go with you, he said. He was smiling at me. Wait, I said. I had to understand this. Is this right? Donna wants to go to the disco with you? But you want to go with me? Yes, he said. Why? I asked. I needed to know why. And Jack said, because I like you very much. You're pretty and funny. And you don't think I'm strange. You write poems too. And I love your freckles. You do, I said. I could not believe what I was hearing. Yes, he said. They're lovely. And you really want to go out with me? I said. I had to be sure. I really do, he said. His green eyes were looking right into mine. Can I think about it? I asked. I needed a moment. Of course, he said. How much time do you want? Half a minute, I said. He laughed and I laughed with him. Yes, I said. Yes, I will go to the disco with you. Did I walk to my next classroom? Or did I fly? Were my feet on the ground? Perhaps they were, but I felt like I was floating. I don't know. I just knew one thing. I thought, he likes me. He likes me. I'm wonderful. I'm beautiful. I'm great. And then I saw Donna. She was waiting for me. I thought, oh no, what am I going to tell her? How am I going to tell her? In the end, it was easy. When we walked home after school, Donna was angry with me. She said, it's strange. Jack didn't ask me out. Did you tell him? She didn't say the words. It was your job and you didn't do it. But I knew she was thinking it. And now I was angry too. I was not afraid of her anymore. No, Donna, I said. I didn't tell him. Donna made an ugly face. Right? She said. I'll never do anything for you again. So don't ask me. I didn't ask him because he's taking another girl to the disco. I said. Who? She asked. Me. I said. Donna stopped walking. She looked at me. Her mouth fell open. Pardon? She said. And I enjoyed telling her again. Yes, I said. He liked me, but he didn't tell me. He was too shy. I smiled a big smile. He likes freckles. But, Donna said. She could not find any words. Then she stopped and started again. There was something strange about that boy. I knew it, she said. Why? I said. Because he wants to take me to the disco and not you? Oh, that's not important to me, she said. She was trying to act cool. I didn't really want to go with him. It was only a game. I like playing games with boys. Wrong, I shouted. You wanted Jack. No, I didn't, she shouted back. Yes, you did. Donna made an ugly face again. Well, go out with Jack, she said. I hope you have a nice time. She said nice time, but her voice meant, I hope you break your legs. Tell me, Donna, I said. You're jealous, right? No, I'm not jealous, she said. But she turned around and walked away very fast. Donna wants me to feel bad, I thought. But I won't. Donna's not going to do that to me anymore. Now she knows something important. And I know it too. A beautiful face isn't everything. And I can't feel sorry for her. Because it's funny. I started laughing. And I laughed and laughed and laughed all the way home. I did go to the disco with Jack. And we had a wonderful time. We danced all night. Now we are great friends. We talk all the time. And he doesn't blush when he looks at me. And Donna doesn't speak to me. When I try to talk to her, she just walks away. But she'll talk to me again one day. Because we are good friends, really. But things will be different then. Oh yes, and freckles? Freckles are great. Please subscribe to my channel, like the video, and ring the bell. When you do this, it helps more people find and enjoy these stories. Story, The Closed Door and the Open Window. My name is Ethan Carter. I am 62 years old now. My hair is white. My body is weak. It is not strong like before. My knees hurt when I walk a long time. They make a small sound sometimes. Many nights I cannot sleep well. I wake up in the dark. The house is quiet. I sit on my old wooden chair. My mind goes back. It travels to the days when I was a young boy. It travels to the time when I was a young man. Old people do this often. I think it is normal for us. When you are young, you run. You do not think about tired legs. You work hard. You have many dreams. Your dreams are big. They are about the future. But when you grow old, you sit more. You remember more. You look back at your life. It is like watching a long movie. You see what you had. You see the happy moments. You see what you lost. You see the sad moments, and you see what you finally found at the end. I want to tell you my story. It is not a story from a book with nice pictures. It is the story of my own life. It is a true story. It is full of love. It is also full of pain. There were many tears. There were also many prayers. I talked to God a lot. My story has loss, but it also has blessings. A blessing is a special gift from God. Maybe when you hear my story, you will see your own life in my words. Maybe you will remember your first love. That feeling is strong. It is hard to forget. Maybe you will remember the times you cried alone in your room, when no one could see you. And maybe, like me, you will see how God works. He works in ways we do not understand when we are young. His plan is a big secret. I was born in a very poor family. We did not have much money. My father worked in a small shop. The shop was not big. He sold tools and nails. He sold small things for the house. He worked hard every day, from morning until night. But he earned very little money. It was not enough sometimes. My mother stayed home. She was a good mother. She cooked our food and she kept the house clean. Our house was small, but it was always clean. We did not eat expensive food. Many days we ate only bread and soup. The soup was simple with potatoes or carrots. Sometimes we only ate potatoes. But even when our table was small and our food was simple, my parents always said something important. They said, "We are rich in love." And that was true. I felt their love every day. I grew up simple. My life was not fancy. I did not have new clothes for every festival. I did not have many toys. I had one small wooden car. I played with it for many years. I wore my shoes until they had holes in them. I remember one time in school. I was a small boy. My shoe broke. The bottom part came off. I was so sad. I cried in silence. I did not want other children to see me. I felt ashamed. That day, Clara, my friend, came to me. She was a kind girl. She smiled. Her smile was like the sun. She said, "Don't be sad, Ethan. You are my best friend." I was a small boy then, but her words stayed in my heart. They stayed there forever. I had two best friends in my childhood. Their names were Michael and Clara. We were 3 children. We were always together. We were like 3 leaves on one branch. Michael was from a rich family. His father owned a big business. They had a lot of money. They had big cars and new clothes all the time. I was poor, but Michael never left me. He was a true friend. He often shared his new toys with me. He shared his good food with me. Sometimes I felt shy to sit with him. His clothes were new and bright. My clothes were old and faded. But Michael would put his arm around me. He would say, "Ethan, you are my brother. Sit with me." And when he said that, I would feel much better. Clara was the most beautiful girl in our street. Everyone said so. She had golden hair. Her hair was like sunshine. She had bright blue eyes. Her eyes were like the sky. When she laughed, her laugh was like music. Everyone looked at her when she laughed. People in our town said she would marry a rich man one day. A very rich man from a big city. But to me, she was just Clara. She was my friend. We played games together. We studied our lessons together. We shared our small secrets together. She was always kind to me in our childhood. She was very special. Many times she stood by me. Some children made fun of my poor clothes. They laughed at my old shoes. But Clara always told them to stop. She was brave. We 3, Michael, Clara, and we made a promise. It was a childhood promise. We made it under a big old tree. We said we will stay best friends forever. Nothing will separate us. At that time, I believed it with all my heart. I thought life would always be like this, simple and happy. We went to school together every morning. We played until the sun went down. The sky would turn orange and purple. We shared food from one plate. We laughed when one of us fell down. We cried when one of us got hurt. Life felt safe, felt warm. But childhood does not last forever. It is a short, sweet song. Life changes when you grow up. It becomes more difficult. When I became a young man, my heart began to feel new things. I had never felt these things before. I looked at Clara. She was no longer just a friend to me. She was the girl I loved. I loved her very much, but I kept my love silent. It was a secret in my heart. I was poor. I had no good job. I had no money. I had no courage. I thought maybe she would see my love in my eyes. I hoped she would understand without words. Michael also loved Clara, but he was different. He was rich. He had courage. He bought her many gifts. He bought her pretty ribbons for her golden hair. He bought her sweet chocolates. He bought her interesting books. Clara smiled when he gave her gifts. Her smile was big. I only gave her my kind words. I only gave her my time. Many times I wanted to say the words. I wanted to say, "Clara, I love you," but the words stayed inside me. They were like a bird in a cage. I was afraid. I was so afraid. I thought, what if she laughs at me? What if she says no? What if I lose her friendship too? That was my biggest fear, to lose her as a friend. Now, at 62, I look back and I think this is how life is for many people. Many people hide their love because they fear rejection. They are afraid of the word no. Many people lose love because they stay silent for too long. The moment passes. Old friends, maybe you are listening. Maybe you also had someone you loved but never told. Maybe you also lost that chance. Life is full of these silent stories. One day, Clara said something. Those words changed everything forever. She looked at Michael and me. She said, "I like both of you. Michael gives me nice gifts. Ethan gives me kindness. Cannot choose one. Cannot marry both. So I have an idea. I will write your names on 2 pieces of paper. Ethan will pick one paper. The name that comes out will be my husband." I remember that moment clearly. It is like a picture in my mind. My heart was beating so fast. It was like a drum. I prayed in silence. My prayer was very simple. God, please let it be my name. Please let it be me. I picked one paper. My hand was shaking. I opened it slowly. I saw the name. It was Michael's name. Clara clapped her hands. She smiled a big smile. "See," she said. "It is Michael. Now it is decided." I forced a smile on my face. It was a fake smile. It was a sad smile. But inside, my heart broke into many small pieces. I wanted to run away. I wanted to cry out loud. That night, when I was alone in my small room, I fell on my bed and I cried. I cried for a long, long time. I prayed to God. I asked him questions. God, why did you do this to me? Am I not a good person? Is my only mistake that I am poor? My pillow was wet with my tears. Old people like me, we know this kind of pain. It is a special pain. The pain of losing your first love. The pain of being left behind. It feels like the end of the world. I found out the truth later. It was a hard truth. A friend told me. All the papers had Michael's name. Clara had lied. She never gave me a chance. She wanted the rich boy. She never really wanted me. That truth hurt more than the game. It was a deep cut. I felt like someone had put a knife in my heart. I asked God again, "Why, Lord?" I loved her with all my heart. She was my everything. Why did you take her away from me? Even now, at 62 years old, I can still feel the pain of that night. Some wounds never go away completely. They become a part of you. Some memories live inside you forever. But this is only the beginning of my story. My story is long. I want to tell you everything. I want to tell you how I cried for many nights. I want to tell you how I prayed to God for answers. I want to tell you how I lost my first love, and how, in the end, God gave me something much, much better. I did not know it then, but His plan was already working. Love is not a simple path. It is full of twists and turns, can bring you the highest joy, can also bring you the deepest sorrow. My journey with love was like that. It started in the bright sun of childhood. It moved into the dark night of heartbreak. And then, much later, it found a new morning. A morning I never expected. My friendship with Michael and Clara was the foundation of my young life. We were a team. Michael was the strong one. He was not afraid of anything. Clara was the kind one. She had a soft heart. And I was the quiet one. I watched and I listened. I cared for them deeply. I remember so many small moments. Once we found a small bird with a broken wing. Could not fly. Michael wanted to leave it. He said, "We can't help it." But Clara said, "No, we must try." She was very gentle. She picked up the bird. We took it to my house. My mother helped us. We made a small bed for it in a box. We gave it water and seeds. For 3 days we took care of that small bird. I saw a special light in Clara's eyes. It was the light of kindness. I think I started to love her in those small moments. She had a beautiful heart. Or so I thought at that time. Michael was like a brother. He protected me. When bigger boys tried to bully me, Michael was always there. He would stand in front of me and say, "Leave him alone." He was not poor. He did not need my friendship. But he chose to be my friend. He chose to be my brother. That is why the betrayal was so hard. It was not just Clara. It was also Michael. He knew I loved her. He saw it in my eyes. But he did not care. He was happy to win the game. A game that was not fair. The day of the draw was a sunny day. The birds were singing. Everything looked happy. But I was not happy. I was nervous. My stomach felt strange. Clara put the 2 folded papers on a small table. She looked at me. "Pick one, Ethan," she said. Her voice was calm. How could she be so calm? For her, it was a game. For me, it was my whole life. I reached out my hand. My hand was not steady. It shook a little. I touched one paper. Felt cold. I picked it up. I held it for a moment. In that moment, I had a little hope. A small, tiny hope. Maybe, just maybe, it was my name. I opened the paper. I saw the letters. Michael. The hope died. It was like a small candle flame in the wind. It was gone. I looked up. I saw Clara's happy face. I saw Michael's joyful smile. They hugged each other. And I stood there. I felt like a ghost. No one saw my pain. No one saw my broken heart. That night, the world felt dark. My room was my cave. I did not want to see anyone. I did not want to talk to anyone. The tears came. They were hot tears. They came from a deep place inside me. A place of love and pain. I thought about our childhood. I thought about our promise under the big tree. Best friends forever. What did that promise mean now? Was it all a lie? Was our friendship just a game for them? These questions went around and around in my mind. I could not find any answers. I felt so alone. The truth about the papers came a week later. A friend of Clara's told me. She felt sorry for me. She said, "Ethan, you need to know. Clara wrote Michael's name on both papers." When she said those words, I felt a new kind of pain. It was a cold, sharp pain. It was the pain of betrayal. She had planned it. She had used me. My love for her was real and pure. Her actions were not. It was a lesson, a very hard lesson. Love cannot be a game. A heart is not a toy to be played with. At 62, I understand this now. But at that young age, I only felt the pain. The wound was deep, and I did not know if it would ever heal. Life had to go on. I could not stay in my room forever. I had to work. I had to eat. I had to live. But I was living without a heart. My heart was with Clara, and she had thrown it away. I started to work more. I took any job I could find. I carried heavy things. I cleaned dirty places. I wanted to make my body tired, so my mind would not have time to think. But at night, the thoughts always came back. The memories always returned. Clara's wedding day arrived. It was a big event in our town. Everyone was talking about it. The rich boy was marrying the beautiful girl. It was like a story from a book. I was not invited. I was not her friend anymore. I was a stranger, but I had to see her. One last time. I went to the church. I did not go inside. I stood far away behind a tree. I saw the people. They were all wearing nice clothes. They were all smiling. Then I saw Michael. He looked so proud in his suit. And then I saw her, Clara. She was in a beautiful white dress. She looked like an angel. The angel that had broken my heart. They stood together. They smiled for pictures. They looked happy. So happy. A tear rolled down my face. I wiped it away quickly. I whispered a small prayer. God, please give me strength. Then I turned around and I walked away. I did not look back. That was the end of a chapter in my life. A very painful chapter. The years after the wedding were long and empty. I worked, ate, I slept. It was a simple routine. I did not have many friends. I did not want to talk to people. I built a wall around my heart. I did not want anyone to hurt me again. I often saw Clara and Michael in the town. They drove a new, expensive car. Clara wore beautiful dresses and shiny jewelry. She looked like a queen. She never looked at me. If she saw me on the street, she would turn her head away. She acted like I did not exist. That hurt. It was like a small knife twisting in my heart every time. It told me that our childhood friendship meant nothing to her. It was all forgotten. One evening, I came home from work. I was very tired. My mother was sitting in the kitchen. She looked at my face. Mothers always know when their children are sad. She said, "Ethan, your eyes look so sad." I could not hide my feelings from her. I sat down. I told her everything. I said, "Mother, I think God has forgotten me. I think I will be alone forever." She listened quietly. Then she took my hand. Her hand was warm. She said soft words. "No, my son. God never forgets his children. He has a plan for you. It is a good plan. You cannot see it now, but one day you will see it. Be patient." I wanted to believe her. I really wanted to, but it was hard. My pain was too big. My loneliness was too deep. But her words were like a small seed of hope. They stayed with me. Years passed. The pain in my heart became a dull ache. It was always there, but it was not as sharp as before. I learned to live with it. It was a part of me, like a scar. I thought this was my life now, a life of work and loneliness, a life without love. I accepted it. I told myself it was my destiny. Then one day things started to change. I started to hear stories in the town. People were whispering. They said Michael's business was not doing well. They said he was losing a lot of money. They said Clara was not happy. I saw them one day in the market. They were arguing. Clara's voice was loud. She said, "You promised me a big house. You promised me more jewelry." Michael looked tired. He looked old. He said, "Clara, please. I am trying my best." I watched them from a distance, and I saw something. The beautiful Clara I knew was gone. This woman was different. Her face was hard. Her eyes were cold. There was no kindness in her. There was only greed. Then the bad news came. Michael's business failed completely. They lost everything. Their big house was sold. Their expensive car was gone. They were not rich anymore. And then Clara left. Just like that. She did not stay with him. She did not support him. When the money was gone, she was gone too. One day I saw Michael. He was sitting alone on a bench in the park. He looked lost. He looked broken. He was my childhood friend. I could not just walk away. I went and sat next to him. I said his name, Michael. He looked up. His eyes were red from crying. He whispered, "She left me, Ethan. She left me when I had nothing." I put my hand on his shoulder. I did not know what to say. He looked at me. There was so much pain in his eyes. He said something I will never forget. "You were right all along, Ethan. You were the better man. She should have chosen you." I did not feel happy when he said that. I did not feel like I had one. I only felt a deep sadness. Sadness for him. Sadness for the boy he once was. That night, I lay in my bed. I did not cry. For the first time, I felt a sense of peace. I understood. God had not forgotten me. He had protected me. He had saved me from a life with Clara. A life of pain and greed. I closed my eyes, and I said a new prayer. "Thank you, God. Thank you for not giving me what I wanted. Thank you for giving me what I needed." My heart felt light. The heavy stone of pain was finally gone. I did not know what the future held for me, but I was not afraid anymore. I trusted God's plan. I knew it was a good plan. The door to Clara was closed forever. But I felt that somewhere, a new window was about to open. I just had to wait, and I was ready to wait. My life continued its simple rhythm. Work, home, sleep. But something inside me was different. The sadness was gone. In its place, there was a quiet hope. I started to smile more. I started to talk to people again. I felt like I was coming back to life. Then one day, God opened that window. Her name was Sophia. It happened in a very simple place. The town library. I did not go to the library often. But on that day, I wanted a quiet place to sit and think. The library was full of old books and silence. It was peaceful. I was looking at a bookshelf. I reached for a book. At the same moment, a woman reached for the same book. Our hands touched for a second. I pulled my hand back. I said, "I'm sorry." She looked at me and smiled. Her smile was not like Clara's smile. Clara's smile was bright and loud. Sophia's smile was soft and warm. It was like a small, gentle light. She said, "It's okay. You can take the book." I looked at her. She had kind eyes. Her eyes were brown and deep. They looked honest. I said, "No, you can have it." We stood there for a moment, smiling at each other. Her name was Sophia. She was a teacher. She loved books. We started to talk. We talked about the book. We talked about other books. The conversation was easy. It was natural. I did not feel shy. I did not feel poor. I just felt like myself. We met again a few days later. We had coffee. She listened to me. She really listened. She asked me questions about my life. She was interested in my thoughts and feelings. No one had been interested in my thoughts and feelings for a very long time. One day I told her about Clara. I told her the whole story. I was afraid she would think I was weak or foolish. But she did not. She held my hand. She said, "Ethan, that must have been so painful. But that pain did not break you. It made you stronger. It gave you a deep heart." Her words were like medicine for my soul. They healed the old wounds. I started to fall in love with Sophia. It was a different kind of love. It was not the fast, burning love of my youth. It was a slow, steady, warm love. It was a peaceful love. It was built on trust and respect. It was built on kindness. Sophia was beautiful, but her true beauty was in her heart. She was patient. She was honest. She was good. She did not care about money or new clothes. She cared about people. She cared about me. One evening, we were walking in the park. The sun was setting. The sky was orange. I stopped. I looked at her. I said, "Sophia, I love you." The words were not hard to say this time. They came from a true place. She smiled her warm smile. She said, "I love you too, Ethan." That moment was the true beginning of my life. My real life. A life filled with real love. We decided to get married. We did not want a big, expensive wedding. We wanted a small, simple ceremony, with just our family and a few close friends. I told her, "Sophia, I am a simple man. I cannot give you a big house or expensive jewelry." She looked at me with so much love in her eyes. She said, "Ethan, I don't want those things. I just want you. Your heart is the only treasure I need." We got married on a beautiful autumn day. The leaves on the trees were yellow and red. I held her hand, and I promised to love and protect her for the rest of my life. She promised to stand by my side, in good times and in bad times. Our life together was simple. We lived in a small house. We did not have a lot of money, but we had a lot of love. We had a lot of laughter. We had a lot of peace. For the first time in my life, I felt truly rich. We had children, 2 sons and a daughter. Holding my first child in my arms was a feeling I cannot describe. It was a miracle. I looked at my small baby, and I cried. They were tears of joy, tears of gratitude. I looked at Sophia, and I whispered, "Thank you." My life was full. My heart was full. Sometimes I would think about the past. I would think about Clara and Michael. I did not feel anger or pain anymore. I felt pity. They had chased after the wrong things. They had chased after money and beauty. And in the end, they were left with nothing. I had chosen a different path. Or rather, God had chosen it for me. A path of patience, faith, and simple love. And it had led me to everything I ever wanted. A loving wife, a beautiful family, peaceful heart. Now I am 62 years old. My children are grown up. They have their own families. Sophia and I have grandchildren now. Our little house is often filled with their laughter. It is the most beautiful music in the world. I sit on my old wooden chair, and I look at my life. I see the young, heartbroken boy. I see the lonely, hard-working man. and I see the happy old man I am today. It was a long journey, a difficult journey, but every tear, every prayer, every moment of pain was worth it, because it brought me here. It brought me to Sophia. It brought me to this life of peace and gratitude. My story is not a fairy tale. It is a real story about a real God who works in mysterious ways. He closed a door in my face, the door I wanted to open so badly, but he did it to protect me. And then, when the time was right, he opened another window. A window that led to a light so much brighter than I could have ever imagined. If you are listening to my story, and your heart is broken, please do not lose hope. If you feel lost and alone, please do not give up. Cry your tears, say your prayers, but trust the plan. God's plan is always better than our own. We just need the patience to wait for it and the wisdom to see it when it comes. True love is not about finding the perfect person. It is about finding an imperfect person and building a perfect love together. It is not about riches. It is about a wealth of kindness, trust, and faith. Clara was my wish, a young boy's foolish wish. Sophia was God's gift, a wise God's perfect gift. And for that gift, I will be thankful for all the days of my life. My knees may hurt, and my hair may be white, but my heart is young. It is young and full of love. The love that healed me, the love that made me whole. This is my story, the story of Ethan Carter, a poor boy who found the greatest treasure of all. The journey was long. Looking back, I see the small details like they were yesterday. I remember the smell of the bread my mother used to bake. Our small kitchen would fill with a warm, comforting smell. On very cold days, that smell was like a warm blanket. I remember the feel of the rough wood of the toys I made for myself. I did not have store-bought toys, so I found pieces of wood and carved them into little cars or animals. They were not perfect, but they were mine. I made them with my own hands. I remember the sound of Michael's laughter. It was a loud, confident laugh. He laughed a lot. He found joy in everything. In our childhood, his joy was contagious. When he laughed, Clara and I would laugh too, even if we did not know why. Clara's kindness in our early days was a bright light in my simple life. When she shared her bread with me after I dropped my lunch, it was more than just food. It was a message. It said, "I see you. I care about you." For a poor boy who often felt invisible, that message was everything. Our promise under the old oak tree was a serious moment for us as children. We put our hands together, one on top of the other. We looked into each other's eyes. We said the words, "Best friends forever." With so much belief, we truly thought nothing could ever change our friendship. But we were children. We did not understand the power of money. We did not understand the complexities of a grown-up heart. As we grew older, the changes were slow. At first, I did not notice them. Then, small things started to feel different. When Michael brought Clara a shiny ribbon, she would wear it in her hair for days. She would touch it and smile. I would watch her, and a small, strange feeling would twist in my stomach. It was jealousy. It was a new and ugly feeling. I did not like it. I wanted to be happy for her, but I could not. I wanted to be the one to make her smile like that. My silence was a wall I built around myself. Every day I would tell myself, "Today I will tell her." I would practice the words in my mind. "Clara, I have something important to tell you." But when I saw her, the words would disappear. My courage would leave me. My poverty felt like a heavy coat that I could not take off. I felt I was not good enough for her. This feeling was my shadow. It followed me everywhere. The night Clara proposed the game of choosing with papers was the night our childhood truly ended. Friendship turned into a competition. Love became a prize to be won. I should have walked away. I should have said, "My love is not part of a game." But my love for her was a weakness. It made me weak. It made me hope for a miracle. The pain of that time was not just emotional. It was physical. My chest hurt. It felt like something heavy was sitting on it, making it hard to breathe. Food had no taste. The sun seemed less bright. The world lost its color. It was a gray, sad world. Learning the truth about the lie about both papers having Michael's name was like being stabbed in the back. The person I trusted, the person I loved with all my being, had played with my heart so cruelly. That truth changed me. It made me careful. It made me afraid to trust again. For many years, that fear was my companion. Then came Sophia. She was like a gentle rain after a long, dry drought. She did not rush. She did not push. She gave me space. She gave me time. She let me heal at my own pace. She taught me that true love is patient. I remember our first real conversation. We sat by a small pond in the park. We fed the ducks. She told me about her dream to be a teacher. She told me how she loved seeing the light in a child's eyes when they learned something new. As she spoke, I saw that same light in her own eyes. Her passion was for giving, not for taking. That was when I knew she was different. She was special. Falling in love with her was like learning to walk again after a long illness. First, I was unsteady. I was afraid of falling, but she held my hand. She gave me confidence. She showed me that it was safe to open my heart again. Our life together has not been perfect. We have had our share of difficult times. There were times when money was very tight. There were times of sickness and worry, but we faced everything together. We were a team. Her strength was my strength. My love was her love. That is what a true partnership is. Now, in the twilight of our lives, we find joy in the simplest things. A cup of tea together in the morning, watching the sunset from our small porch, holding hands while we walk. These small moments are the big treasures of our life. My hands are old now. They are covered with wrinkles and spots, but they are the same hands that worked hard to build a life for my family. They are the same hands that held my children for the first time. They are the same hands that still hold Sophia's hand every day. My story is simple, but I believe it has a message for everyone. Do not let heartbreak define you. Let it refine you. Let it make you wiser, stronger, and more compassionate. Do not chase after things that glitter but have no value, like fame or fortune. Seek the true gold: love, kindness, honesty, and peace. God's timing is perfect. I am living proof of that. He let me walk through a valley of darkness so I could appreciate the sunlight on the mountaintop. The journey was necessary. The pain was part of the plan. A plan that led me to a life more beautiful than any I had ever dreamed of. It is a life rich in the only thing that truly matters: love. Please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and hit the notification bell. By doing this, you help us create more stories like this one that can bring hope and peace to people around the world. Story: The Girl Who Knew a Secret. I remember that night very well because it was a very dark and very cold night. Outside our small house, the wind was blowing hard, and it made a lonely sound like a sad animal crying in the darkness. I could hear the branches of the big tree in our garden scratching against the side of the house, and the sound made me feel a little bit scared. But inside our house, everything was warm and safe and comfortable. We had a big fire in the fireplace, and the fire was burning brightly. The flames were beautiful colors like bright orange and deep red and happy yellow, and they danced and moved all the time. The fire made a soft, crackling sound that was very comforting, and it filled our small living room with a warm, golden light. The light from the fire made shadows dance on the walls, and sometimes I liked to watch the shadows and imagine they were friendly ghosts playing a game. I was sitting on the big, soft rug on the floor, very close to the fire so I could feel its wonderful warmth on my skin. I put my hands out towards the flames, and they felt so warm and nice. My mother was sitting in her favorite wooden chair, the one with the soft red cushions. She was knitting something, maybe a new scarf for me, and the knitting needles made a quiet, clicking sound. It was a sound I knew very well, and it always made me feel calm and happy. My father was sitting in his own big chair on the other side of the fireplace. He was reading a book, but I could see he was watching the fire too. The evening meal was finished, and we had all eaten together at our small wooden table. My mother had made a delicious stew with vegetables from our garden, and we had warm bread to eat with it. My tummy was full and I felt sleepy and content. It was a perfect, quiet evening with my family. I loved these quiet evenings when we were all together, safe from the cold world outside. I felt like nothing bad could ever happen when we were all together in our warm little room with the happy fire. I rested my head on my knees and watched the fire dance, and I felt a deep sense of peace. The world was just our little room, and it was filled with warmth and love and the quiet sounds of my family. I did not want the evening to ever end. I hoped we could just sit there forever, just the three of us, being warm and safe together. The smell of the burning wood from the fire was a good smell, a smell of home and safety. I could also smell the faint scent of my mother's knitting yarn and the old paper of my father's book. These were the smells of my life, the smells of happiness. But then, something happened that changed the perfect, quiet evening. We heard a noise from outside. It was a loud knock on our front door. The sound was very sharp and sudden, and it broke the peaceful quiet of our room. I jumped because the sound surprised me so much. My heart started to beat very fast in my chest, like a little drum. I looked at my mother, and I saw she had stopped knitting. She was looking at the door with a surprised expression on her face. My father closed his book and put it down on the small table next to his chair. He also looked towards the door. Who could be visiting us on such a dark and cold night? Most of our friends and family lived far away, and they would not travel in this bad weather. I felt a cold feeling of fear creep into my stomach. It was a strange feeling, like a little snake wriggling inside me. I did not want my father to open the door. I wanted him to tell the person to go away. "Oh, don't open it," I cried out in a small, shaky voice. I looked at my mother, hoping she would agree with me. "I'm frightened," I said, and my voice trembled a little. I did not know why I was so scared, but the knock on the door felt wrong. It felt like the cold, dark night was trying to get into our warm, safe house. But my father was not scared. He was a brave man. He stood up from his chair. He was very tall, and his shadow on the wall grew even taller when he stood up. He walked towards the door without saying a word. I watched him go, and my fear grew bigger with every step he took. I wanted to shout, "Stop!" but the word was stuck in my throat. My father put his hand on the metal handle of the door, and he was already opening it before I could say anything more. The cold night air rushed into our warm room, and it made the flames of the fire flicker and dance wildly. I shivered, even though I was sitting so close to the fire. In the dark doorway, a person was standing. It was our neighbor from the house next to ours. The neighbor was an old woman, and she lived all alone. I did not like her very much. She stood there in the darkness, and the wind blew her thin, gray hair around her face. Her face was covered in many wrinkles, like a map of old roads, and her eyes were small and dark. She was wearing a dark shawl wrapped tightly around her thin shoulders. She looked very old and very tired. "Please," she said, and her voice was thin and weak, like the sound of dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Can you lend me some coffee? Mine is finished." She held out a small, empty tin can in her hand. Her hand was thin and bony, and it was shaking a little from the cold. "I'm going to the market on Saturday," she continued. "I'll buy some coffee then, and I will give you some back." She looked past my father and saw my mother sitting by the fire. My mother smiled a kind smile. She was always kind to everyone. "Yes, of course," my mother said in her warm, friendly voice. She stood up from her chair and put her knitting down on the cushion. She walked into our small kitchen. I heard the sound of her opening a jar and then the sound of coffee beans being poured into something. My father stepped aside to let the old woman come into the house, but she just stood in the doorway, waiting. I did not want her to come inside. I stared at her from my place on the rug, and I hoped she would go away quickly. I thought she looked very strange, standing there with the dark night behind her. She looked like a part of the night itself. My mother came back from the kitchen. She had a small paper bag full of our coffee. She gave the bag to the neighbor. "Here you are," my mother said kindly. The old woman took the bag of coffee and held it in her thin hands. "Thank you," she said. "You are very kind." Then she turned around and walked away, disappearing back into the darkness. She did not say goodbye. She just went away as suddenly as she had come. My father shut the door, and the sound of the lock clicking into place was a very good sound to me. The cold air was gone, and our room was warm and quiet again. My father turned and looked at me. He had a serious look on his face. He walked back to the fireplace and stood in front of it, looking down at me. "What's wrong with you?" he asked me. His voice was not angry, but it was not gentle either. "Why are you so frightened of that old woman?" I did not want to answer him. I felt a little ashamed of my fear, but I could not help it. I looked down at the rug and did not say anything. I could feel his eyes looking at me, waiting for an answer. I picked at a loose thread on the rug. Finally, I looked up at him and spoke in a very quiet voice. "I'm frightened of our neighbor," I said. "She's old and ugly, and she lives all alone." I knew it was not a very nice thing to say, but it was how I felt. I thought that people who lived alone were strange and maybe a little bit dangerous. My father looked very surprised when I said this. He frowned a little, and his eyebrows came together in the middle of his forehead. "But our neighbor is a good woman," he said, and his voice was very firm. "Her life has been very sad." He sat down on the floor next to me, which he did not do very often. He wanted me to understand. "Her husband died many years ago," he explained patiently. "And she had a little daughter just like you, but her daughter died when she was very young. Her other children grew up and went away to live in faraway cities. Now she is all alone." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Don't be frightened of her, Hannah," he said gently. "She will not hurt you. She is just a lonely old woman." I listened to his words, but they did not make my fear go away. I knew he was trying to be kind, but he did not understand. There was a reason for my fear, a reason he did not know about. I did not answer my father. I just sat there very still and looked into the dancing flames of the fire. The fire seemed to understand me better than my father did. I thought about the old woman's wrinkled face and her dark eyes. I thought about her living all alone in her dark, quiet house next to ours. A shiver went down my back, even with the warmth of the fire on my face. After a long time of silence, I finally spoke again. I had to make my parents understand why I was so afraid. I heard a story today, I said, my voice still quiet. Our aunt told it to me. My mother looked up from her knitting. She was interested now. What story? My father asked, his voice softer now. It's about a man with the evil eye, I said. The words felt heavy and scary in my mouth. I had been thinking about the story all day, and it had made me look at everything in a new, more frightening way. I looked at my mother, and I could see she wanted to hear the story. Tell it to us now, she said, and she moved her chair a little closer to me. So I took a deep breath. I moved from my spot on the rug and sat down on the floor right beside my mother's chair, so I could feel the soft fabric of her dress against my arm. I felt safer being close to her. And then I began to tell her story, the story that my aunt had told me. I wanted them to see why I was so scared of the lonely old woman who lived next door. Once upon a time, I began, using the special words that start all the best stories. There were two little girls. My father smiled a small smile. Like you? He asked, trying to make me feel better. Yes, I said, nodding my head seriously. This was a very serious story. They were neighbors and they lived in houses that were very near to each other. They were very, very good friends, and they played together every single day. I described the two little girls in the story. I imagined them clearly in my mind. They had long hair that they wore in braids, and they wore simple dresses. They loved to play games in the fields behind their houses. They would run through the tall grass and pick wildflowers. They told each other all their secrets. They were best friends, and they thought they would be best friends forever. The younger child, I continued, lived with her mother and her father just like me, but the older girl's mother was dead. She lived all alone with her father. I paused for a moment, thinking about how sad it must be for a little girl to not have a mother. The younger girl's mother was a very, very beautiful woman, I said. She had a lovely, kind face and her voice was as sweet as music. When she smiled, it was like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. But then I added the important detail, the detail that my aunt had told me was very important to the story. Only one thing spoiled her beauty, I said in a lower voice. Just a little thing. A little chip was broken from her front tooth. You could only see it when she smiled very wide. I looked at my parents to see if they were listening carefully. They were. Their faces were serious, and their eyes were fixed on me. So I continued with the sad part of the story. But one day, the little girl's mother became very sick. She grew thinner and thinner every day, and she grew weaker and weaker. She could not get out of bed anymore, and at last she died. I said the last word very softly. It was a very sad part of the story. The little girl was so very sad when her dear mother died. I went on. She cried and cried for many days. Her heart was broken. Her friend, the older girl who lived next door, heard the sad noise of her crying and came to see her. "Why are you crying?" the older girl asked, even though she already knew the answer. "What's happened?" I tried to make my voice sound like the little girl in the story, full of sadness. "My mother is dead," the little girl said between her sobs. "I'm so unhappy. Oh, mother, mother, I can't live without you." I told my parents how the big girl sat down on the bed beside her little friend. She put her arms around her friend to comfort her. And the two little girls cried for a long time together, holding each other. The older girl knew what it was like to lose a mother, so she understood her friend's pain. A long time went by, nearly a whole year passed, but the little girl never, ever forgot her mother. She thought about her every single day. She remembered her mother's kind smile and her sweet voice. She missed her more than words could say. One day, I said, moving on to the next part of the story, the two girls' fathers decided to go to the market together. The market was in a town that was a long way away, so they had to leave very early in the morning, long before the sun came up. This meant that the little girl was all alone in her house for the whole day. Now the little girl was all alone, I explained. She thought to herself, "I'll go and see my friend. I feel lonely." So she ran out of her house and went to her friend's house next door. She called out, "Are you there, dear friend?" "It's me." But there was no answer from inside the house. The house was very quiet. She called out again, a little louder this time. I continued, "Open the door. Don't be afraid. It's me, your friend." This time something happened. The door began to open very, very slowly, I said, making my voice sound mysterious. The older girl was there. She was standing in the doorway, but she did not smile at her little friend. She just stood still and looked down at the ground. She looked very sad and very strange. The little girl in the story was worried about her friend. "What's the matter?" the little girl asked her. "Are you sick?" The big girl just shook her head from side to side. "No." "Are you unhappy?" the little girl asked. This time, the big girl nodded her head up and down. "Yes." I described how the little girl tried to help her friend. "I'm your friend," the little girl said. "Tell me about it. Perhaps I can help you." The big girl came out of the house and shut the door behind her very carefully. The two children sat down together on the steps outside the house. The big girl did not want to speak. She just looked at her hands. But her little friend asked her again and again. "Tell me why you are sad," she pleaded. "Perhaps I can help you. Please tell me." I paused the story for a moment to build the suspense. At last, I said, the big girl spoke. "I don't want to tell you," she said in a very quiet voice, "because you will be very angry with me. But I must tell you. Last night, I saw someone." "You saw someone? Who?" the little girl asked, her heart beating a little faster. And then I said the most surprising words of the story. "I saw your mother," the big girl said. I looked at my own mother and father. Their eyes were wide. They were really caught up in my story now. The little girl shook her head. I continued. "No," she said. "That's impossible. You know that my mother is dead." "Yes," the big girl replied. "She is dead. But I saw her. In our house." The little girl's heart was suddenly filled with so much happiness. I explained. She forgot to be sad. She jumped up from the steps. "Is she there now?" she cried. "Can I see her? Oh, mother, mother, where are you?" And she began to run towards the door of the house. She wanted to see her mother more than anything in the world. But the big girl ran after her. "Wait," she said. "Stop." But the little girl was too excited to listen. She pushed past her friend angrily. "I don't want to wait," she said. "I want to see my mother." She opened the door and ran inside the house. But the house was empty. There was no one there at all. The little girl ran from room to room, but her mother was not there. She ran back outside, and now she was crying again, but this time her tears were angry tears. "My mother isn't there," she said to her friend. "You were tricking me. You're cruel. You want me to be unhappy." I told my parents how the big girl tried to explain. "No, I want to make you happy," the big girl said. "I will show you your mother. Wait." She put up her hand and she pulled a long, thin stick down from the roof of the house. It looked like an ordinary stick, but it was not. "Come with me," she said. Then she went into the second room of the house. The little girl was confused, but she followed her friend. There were many pots in the second room. Some of the pots were very big and some of them were very small. They were all different shapes and colors. In the corner of the room, one pot stood all by itself. It was a very beautiful pot, but a little chip was broken from the top edge. I pointed to my own front tooth to remind my parents of the mother's broken tooth. The big girl picked up the beautiful pot and carried it carefully into the other room. Then, she touched the pot with the special stick. And at once, I said, my voice dropping to a whisper, the pot changed into a human body. It was the body of the little girl's mother. My own mother gasped softly. The little girl could not believe her eyes. "Mother! Oh, mother!" she cried. She ran to her mother's body and kissed her face again and again. "Wake up, mother. Look at me. Say something to me. Oh, mother, are you alive or are you dead? Come back to me, please." But her mother did not speak. She did not move. She just lay there on the floor, still and silent. Suddenly, the big girl heard a noise outside the house. "Quick!" she said in a panicked voice. "My father is coming. You must go. Go now." "What do you mean?" the little girl said. "I can't leave my mother now." But the big girl picked up the magic stick again. She touched the woman's body with it one more time, and at once the body changed back into the beautiful pot with the chip in the top. The big girl picked up the pot and carried it back into the second room. Then she put the magic stick back in its hiding place in the roof. "Go home now," she said to the little girl. "And remember, this is our secret. You must not tell anyone. If my father knows that I showed you, he will be very, very angry." I described how the little girl ran home, her mind full of confusing thoughts. At first, she was happy. "My mother is there in the house next to ours," she thought. "I saw her again. She is still my dear, dear mother." But soon, she started to feel sad again. "Why didn't she talk to me?" she thought. "Why didn't she sit up and kiss me? Is she really dead? Or is she half alive?" And then her sadness turned into anger. "Why is my mother in my friend's house? Is her father, the neighbor, keeping her there? Why didn't he tell my father? What is he doing to her?" I told my parents how the little girl then heard the sound of a donkey outside her house. Her father was home from the market. "What shall I tell him?" she thought. "I can't keep this secret. It's too big and too important. No, I must tell him everything." So she ran outside to meet her father. He was just getting off his donkey. "Father, listen," she said, grabbing his arm. "Today I saw my mother." Her father was tired from his long journey, and he was not in a good mood. "Don't say stupid things," he said angrily. "Your poor mother is dead." "But I saw her, father," the little girl insisted. "She is in our neighbor's house. Please, you must believe me." And so she told her father the whole amazing and terrible story, from the beginning to the end. At first, her father did not believe her. He thought she was making up a story because she missed her mother so much. But the little girl talked and talked, and she did not change any part of her story. She told him every single detail. At last, he started to listen more carefully. "My child," he said, his voice now serious. "If this story is true, then we must rescue your mother. What did the pot look like? Tell me again." So the little girl told her father everything again. "There are many pots in my friend's house," she said. "Some are big and others are small. But my mother's pot is very beautiful. Only the top is a little broken. There is a chip in the top of it." The little girl's father looked at her, and his eyes were full of a strange light. "Your mother was very beautiful," he said slowly. "Only there was a little chip in her front tooth." And now he believed his daughter. He knew she was telling the truth. "All right," he said. "I must think. I must make a plan." The little girl's father thought for a very long time. He walked back and forth in their small house, his hand on his chin. At last he said, "Your mother died 1 year ago. We will invite all our friends and relatives to a special ceremony to remember her. You, my child, must prepare the food for the feast. Your aunts will help you, and I will make the special drink, the tala." The next day, the little girl's father went to see his neighbor, the man who lived with the older girl. "My wife died a year ago," he said to the neighbor, "and I am going to have a ceremony to remember her death. There will be a big feast. I need some help from you." "Some help?" said his neighbor. The neighbor was a big man with a dark beard and eyes that were hard to read. "What do you want?" "I want to make a lot of tala for my guests," the little girl's father said. "But I don't have enough pots. Please, neighbor, lend me your pots. I will give them all back to you after the feast is over." The neighbor looked a little worried when he heard this. "Ah," he said, "you want to borrow my pots. I don't know. My pots are very good ones. Perhaps you will break them." "No, no," said the little girl's father. "I will be very careful with them. Please, neighbor, I really need your help." At last, after much asking, the neighbor agreed. "Take my pots then," he said, and he sounded angry about it. "But if you break any of them, you must pay me a lot of money." So the little girl's father took all of the neighbor's pots to his own house. He was very careful, but he was most careful with one special pot. He carried the beautiful pot with the chip in the top very, very carefully. He put it down gently on the floor in his bedroom, right near his bed. Then he found a stick and he touched the pot with it. But nothing happened. The little girl was watching him. "It's the wrong stick, father," she said. "You need our neighbor's special stick. He keeps it hidden in the roof of his house." "Then we must wait," her father said. The day of the ceremony came. The little girl and her aunts worked very hard all morning. They made big piles of injera, the flat, soft bread. They cooked many different dishes of delicious food. The house was filled with the wonderful smells of cooking. Soon, friends and relatives started to arrive. They came from far away to remember the dead woman. They all said nice things about her. "She was so beautiful," one of them said. "And she was so good and kind," said another. "She was my best friend," a third person said with tears in her eyes. The man brought the neighbor's pots out of the house. They were all full of the special drink, tala. He gave the drink to his guests. He kept only one pot inside the house. It was the pot with the chip in the top. The little girl's father then pulled her away from the other people. "Look," he whispered to her. "Our neighbor is here now with his daughter. This means his house is empty. Let's go and find his stick. You must come with me and show me where it is." They hurried to the neighbor's house. It was quiet and empty, just as her father had said. "It's there. Up there, father," the little girl said, pointing to the roof, and she showed her father the special stick in its hiding place. Her father took the stick down, and together they ran back into their own house. All the guests were outside in the garden. They were happy. They were talking and laughing and drinking the tala. No one saw the man and his daughter go inside the house. "Now, father," said the little girl, "touch the pot with the stick, and you will see my mother." The man took the magic stick and he touched the beautiful pot with it. And at once the little girl's mother was there. She lay on the ground. Her eyes were shut. She did not speak or move. "Wife, dear wife," the man cried. "Is it really you?" Outside the house, someone was calling for them. "Where is our host and his little girl? Why aren't they here with us?" "Come, father, we must go to our guests again," said the little girl. She picked up the magic stick and she touched her mother's body, and at once it became a pot again. The man looked at his daughter, and his face was full of anger. But he was not angry at his daughter. He was angry at his neighbor. "My neighbor killed my wife," he said in a low, terrible voice. "He has the evil eye. He keeps her in his house, and she is his servant." "What are you going to do, father?" asked the little girl. She was frightened by the look on her father's face. "You will see," her father answered. "Now go outside and serve more food to our guests." So the little girl went outside. She served more food and more tala to all the guests. But her father went quietly to all the men of his family. "Bring your weapons," he told them in a whisper. "There is an enemy at my feast. He is a man with the evil eye." His relatives went home quietly, one by one. And one by one they came back with their weapons, their swords and their spears. They hid them under their clothes. "Now, child," the little girl's father told her, "go into the house and bring out the pot and the stick." So the little girl brought out the pot and the stick. She carried them very carefully and put them down on the ground beside her father, in front of all the guests. He picked the stick up and touched the pot. And at once, the body of his wife was lying on the ground for everyone to see. Everyone was very surprised and they started shouting, "It's your wife, our sister," they all said. "But she died a year ago. How can she be here?" The neighbor was very frightened now. He was moving quietly away from the crowd, trying to escape. "Quick!" the little girl's father shouted. "Catch him! Don't let him go! He is the man with the evil eye." His relatives grabbed the neighbor and brought him back. They stood all around him and they showed him their weapons. The neighbor was shaking with fear. "This is my wife's body," the little girl's father said, his voice full of rage. "But she is dead. You were keeping her body. You were using her. She was your servant. But where is her soul?" I don't know," the neighbor stammered. I don't. "Give my wife her soul," the little girl's father shouted, "or we will kill you." "Yes, give her back her soul," shouted all the man's relatives, and they raised their weapons. The man with the evil eye looked around. Everyone was shouting at him. Everyone was shaking their weapons at him. Even his own daughter was standing with the others now, and she looked very angry with him. "Don't kill me," he cried. "I'll give her soul back to her. I'll bring her to life. But you must promise to let me go." Everyone looked at the little girl's father. "I promise," he said. If you bring my wife's soul back again, you can go. But you can never live in this place again." The man with the evil eye bent over the dead woman's body. He whispered something that no one could hear, and at once she opened her eyes. Then she sat up. "What? Where am I?" she said, looking around in confusion. "Mother!" shouted the little girl, and she ran into the woman's arms. "My own dear wife," her husband said, his eyes full of tears. No one was looking at the neighbor and his daughter anymore. And very quietly, they were walking away. And after that day, no one in that village ever saw them again. But the little girl and her father and her mother lived happily together for many, many more years. I finished my story, and the room was very quiet. The only sound was the crackling of the fire. "And that," I said to my parents, "is the end of the story." My father looked at me for a long time. He had a strange expression on his face. "Did the story frighten you?" he asked me finally. "Oh, yes, Father," I said, nodding my head. "It's a true story. My aunt told me it was true." And just at that moment, as if it was part of the story, someone knocked at the door again. It was the same sharp, sudden knock as before. I screamed. Couldn't help it. The sound went right through me. "It's our neighbor," I cried, grabbing my father's arm. "Don't let her come in. She has the evil eye." "Stop it, Hannah," my father said, and his voice was very stern. "Be quiet. Go and open the door." "Oh, Father, please no." I began to beg. I was crying now. I was so scared. My father was angry now. I could see it in his eyes. "Open the door, Hannah. Now," he said, and his voice was a command. Slowly, my legs feeling like they were made of jelly, I went to the door. I put my trembling hand on the cold metal handle and I opened it. The old neighbor stood there in the dark. I was so frightened I could not breathe. I stared at her ugly, wrinkled face. "I brought your coffee back," she said in her thin voice. She held out the little paper bag my mother had given her. I didn't need it after all. She is looking at me, I thought. She is putting her evil eye on me right now. I felt cold all over. Then the old woman did something I did not expect. She smiled. Her smile changed her whole face. It was a sad smile, but it was not ugly. "Ah, Hannah," she said, and her voice was much softer now. "You are a good girl. My little daughter was like you." Tears filled the old woman's eyes and they fell down her wrinkled cheeks. My father was standing beside me now. He put his arm around my shoulders. He spoke to the neighbor, and his voice was gentle. "What happened to your daughter?" he asked the old woman. "God took her," the old woman said, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. "She died many years ago. She is with him now in heaven. She was like your little girl, good and happy and sweet. God bless you, little Hannah." Then she turned and walked away into the darkness. Hannah and her father went back to sit by the fire. My father looked at me. "Well, Hannah," he said, "are you frightened of our neighbor now?" I shook my head. "No," I said quietly. "She is sad and old and lonely." I felt sorry for her. "But at first," my father said, "you thought she had the evil eye." He sighed. "You know, Hannah, that story is a bad one. Many good people have suffered because of that story. When I was a child, an old man lived near our house. He wasn't friendly to other people. He shouted at them sometimes. I think he had a sickness in his mind. He has the evil eye," everyone said. No one ever talked to that poor man. Children threw stones at him. At last, He died all alone and unhappy. But did he have the evil eye, father? I asked. No, my father said. He was just a sad, sick old man. Forget this story, Hannah. It is a cruel one, and it is not true. He then told me another story, a different kind of story. Once upon a time, my father began. There was a queen who had only one beautiful daughter. She loved the girl very much. At last, the day came for the princess to go far away and marry a prince. The queen was very sad to say goodbye. She gave her daughter many wonderful gifts. She gave her some beautiful dresses, made of the finest silk. She gave her a gold cup to drink from, and she gave her many other things. She also gave her a magic horse. It was a beautiful white horse, and it could talk. I love this horse, mother, the princess said. I will call it Falada. And the queen gave her daughter a maid to ride with her on her long journey. Then the queen did a special thing. She made 3 drops of her own blood fall onto a clean white handkerchief. Take this, she said to her daughter. It will help you. It will make you strong. Now goodbye, daughter, and be happy. The princess took the handkerchief with the 3 drops of blood. She put it safely inside her dress. Goodbye, mother, she said. Thank you for everything. The queen watched them ride away down the long hill. It was a very hot day. Soon the princess was thirsty. They were near a stream, and so she asked her maid, Maid, please will you get me a drink of water in my gold cup? But the maid said angrily, No, I will not. You get off your horse and get it yourself. I will not be your maid. The princess did not know what to say, so she got off her horse and went to the stream and drank. Then they rode on. But the sun was very warm, and later she asked again, Maid, please will you get me a drink of water in my gold cup? And again the maid said angrily, No, I will not. You get off your horse and get it yourself. I will not be your maid. The princess did not know what to say, so she got off her horse and went to the stream and drank. But this time, when she bent down, the handkerchief with the 3 drops of blood fell out of her dress and into the water. The stream carried it away. Ah, that's good, thought the evil maid. There is no one here, and now she has nothing to help her. So she said to the princess, Take off that beautiful dress and give it to me. You can wear my old gray one. Be quick now, or I will kill you, and I will have Falada. I am going to be the princess now. I am going to be the bride, and you are going to be my maid. The poor princess was too scared to say no, so they changed clothes. They rode on, but now the maid rode in front on the white horse, Falada. The real princess rode behind her on the maid's old gray horse. In the evening, they arrived at the castle. The king and his son, the prince, came to meet them. How do you do, princess? Said the king to the evil maid. This is my son, the prince. The real princess was left standing outside with the horses. But the old king saw her. Who is that girl? He thought. She has a very beautiful face. Who are you? Asked the king. I came here as a maid, the real princess answered sadly. But you have many maids, and you do not need me. I can find some work for you, the king said kindly. You can be a goose girl. Come with me. He took her to a little house near the castle gate. This is Kirsten's house, he said. She looks after the geese. Kirsten, come here. Here's a nice girl to help you. Give her some food and a bed, please. That night there was a big dinner at the castle. This princess is going to be my son's bride, said the king. They will marry in 3 weeks. The maid looked at all the important people and smiled. Later that night, she spoke to the prince. "I have something to tell you," she said. "That white horse, Falada, is a bad horse. It's mad. You must kill it." She was afraid because she knew Falada could talk. "Yes, my bride," said the prince. "If you want that, I will tell my men to take it away." The real princess heard about this, and her heart was broken. She had 1 gold coin left. She ran to the men who were taking Falada away. "Take this gold coin," she said. "Please do something for me. Do you see this dead horse? Please put this horse's head by the big castle gate." "What?" they said. "That's a mad idea." "Why?" "Because I loved that horse," she said with tears in her eyes. "I want to see its face." The men felt sorry for her, so they took the gold coin and they did what she asked. They put Falada's head on the wall by the castle gate. Every day, Kirsten took the geese out to the meadow, and the real princess went with her. They walked through the castle gate, and every day, the real princess spoke to Falada's head. "Falada, my horse, do you know me?" And the head answered, "Yes, princess. You are the true bride." Kirsten did not like it. She thought it was very strange. Every day, the real princess brushed her long, beautiful gold hair, and Kirsten was always jealous. "Give me some of your hair," she would say. "Oh, come on, cut some off and give it to me." And the real princess always said, "No, Kirsten, stop it." But Kirsten wouldn't stop it. So the real princess had to sing a magic song to the wind. "Blow, wind, blow," she sang. "Blow Kirsten's hat. Blow it over there, so I have time to brush my hair." Then a strong wind would come and blow Kirsten's hat off her head. Kirsten had to run all over the meadow to catch her hat. Then the real princess had time to brush her beautiful hair. All this made Kirsten very angry. "You're strange," she said to the princess. "Who are you? You talk to the wind. You talk to a dead horse's head. You're mad. You're a mad girl. I'm going to tell the king about you." So Kirsten went to the king and said, "Listen, that new girl is mad. I don't want to work with her again. Every day, she talks to a dead horse's head, and it talks back to her. And she sings to the wind. She asks the wind to blow my hat off. I have to run all over the meadow." Said the king. He was very interested. "I want to see this." So the next day, the king hid behind a big tree and he watched. And he saw that everything Kirsten had said was true. The king heard the real princess speak to Falada's head. "Falada, my horse, do you know me?" And he heard the head answer, "Yes, princess. You are the true bride." And in the meadow, the king heard her sing to the wind. "Blow, wind, blow," she sang. "Blow Kirsten's hat. Blow it over there, so I have time to brush my hair." He saw Kirsten's hat blow off, and he saw her run all over the meadow to get it. That evening, the king called for the goose girl. "Who are you?" he asked her gently. "I watched you today. I saw some very strange things. What is your story?" "Oh," answered the princess, and she started to cry. "I cannot tell you my story. The false princess will kill me if I tell you anything." The king thought for a moment. Then he said, "I see. You are too afraid to tell me. You can't tell me. All right. I will go out of the room, and you can tell your story to this old cupboard." The princess needed to speak to someone. She needed to tell her story. So she got inside the old, dark cupboard. It was dark, but it was warm and she felt safe inside. And in the dark, she told her whole story, from the beginning to the end. The king was not really gone. He was listening through a little hole in the wall. He heard everything she said. I am the real princess, the true bride. My maid is going to marry the prince. She took my dress. She took my horse, Falada. She rode it here. She made me ride behind her. I have no one to help me. She will kill me if I tell anyone. Then the king opened the cupboard door. Do not be afraid, he said. Come with me. It is time to make everything right. The king found the prince and all the important people in the castle. Now, he said, listen carefully and do not say a word. Then he told them all about the real princess and the evil maid. They were all very happy, because they could see that the goose girl was beautiful and good. That night, the true bride, the real princess, sat next to the prince at the dinner table. She was wearing a beautiful dress that the king had given her. Her evil maid sat on the other side of the prince, and she did not know her. After dinner, the king spoke to everybody. Listen, said the king. I have a story to tell you all. Once there was a princess who had a maid. That princess had to ride far away to marry a prince, and the maid went with her. But on the way, the maid said, Give me your dress and give me your horse, or I will kill you. I am going to be the princess now, and I am going to marry the prince. Then the king went up to the evil maid and said, Tell me, what do you think about this story? What should we do with such a bad person? And the maid answered, That's really bad. Put that bad maid on a mad, bad horse, and let the mad, bad horse throw her into the sea. Right, said the king. Then this is what will happen to you. So the evil maid had to ride a mad, bad horse, and it threw her into the sea. Then the prince married the real princess, the true bride, and they were very happy. The story is over. If you enjoyed this story, please like this video and subscribe to our channel so you don't miss our next story. Story: The Man in the Locked Bathroom. I was asleep. I was in my bed. My bed was warm and comfortable. I was having a dream. It was a good dream. I do not remember the dream now, but I know it was a happy one. I felt peaceful. The city was quiet. My home was quiet. Then, a sound came into my room. It was a loud sound. It was my telephone. My telephone was ringing. The sound was sharp. It was not a nice sound. I did not want to wake up. I was very tired. I work hard. My job is difficult. I am a police inspector. My name is Logan. I need my sleep. But the telephone did not stop ringing. It rang again and again. I opened my eyes. My room was very dark. The moon was not bright tonight. The street lights were far away. I could not see the furniture in my room. I only saw shadows. The shadows were dark and strange. I moved my arm. I searched for the telephone on the small table next to my bed. My hand felt the cold wood of the table. It was smooth. I moved my hand more. I touched a book. Then I touched a glass of water. Finally, my fingers touched the telephone. It was made of plastic. Felt cold. I picked it up. The ringing stopped. I put the telephone to my ear. I spoke in a sleepy voice. My voice was low. Logan, I said. That is how I answer my phone for work. A man's voice answered. The voice was clear. It was not sleepy. Logan. Grant here. Grant is Sergeant Grant. He works with me. He is a good man. He is older than me. He has seen many things. I knew it was important. Grant never calls me in the middle of the night for small things. Madam, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I said. Wait, the original story has the inspector being a woman. The instructions say I should write from a male perspective. So I will change that. Grant, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I said. My voice was tired. I hoped he had a very good reason to call me. I hope this is important. I'm at the home of Alex McLennan, Grant said. He's dead. My sleepiness went away. It went away very fast. Now I was awake. I was fully awake. Alex McLennan. I knew that name. Everyone in Scotland knew that name. His family was very famous. They were very rich. Give me the address, Grant, I said. My voice was different now. It was strong. It was the voice of an inspector. I'll be there in 25 minutes. I ended the call. I put the telephone back on the table. The room was silent again, but the peace was gone. Now the room felt different, felt serious. I sat up in my bed. The air in the room was cold. I did not like the cold. I got out of bed. My feet touched the wooden floor. The floor was very cold. It made me shiver. I needed to get dressed quickly. A man was dead. My job was starting now. I walked to my closet. It was dark, so I turned on a small lamp. The lamp made a soft, yellow light. I chose my clothes. I needed to look like a police inspector. I chose a dark suit. It was a blue suit. I put on a white shirt. Then I put on the blue trousers and the blue jacket. I dressed very fast. I am used to dressing fast in the middle of the night. It is part of the job. After I was dressed, I looked at myself in the mirror. The mirror was on the wall. I saw a man in a blue suit. That man was me. My hair is brown and short. I looked at my hair. It was okay. I did not need to comb it. My face looked tired. I always look tired when I wake up like this. There were lines under my eyes. I am an inspector in the Edinburgh Police. My life has many late night calls. My life has many tired mornings. I turned off the lamp. The room was dark again. I walked out of my bedroom. I went to the kitchen to get my keys. My keys were on a small hook by the door. I took my keys. They felt cold and heavy in my hand. I put on my shoes. My shoes were black and strong. I opened the door of my flat and went out. The hallway was quiet. Everyone in my building was sleeping. I walked down the stairs. My footsteps were quiet on the stairs. I did not want to wake my neighbors. I went out of the main door of the building. The street was outside. The night air was very cold. I could see my breath in the air. It looked like white smoke. It was December. In December, Edinburgh is very cold. There was snow on the ground. The snow was white and clean, covered everything, covered the cars and the pavement. It made the city look beautiful and quiet. But tonight, the city was not quiet for me. I had work to do. I walked to my car. My car was parked on the street. It was a simple car. It was not fancy. It was a police car, but it did not have the police colors. It was a normal color. Snow was on the windows of my car. I cleaned the snow from the front window. My hands got very cold. I used a small brush. Then I got into the car. The seat was cold. Everything inside the car was cold. I started the engine. The engine made a low sound. I turned on the heater. I wanted the car to be warm. I drove away from my home. I drove through the streets of Edinburgh. The city was beautiful at night. It was also very empty. There were no other cars. There were no people walking. It was just my car on the snow-covered roads. I drove down a famous street. It is called Prince's Street. During the day, Prince's Street is very busy. There are many shops and many people. But now it was empty. The shops were dark. The street lights made long shadows on the snow. It was like a different city. To my left, I could see Edinburgh Castle. The castle is on a big hill. It is very old and very big. Tonight it was lit by big lights. It looked magnificent. It looked like a castle from a storybook. It watched over the sleeping city. As I drove, I thought about Alex McLennan. Who was he? I knew some things. The newspapers often wrote about him. His family was the McLennan family. His father was Murray McLennan. Murray McLennan was a very successful man. He started a business with fish and chip shops. He had more than 60 shops. The shops were all over Scotland, in big cities and small towns. Everyone in Scotland knew McLennan's fish and chips. It was famous. I ate it sometimes. Most people did. It was good food. Murray McLennan had only one son. That son was Alex. Murray was a rich man. He did not want Alex to work in the fish and chip business. He wanted Alex to have a different life. A better life, maybe. So he sent Alex to a very expensive school. The school was in Switzerland. After that school, Alex went to a university. He went to Bristol University in England. Then he went to another school. It was a business school. This school was in the United States near Boston. Alex was smart. He learned a lot, but he also liked to have a good time. He liked parties. He liked famous people. The Scottish newspapers loved Alex. They wrote many stories about his life. The stories were always exciting. One week, he was eating dinner with a film star in Cannes. Cannes is a famous place in France. The next week, he was having drinks with a sports star in Monte Carlo. Another time, he was dancing with a pop star in a club in Manhattan. Manhattan is in New York City. Alex McLennan knew how to enjoy his life. He had a lot of money and a lot of friends. He was always smiling in the pictures in the newspaper. He looked like he had no problems in the world. Then, 6 years ago, his life changed. His father, Murray McLennan, died. Alex had to come back to Scotland. He came back to Edinburgh. He started a new life here. He got married. He bought a big house. And he changed the family business. He sold all the fish and chip shops. All 60 shops. It was a big decision. Then he started a new business. He started it with a friend. His friend was an old-school friend. His name was Ian Ross. Together, they opened a restaurant. It was not a fish and chip shop. It was a very expensive restaurant in the middle of Edinburgh. The restaurant was very popular. I kept driving. The heater in the car was working now. The car was getting warm. My hands were not cold anymore. I was thinking hard about the case. A rich man was dead in his home. His life looked perfect from the outside. But maybe it was not perfect. My job was to find the truth. I finally arrived at the address Grant gave me. The address was in a place called Polwarth Gardens. I drove into the quiet street. I stopped my car outside Alex McLennan's house. I looked at the house. It was a very rich area of the city. The houses here were very big. They had large gardens. I did not come to areas like this very often for my work. My work was usually in the poorer parts of Edinburgh, the parts of the city that were dirtier, where people had more problems. Alex McLennan's house was very large. It was made of stone. It looked old. It was probably more than 100 years old. It looked strong and important. It had many windows. All the windows were dark except for a few on the ground floor. I got out of my car. The air was still and cold. The snow on the ground was perfect. There were no footprints except for a few near the door. I walked to the front door. The door was very big and made of dark wood. Before I could knock, the door opened. Sergeant Grant was standing there. He opened the door for me. Grant was 58 years old. Usually, he looked younger than his age. He had a kind face, but tonight he did not look young. He looked old and very tired. His face was pale. The lines on his face seemed deeper. "Hello, sir," he said. He called me sir or madam sometimes. He was from an older generation. "Come in." I stepped inside the house. The hallway was huge. The floor was made of black and white tiles. There was a large staircase in front of me. The staircase went up to the next floor. It was a very grand house. It was the house of a very rich man. "Where's the body, Grant?" I asked. I wanted to see the scene first. That is always the first step. "On the first floor," he said. "In the bathroom." "The bathroom?" I asked. That was strange. People do not usually die in the bathroom unless it is an accident. But Grant called me. He would not call me for a simple accident. "Okay, let's go and have a look," I said. I started to walk towards the stairs. "What do you know so far?" I asked Grant. I needed all the information he had. We started to climb the stairs. The stairs were covered with a thick, soft carpet. Our footsteps made no sound. The house was very quiet. It was a strange kind of quiet, a sad quiet. "Well, sir," Grant began to explain, "Mr. McLennan went to have a bath, probably at about 11 o'clock. He usually has a bath at about that time." Grant spoke in a low voice. "I see," I said. I listened carefully. Every detail was important. "Mrs. McLennan was already in bed," Grant continued. We reached the top of the stairs. There was a long hallway. There were many doors. Grant pointed to one of them. "She says she fell asleep at about 10:30. She didn't hear her husband come up to bed. Anyway, she woke up at 1:30. He wasn't in bed with her. She thought this was strange, so she got up. She went to look for him. She couldn't find him anywhere in the house," Grant went on. "But the bathroom door was locked from the inside. Did she try to get in?" I asked. I looked at the bathroom door. It was a white door. It looked strong. "Yes, she tried to break the door open," Grant said. "But she couldn't. The door was too strong. So she called her brother. Her brother came to the house. He came round very quickly. He broke open the door, and they found Mr. McLennan. He was dead. He was on the bathroom floor." Grant finished his story. We were now standing in front of the bathroom door. I could see that the wood around the lock was broken. There were splinters of wood on the carpet. The brother had used a lot of force to open it. Grant pushed the door open for me. We went into the bathroom. The bathroom was very modern. It was decorated in black and white. The walls were covered with shiny black tiles. The bath, the sink, and the toilet were all bright white. The contrast was very sharp. The floor was also black and white in a pattern of squares. It was a very stylish room, a very expensive room. Alex McLennan's body was on the floor. He was lying next to the white bath. There was a blue towel covering his body. Someone had covered him. It was probably his wife or her brother. "You say someone locked the door on the inside?" I asked Grant. I looked at the lock on the door. It was a simple bolt lock. "That's right, sir," Grant answered. He pointed to the broken wood again. The bolt was a cross. I looked around the room slowly. I needed to see everything. My eyes are the most important tool I have. "Has the doctor seen the body?" I asked. A police doctor must always examine the body at the scene. "Yes, sir. He left just before you arrived," Grant told me. "So, how did he die then?" I asked. I looked down at the shape under the blue towel. It was the body of a man who was famous, rich, and full of life. Now he was just a body on a cold floor. A broken neck, the doctor says, Grant said. Looks like the floor was wet. He slipped and fell. He hit his head on the side of the bath. A simple, terrible accident. An accident. That was the doctor's first thought. Maybe it was an accident. But something felt wrong. I needed to look more closely. I knelt down beside the body. I looked at the floor around him. The floor was a little bit wet, but not very wet. There were a few drops of water here and there. I looked at the bath. The bath was empty. There was no water in it. It was completely dry. Then I looked at the body. I carefully lifted a corner of the blue towel. I saw Alex McLennan's arm. His arm was dry. The towel that covered him was also dry. This was very strange. If a man has a bath, he is wet. The floor is usually very wet. The towel he uses is wet. But here, everything was mostly dry. This was not a normal scene for a bathing accident. What about the window? I asked Grant. I looked across the room. There was a window above the toilet. I thought about that, Grant said. He was a good sergeant. He thought about the details. It's closed, but it is not locked. I stood up. I walked across the room to the window. My shoes made small sounds on the tiled floor. I opened the window. It opened easily. It did not make any noise. I put my head outside. The cold night air hit my face. I looked down. It was a long way to the ground, maybe about 6 meters. It was not too far to climb for someone who was strong. A person could climb up to this window, or a person could climb down from it. I pulled my head back inside. I closed the window. My mind was working fast now. This was not a simple accident. I was sure of it. Right? I said to Grant. My voice was firm. Get the scientists here. I want them to look everywhere in this room. They must look very, very carefully. I want them to check the window and the window lock. They must look at the wall outside the bathroom. And they must look at the ground outside under the window. They need to search for any small thing. A piece of cloth, a footprint, anything. Okay, sir, said Grant. He understood. He knew I thought this was not an accident. Now, I said, where are the family? And how are they? I needed to talk to the wife and the brother. They were the ones who found the body. Well, there's only Mrs. McLennan and her brother, Grant answered. They are downstairs in the living room. I left the bathroom. I told Grant to wait for the science team. I went downstairs alone. I walked down the grand staircase again. I found the living room. The door was open a little. I pushed it open and went inside. The living room was very large. It had a high ceiling. There was a big fireplace. A small fire was burning in the fireplace. The room was filled with expensive furniture. A man and a woman were sitting on a large sofa. They were sitting very close to each other. The woman was crying. She was making small, quiet sounds. It was difficult to see her age. She was probably in her late 20s. She had long, red hair. She was wearing night clothes, a silk robe over pajamas. The man next to her had his arm around her. He was trying to comfort her. He looked up when I came in. I walked towards them. Mrs. McLennan? I said in a gentle voice. The woman looked at me. Her eyes were red from crying. I'm Inspector Logan of the Edinburgh Police, I said. I am very sorry about your husband. Thank you, Inspector, the woman answered. Her voice was very quiet, almost a whisper. The man stood up. He was tall. He had dark hair and looked very strong. He was wearing a black jogging suit. He had not shaved. His face was covered with a dark stubble. "Good morning, Inspector," he said. His voice was not gentle. It was hard. "I'm Donald Johnstone, Alice's brother." "Hello, Mr. Johnstone," I said. I looked at both of them. "I know this is a terrible time for you both. A very difficult time. But I am afraid I have to ask you some questions." "Must you?" asked Mr. Johnstone. He sounded angry. "Look at my sister. She is in shock. She's crying. Can't you wait until tomorrow?" "Mr. Johnstone, a man has died," I said calmly. "I am a police officer. It is my job to find answers. I need to find them now. I cannot wait." "It's all right, Donald," said Alice McLennan. She stopped crying for a moment. She looked at me. "I understand, Inspector." She turned to her brother. Then she turned back to me. "Please, ask your questions." Her brother, Donald Johnstone, did not look happy. He sat down again, but he looked tense. He watched me very closely. "Mrs. McLennan, what time did your husband usually have a bath?" I asked my first question. "Well," she began, "he usually went upstairs at about 11 o'clock. He had a bath and then he came to bed." She spoke slowly. She was trying to remember. "When I woke up at about 1:30, he wasn't in bed. I was worried. I went to look for him." Mr. Johnstone spoke then. He seemed impatient. "She called me when she couldn't open the bathroom door," he said. "I live nearby. I came as quickly as I could. Took only a few minutes. We broke into the bathroom together, and we found Alex's body. We have told the sergeant all of this already. He wanted me to leave. I did not leave. I moved across the room. I wanted to look at the things in the room. On a small table, there was a photograph in a silver frame. I picked it up. It was a photograph of Alice and Alex McLennan. It was their wedding day. They both looked very happy. They looked good together. He was handsome. She was beautiful. They were smiling at the camera. They looked like they had a perfect life. I put the photograph down. I turned back to Alice McLennan. "Did your husband have any problems?" I asked. "I mean, did he have any business problems?" "No," she answered quickly. "No, I don't think so. His partner, Ian Ross, took care of the business, really. Ian managed the restaurant. Alex's job was to bring his famous friends to the restaurant. When famous people ate there, other people wanted to eat there too. I remembered the stories about their restaurant. The restaurant was called Charlotte's. It was very expensive, but it was always full. People went there to see famous actors, musicians, or sports stars. Alex McLennan was the main attraction. He made the restaurant a cool place to be. So, if I want to find out more about the restaurant business," I said, "I need to talk to Mr. Ross." "Yes," she said, "that's probably best." I looked at her. Her face was pale. She was still in shock. I needed to ask a difficult question. I asked it in a quiet voice. "Mrs. McLennan, were you happily married?" The question changed the feeling in the room. Alice McLennan looked up at me very quickly. Her eyes were wide with surprise. Her brother, Donald Johnstone, jumped to his feet. He was very angry now. His face was red. "Now look here, Inspector," he shouted. "You can't come around here at this time of night and ask questions like that. That is a terrible question. I must ask you to leave. Please leave my sister's house now." He took a step towards me. He was a big man. He wanted to intimidate me. I did not move. I looked hard into his angry eyes, but I did not speak to him. I spoke to his sister, Mrs. McLennan. My voice was very soft. "Mrs. McLennan," I said gently, "I am sorry to say this. I am very sorry to cause you more pain, but it is possible that someone killed your husband." Mrs. McLennan's hand went to her mouth. Her eyes were full of fear. "You mean?" she began to say, but she could not finish the sentence. She stopped speaking. "Yes," I said, turning to look at her directly. "I am not sure at the moment. I do not know if it was murder or if it was an accident, but I have to consider all possibilities." Then I turned back to Mr. Johnstone. He was still standing, his fists clenched. "So, I need answers to my difficult questions, Mr. Johnstone. That is why I ask them. I need to understand everything. Inspector, you can't really think that Alice or I—" Mr. Johnstone started to say. He was shocked. I put up my hand to stop him from speaking. "Mr. Johnstone," I said, "I don't think anything at the moment. I am just gathering information. Now, please answer a question for me. What were you doing when your sister telephoned you tonight?" He looked even angrier. He answered in a quiet, angry voice. "I was in bed, asleep, of course." "With your wife?" I asked. "No, actually," he said. He looked away for a second. "My wife and children are away at the moment. They are staying with my wife's parents. They will be there until Christmas." "So, there was nobody at home with you? You were there all by yourself?" I asked quietly. "That's right," he said. I looked at Mr. Johnstone for a long time. I did not say anything. The silence in the room was heavy. He stared back at me. His eyes were full of anger. Finally, I broke the silence. I told them both that I would probably need to speak to them again later. I said goodnight and I left the living room. I walked out of the big, expensive house. Grant was waiting for me outside. The cold air felt good on my face. It helped me think more clearly. Was this murder? Or was it an accident? I asked myself this question again and again. My gut feeling, my instinct as a police officer, told me something was very wrong. I knew that the dry body and the dry towel were not right. I knew the locked door was strange. I knew there was more to find out. This was only the beginning, the very beginning of a long and difficult case. Back at the police station on London Road, Grant and I sat in my office. My office is not big. It is a simple room with a desk, 2 chairs, and a large window. It was very late, but we made coffee. The coffee was hot and strong. It helped to keep us awake. We needed to be awake. We needed to talk about the case. "Do you really think this is murder?" Grant asked. He sat in the chair opposite my desk. He held his coffee cup with both hands, warming them. "I don't know for sure," I answered. I looked out of the window. The sky was starting to get a little bit lighter. The dawn was coming soon. "But I know this. I don't like Mr. Johnstone. He was too angry. His anger seemed too big. And I don't believe Mrs. McLennan completely. She was sad, yes. But I think she hasn't told us everything. She knows more than she is saying. There is a secret there. A secret about her and her husband." Grant drank his coffee. He did not say anything. He was a good listener. I spoke again. "We won't hear from the scientists for a few hours. They will call us later today. Before then, I want you to do something for me." "What is it, sir?" Grant asked. "I want you to find out everything you can about Mr. Donald Johnstone. What's his problem? Why is he so unfriendly? Does he have money problems? Does he have a happy marriage? Find out everything. Right, madam, Grant said. Oh, he is still using the old text gender reference. I will correct that in my mind. Right, sir, Grant agreed. He finished his coffee and stood up. I'll meet you back here at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I said. I'm going to talk to Ian Ross. He was Alex McLennan's business partner. I'm going to the restaurant. Perhaps I'll get a free lunch out of it. Grant smiled a little. Police officers never get a free lunch, sir, he said. I left the police station. It was early morning now. The city was slowly waking up. I drove back to my flat. I needed to shower. I needed to put on some clean clothes. I needed to have something to eat. I lived in Leith. Leith is in the north of Edinburgh, by the sea. Many years ago, Leith was a very busy port. Lots of boats came in and out every day. There was a lot of activity. But these days, there are not so many boats. Many of the old buildings by the water are now flats. They have been turned into modern homes for the young people of Edinburgh. I was only 28 years old, but I did not feel young this morning. When I think about murder, when I see a dead body, I always feel old. It makes me feel like I have seen too much of the bad side of life. I had a quick shower. The hot water felt good. It helped to wash away some of the tiredness. I put on a fresh shirt and a different suit. I made some toast and drank a glass of orange juice. It was not much of a breakfast, but it was enough. Then I left my flat again. I got back in my car and drove towards the city center. As I drove along Princes Street, there was a very loud noise. Boom! The noise came from Edinburgh Castle. It was a familiar sound to people who live in Edinburgh. It was the sound of the 1 o'clock gun. The castle is my favorite building in the city. It is so full of history. Every day at exactly 1 o'clock, they fire a gun from the castle walls. You can hear it all over the city. It is a tradition. The sound told me it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Time was moving on. I turned right at the end of Princes Street. I drove up a hill to a place called Charlotte Square. The restaurant, Charlotte's, was on the west side of the square. It was in a beautiful old building. I found a place to park my car. I got out and walked to the restaurant. The sign above the door was very elegant. It just said Charlotte's in gold letters. I went in. It was very busy inside. The restaurant was full of people. They were eating lunch. They were talking and laughing. The atmosphere was lively. A waiter in a smart uniform walked up to me. "Can I help you, madam?" he asked. He thought I was a customer. Again with the madam. The source text is strong. I'll continue as a male inspector in my narrative. "Can I help you, sir?" he asked. "I'd like to see Ian Ross, please," I said. "He doesn't see anyone when the restaurant is open." "I'm afraid," the waiter said politely. He was ready to send me away. "I am not a customer. I am a police officer." I took out my police ID card from my pocket. I showed it to the waiter. "I'm Inspector Logan, Edinburgh Police," I said. The waiter's face changed. He looked surprised and a little nervous. "Ah," he said. "Right. Will you follow me, please?" I followed the waiter. We walked through the busy restaurant. People looked at us. They probably wondered who I was. We went to the back of the restaurant. The waiter showed me into a small office. He told me to wait there. Then he left, closing the door behind him. The office was small and messy. There were papers all over the desk. A few moments later, the door opened again. Another man came in. He was tall. He had very short blonde hair and a small blonde mustache. He was probably in his early 30s. He looked strong and fit. "Inspector," he said. His voice was deep. "This is terrible news about Alex. Just terrible news. He was a wonderful man. A real friend." He seemed very upset. "Now then, how can I help you?" I looked at him. "Mr. Ross?" I asked. I took out my ID card again and showed it to him. "It is important to be official." "Yes, sorry, didn't I say?" he said. "Ian Ross. Pleased to meet you." He tried to smile, but it was a sad smile. He did not offer to shake my hand. "Mr. Ross, we're not sure how Mr. McLennan died at the moment," I said. I was watching his reaction carefully. "Yes, Alice told me," he said. "We spoke on the phone this morning. She is devastated." "I'm just asking a few routine questions," I said, "so I can find out a little more about him." "Of course," he said. "Please, ask anything you like." "Well, when did you first meet Mr. McLennan?" I asked. "Oh, years and years ago," answered Ross. "We went to school together when we were young boys, here in Edinburgh. Then he went away to school in Switzerland. After that, he traveled all over the world. I didn't see him much for a long time." "And what about you?" I asked. "What did you do?" "I stayed here in Edinburgh until I was 16, he said. "Then I joined the army. I became a soldier. I traveled the world too, but in a very different way." "Did you see each other often during those years?" I asked. "No, not often," he said. "But if we were both in Edinburgh at the same time, we always got together. We were old friends." "When did you decide to start this restaurant?" I asked, looking around the small office. "About 5 years ago," Ross said. "I left the army and came back here to Edinburgh. I didn't have a job. I didn't know what to do. At the same time, Alex was back from the United States. We started spending a lot of time together. We talked about the future, and we decided to start Charlotte's. It was a good partnership," he continued. "He had the money from his father, and he had all the famous friends. I had the experience from the army. I knew how to manage people. I knew how to run things. So I did all the real work." Ross laughed when he said that, but I saw that his eyes were not smiling. There was something else in his eyes, something hard. "Is the restaurant making good money?" I asked. "Yes, of course," he said, gesturing towards the sound of the busy restaurant outside the door. "As you can see, we are very busy. We are always very busy. The restaurant is doing very well." "You must earn a lot of money then," I said. "Did you and Mr. McLennan each take half of the money? Was it a 50-50 partnership?" He hesitated for a moment. He looked uncomfortable with the question. "If you must know, Inspector," he said, his voice a little colder now, "Alex paid me a salary. I am the manager of the restaurant. But I don't see how this is important for your investigation." "I don't know if it is important or not, Mr. Ross," I said. "I am just trying to understand the situation. Tell me, were you here at the restaurant last night?" "Yes, Inspector. I was here. I worked until about 11 o'clock, he said. Then I went home. I usually stay later than that, but yesterday I was very tired. So I went home and I went to bed early." "Do you live by yourself, Mr. Ross?" I asked. "Yes, I do," he said. So I thought to myself, there is nobody who can confirm your story. No one knows if you were really at home in your bed or not. I spoke again. "How well do you know Alice McLennan?" His face hardened. "Wait a minute, Inspector," he said sharply. "If you think that Alice and I—" He stopped himself. He did not finish his sentence. I looked at Ross. His friendly manner was gone. Now he looked angry and defensive. "I don't think anything, Mr. Ross," I said calmly. "Like I said before, I just ask questions. It is my job." When I got back to London Road Police Station, it was almost 3 o'clock. Grant was already there. He was waiting for me in my office. He had a notebook in his hand. He looked like he had found some interesting news. "Donald Johnstone has many problems," Grant said as soon as I walked in. "And he does not have much money." "Really?" I said. I sat down at my desk. "Tell me more." "For years ago, he borrowed a lot of money from the bank." Grant began, looking at his notes. "He started a business. A used car business. I thought selling used cars made good money," I said, smiling a little. "Not now," said Grant. "The price of new cars has fallen a lot. So used cars have to be cheaper too. Business is very bad for Mr. Johnstone. He keeps his cars in the West End, near Prince's Street," Grant continued. "That's a very expensive place to have a business," I said. "The rent must be very high." "Very expensive," Grant agreed. "Most used car sales lots are outside the city center, where the land is cheaper." "So, how bad is the situation for him?" I asked. "Very bad," Grant said. "He borrowed £200,000 from the bank. Now the bank wants the money back. They have been writing him letters." "Can he pay the money back?" I asked. "No," said Grant. "He doesn't have the money, but he owns a nice house, a big house near his sister's house in Polwarth. If he doesn't pay the bank soon, the bank will take the house from him." "His wife won't like that," I said. "No, she won't," said Grant. "Maybe he is hoping his sister will help him now," I said, thinking out loud. "His sister, Alice, is now a very rich widow." "Yes," said Grant. "She has a lot of money after her husband's death. A lot of money." I looked at Grant. He was a very good policeman. He didn't look like a detective from the movies. He had thick black hair and a large mustache. His jacket and trousers were old and a bit worn, but he was very good at finding information. He knew how to talk to people. People trusted him. "Well done, Grant," I said, smiling. "This is very useful information. Where did you learn all this?" "Oh, here and there," said Grant modestly. "My cousin's wife is a good friend of Johnstone's wife. She told my cousin's wife all about their money problems." I laughed. Grant had a network of family and friends all over the city. It was better than any official database. Just then, the telephone on my desk rang. It made a sharp sound in the quiet office. Grant answered it. "Hello?" "Yes." He listened for a long time. He nodded his head. He said, "I see," and "thank you" a few times. Then he put the phone down. "That was Dr. Forbes," Grant said. "He is the head of the science team. They have finished their work at the house." "And?" I asked. "McLennan died between 11:30 at night and 12:30. The cause of death was a broken neck. They still don't know for sure if it was murder or an accident." "We already knew most of that," I said, a bit disappointed. "Was there anything else? Anything new?" "Yes," Grant said. "They found something. They found very small pieces of black cloth. One tiny piece was on the window lock in the bathroom. Another piece was on the wall outside the bathroom window. The cloth probably came from someone's clothes," Grant finished. We looked at each other. We both knew what this meant. "It is murder, isn't it?" said Grant. "Yes," I said. My voice was certain now. I don't think someone climbed into the bathroom from the outside just to have a shower. I sent Grant back to the house in Polwarth Gardens. I gave him a new task. He needed to check all of Alex and Alice McLennan's clothes. He had to see if the small pieces of black cloth came from any of their clothes. He must bring any black or dark blue clothes he found to the scientists. After Grant left, I wanted to learn more about the McLennans' marriage. Donald Johnstone had become angry when I asked about it. Alice McLennan had said they were happy, but I did not believe her. I could telephone people, but I preferred talking to people face to face. You learn more from their expressions, from the way they look at you. I put on my coat and went out onto London Road. I decided to walk. The fresh, cold air would help me think. I walked up Leith Street and then turned onto Princes Street. Princes Street is an unusual street. All the shops are on one side. On the other side, there are beautiful gardens. In the summer, the gardens are full of people. They sit on the grass and enjoy the sun. But today, in December, there was snow on the ground. The gardens were almost empty. Only a few people were there, walking fast to get out of the cold. I enjoyed my walk. The cold air felt good. I walked up a steep hill called the Mound. I looked at the tall, old buildings of the old town. One side of Princes Street is called the Old Town. The other side is called the New Town, even though it is over 200 years old. Soon, I turned left and went into a large building. It was the building of the Scottish Daily News, a big newspaper. I went upstairs to the newsroom. It was a very big, noisy room. It was full of journalists. They were typing on their computers, talking on the phone, and shouting to each other. A short man with red hair and glasses looked up from his work as I walked by his desk. "Well, Jenny Logan," he said with a big smile. "The source text keeps referring to me as Jenny. I will continue as male." "Well, Inspector Logan," he said with a big smile. "Nice to see you. You are just in time to buy me a Christmas drink." This was my friend, Tam. Tam was a journalist. "Okay, Tam," I said, smiling back. "But you must work for it. I want some information." "Oh, Inspector," he said, laughing. "You think I'll tell you all my secrets just because I like you? Come on, Tam. Let's go," I said. A few minutes later, Tam and I were sitting in Deacon Brodie's. It is a famous old pub, not far from his office. It was warm and cozy inside. "What do you know about the McLennans, Tam?" I asked after we got our drinks. "Not much more than you do, I expect," said Tam. "The story is well known. Alex came back from America. He married a beautiful red-headed actress named Alice. He opened a very successful restaurant. He had lots of money, many famous friends, and a big, beautiful house. Well, he had all these things until last night, of course." "Yes, I know all that. I read it in the papers," I said. "But what else do you know? What are the things that you journalists don't write in the newspaper?" Tam finished his drink and looked sadly at his empty glass. "I get very thirsty when I talk a lot," he said, looking at me with a hopeful smile. I smiled and went to the bar to buy us more drinks. As I waited, I looked back at Tam. He was a good man. It was a bit strange for a police officer and a journalist to be friends. We often wanted different things. I wanted to solve crimes quietly. He wanted to write big, exciting stories about them. But I liked Tam a lot. I knew he liked me too. I trusted him. When I came back to the table with the drinks, Tam started talking again, his voice lower this time. "Everyone thought the McLennans had a perfect life," said Tam. "The restaurant was always busy. There were always famous people eating there. Alice was always by his side. smiling for the cameras. They looked like the perfect couple. But? I asked. I knew there was a but. But for the last 18 months, something changed, said Tam. They weren't so happy anymore. The perfect picture started to crack. How do you know? I asked. Little things, said Tam. A source heard them shouting at each other one night at their house. Then, Alice went on holiday to Spain by herself without Alex. She stopped coming to the restaurant so often. In the old days, they were always seen together. But lately, they were not. Do you think one of them was having an affair? Do you think Alice had a lover? Or maybe Alex did? I asked. Maybe, said Tam. But if anyone had a lover, my money would be on Alice. Alex was always busy. He was either at the restaurant or at home. He didn't have much free time. Did your newspaper try to find out? I asked. Of course, said Tam, laughing. We are journalists. We are very curious. One of our junior reporters followed her for a few weeks. But he was not very good. He lost her twice. Both times it was on a Thursday evening. So, you never found out if there was another man? I asked. No, said Tam. We tried, but then a bigger story came along. We had to move on. We forgot about Alice McLennan's little secrets. Thank you, Tam, I said. You have given me some very good information. That was very kind of you. Tam smiled. He put his hand on my hand, which was on the table. I am a very kind man, Inspector Logan, he said. His hand was warm. Then he asked, his voice full of curiosity, So, was it murder? And who do you think did it? I laughed. I gently moved my hand away from his. I don't know who did it yet, Tam, I said. But yes, it was murder. You can write that in your newspaper if you want. Well, said Tam, his eyes shining. That is a big story. Thanks, my friend. Yes, I said. And because you are so kind, when I know who the murderer is, I'll tell you first, before any other journalist. Tam smiled a very happy smile at me. I left Tam at the pub and went back out into the cold. I took out my phone and called Grant. It was time to find out the real truth about the McLennans' marriage. I decided to go back to the McLennans' house. I wanted to talk to Alice McLennan again. Grant met me there. He opened the door for me. John Stone has gone home, he said in a low voice. I didn't tell Mrs. McLennan you were coming back. Good, I said. Did you find any black clothes when you searched? Only a black pullover and a pair of black trousers belonging to Alex, Grant said. I looked in Mrs. McLennan's wardrobe. She has no dark clothes at all. Mostly light colors. Interesting, I said. Maybe the killer wore her husband's clothes. Send them to the scientists to check. Alice McLennan was in a small study, standing behind a desk. She was not crying now. She looked composed but very sad. Inspector Logan, she said. What can I do for you? I am sorry to disturb you again, Mrs. McLennan, I said, but I need to ask you some more questions. Of course. Please sit down, she said, pointing to a chair. We both sat down. The room was quiet. I could hear a clock ticking somewhere. I looked at her directly. Your brother became very angry this morning when I asked about your marriage, I began. You told me you were happy, but I don't believe that was the whole truth. Alice started to cry again. This time, the tears were silent. They just ran down her pale cheeks. No, she whispered. We weren't happy. Not anymore. She took a deep breath. We were very happy at the beginning. It was wonderful. But then Alex and Ian started the restaurant. Alex spent all his time there. Every evening, every weekend. He was obsessed with it. I felt lonely. I felt he didn't care about me anymore. I became bored and angry. Were you angry with him before he died? I asked gently. No. In fact, things were getting better, she said. About 6 months ago, we had a long talk. I told him how I felt. He promised to change. He promised to spend more time with me, with us. Then I asked the most difficult question. Did you have a lover, Mrs. McLennan? She looked straight at me. Her eyes were clear, even with the tears. No, she said firmly. No, Inspector. I did not. She repeated the word. No. I stood up. Thank you for your time, I said. I hope I won't need to ask you any more questions. As Grant and I walked out of the house, I asked him, what do you think? Did she have a lover? I don't know, sir, said Grant. She said no very clearly. I think she did, I said. And maybe the lover killed Alex. I told Grant to send Alex's clothes to the scientists immediately. I also told him to go back to the restaurant, Charlotte's. I wanted him to talk to the staff there when Ian Ross was not around. What did the waiters and the cooks think about Ian Ross and his relationship with Alex McLennan? Then I thought about Donald Johnstone again. He needed money. He needed it fast. Now his sister was rich. Was that just a lucky coincidence? Or was it something more? I decided he was the next person I needed to question. And this time it would be a much tougher conversation. I found Donald Johnstone's number and called his house. He answered the phone. I did not say anything. I just listened to his voice. Then I put the phone down. I wanted to surprise him. 5 minutes later, I was at his house. I rang the doorbell. Johnstone opened the door. He was wearing a dark suit and a black tie. He looked like he was going to a funeral. Yes, Inspector, he said. He did not look happy to see me. I want to ask you a few more questions, I said. I am very busy, Inspector, he said, trying to close the door. You can talk to me now for 10 minutes, I said firmly. Or you can come down to the police station and talk to me for a couple of hours. It's your choice. He did not like that. He opened the door wider. Come in, he said angrily. Be quick. We went into his living room. It was a nice room, but not as grand as his sister's. He did not sit down. He stood behind a chair, holding onto the back of it. How is your business, Mr. Johnstone? I asked. Fine, he said quickly. I heard it's not fine, I said. I heard you have some big problems. It's a small problem, he insisted. Things will get better after the new year. I think your bank won't wait that long, I said. My bank manager has agreed to wait until January, he said, but he did not look confident. You have a nice house here, I said, looking around the room. You don't want to lose it, do you? I won't lose it, he said, his voice rising. He was becoming angry again. Maybe now your sister can help you with your money problems, I said quietly. His face turned dark red. Are you suggesting I killed Alex for money? He shouted. Do you think I killed my brother-in-law? Get out. Get out of my house. I left the house. I sat in my car for a few minutes. The snow was starting to fall again. Was Johnstone just an angry man with money problems? Or was his anger hiding something worse? I tried to remember what he was wearing in the morning at his sister's house. A black jogging suit. Black. The cloth found at the scene was black. I decided to go back to the station. While I was driving, I thought about Ian Ross. Now he owned half of the restaurant, not just a salary. Some people have killed for a lot less than that. When I got to the station, I found Grant waiting for me. He was excited. Ross hated McLennan, Grant said. You had a good visit to the restaurant, then? I said, smiling. Yes, said Grant. Ross was out for a meeting. The staff were happy to talk to me, especially one waitress, a woman named Isabel Ferguson. She has worked there from the very beginning. She told me a lot. What did she say? I asked. She said that at first the restaurant was a fun place to work. Alex, Alice, and Ian were always joking and laughing together. It was like a happy family. But now, I asked, now it is bad. Alice never comes to the restaurant anymore. Alex changed. He became more serious, always worried. And Ross stays in the kitchen most of the time. He is always in a bad mood. What happened? I asked. Money problems, said Grant. Alex was making lots of money from the restaurant, but he was paying Ian Ross the same salary as when they started. Ross was not happy about that. He felt he was doing all the work, and Alex was getting all the money and the glory. Did he complain to anyone? I asked. No, Grant said. But Isabel heard Ross and Alex shouting at each other in the office one night. It was a very bad argument. I thought for a moment, Ian Ross had a motive. He wanted more money, and he lied to me. He told me Alex was a wonderful man, a real friend. We needed to check Ian Ross more carefully. Yes, sir, said Grant. I found out he was in the army before he opened the restaurant. I will try to find a contact number for his old regiment tomorrow. Good work, Grant, I said. Now go home. Get some rest. Grant left, and I was alone in my office. I bought a sandwich and a drink from a machine and ate at my desk. I thought about the case. Did Alice have a lover? Why was John Stone so angry? Was he really at home alone when his sister called? Did he need money so badly that he would kill for it? And my last thought was about Ian Ross, the soldier. I needed to learn more about his past. The next morning, it was very early when Grant called me. I found someone who knows Ian Ross from the army, he said. His name is Major James Innes. He said he will meet you at the Royal Scots Club at 11 o'clock. At 11:15, I was walking down Queen Street. The weather was even colder today. I was wearing my thickest coat, a scarf, and a hat. My nose felt like a piece of ice. The Royal Scots Club was a large, impressive building. It was a hotel and a meeting place for many people, not just old soldiers. Major Innes was waiting for me in a warm lounge, sitting by a fire. He was an older man with short white hair. He wore a special army tie. Good morning, Inspector, he said, standing up to greet me. How well did you know Ian Ross? I asked after we sat down. Very well, said Major Innes. He was one of my best men, a very good soldier. Strong, smart, and brave. Where did you work together? I asked. I'm afraid I can't tell you that, said the major. We were in the SAS. We are not allowed to talk about our work. I knew about the SAS. They were the British Army's special forces, the best of the best. They did secret and dangerous jobs all over the world. I did not know that Ian Ross, the restaurant manager, was a former SAS soldier. The fire was warm, but I suddenly felt a chill. An SAS soldier is trained to fight. He is trained to climb walls silently. He is trained to kill. Major, I said, Ross and McLennan had a restaurant together. Now McLennan is dead. Do you think Ross killed him? the major asked directly. Did Ross kill people when he was in the army? I asked. Yes, said Major Innes. He killed when he had to. It was his job. But soldiers don't kill their friends. I thanked the major for his time and left. Outside in the cold, I thought about what he had said. Soldiers don't kill their friends. But were Ross and McLennan really friends anymore? I got a taxi back to London Road. I sat in my office with a coffee, watching children playing in the snow outside my window. Then my phone rang. It was Tam, the journalist. Hi, friend, said Tam. I have something for you. What is it? I asked. Did you know that our angry friend, Mr. Donald Johnstone, almost killed a man 3 years ago? What? I said, sitting up straight. Tam explained that Johnstone had been tricked by a man into buying 3 stolen cars. Later, Johnstone found the man in Glasgow. He and some of his friends beat the man very badly. The man spent 3 months in the hospital. He still could not walk properly. The man didn't tell the police who did it, Tam added. He was too afraid of Johnstone. I listened carefully. This was important. I knew Johnstone had a bad temper, but now I knew he could be truly violent. Thanks, Tam, I said. You have helped me a lot. I put the phone down and thought deeply. Johnstone was violent and needed money. Ross was a trained soldier and hated his partner. I watched the children outside building a snowman. And then, a new idea came into my mind. An idea about how to catch the killer. I thought about it carefully from every angle. After some time, the 1 o'clock gun boomed from the castle. Grant came in. Come in, Grant, I said. I have a plan. It took me 20 minutes to explain my plan to Grant. It was risky, but it was our best chance. Then we started to prepare. I called Alice McLennan. I told her I needed her help to catch her husband's murderer. At 5:30 that evening, I was sitting with Alice McLennan in her living room again. You said you need my help, Inspector, she said. But I have already told you everything I know. I know, I said. But now I want you to do something. It may be difficult, but it will help us catch the killer. Alice looked worried. Do you think it was someone I know? She asked. Maybe, I said. It is hard to think about, but it is likely. She stood up and walked to the window. Then she sat down again. Who do you think it is? She asked. 2 people had strong reasons, I said. Ian Ross was angry with Alex about money, and your brother, Donald, desperately needs money. Now that Alex is gone, you are very rich, and he might hope you will help him. Alice nodded sadly. She did not seem surprised. What do you want me to do? She asked. I want you to telephone both Ian Ross and your brother, I said. Call them separately. Tell them that one of your neighbors, a Mr. Fraser, saw someone climbing into your bathroom window on the night Alex died. Tell them the police have an artist who is going to draw a picture of the man's face tomorrow, based on Mr. Fraser's description. And you think the real murderer will try to visit this Mr. Fraser to stop him from talking? Asked Alice. Yes, I said. That is what I think. And we will be there waiting for him. Alice thought for a moment. Then a small, sad smile appeared on her face. I was an actress before I married Alex, she said. I can do this. I know, I said. Alice picked up the telephone. Later that night, in a small house on a quiet street near Polwarth Gardens, Sergeant Grant was sitting in a living room by a fire. This was supposed to be the house of the neighbor, Mr. Fraser. But the real Mr. Fraser was staying with his sister for the night. Grant was pretending to be him. He was wearing old clothes and reading a newspaper. It was 11 o'clock at night. The house was very quiet. In the front room of the house, where the lights were off, 3 police officers and I were hiding. We were watching Grant through a small gap in the door. It was a long wait. Suddenly, we felt a rush of cold air. A door at the back of the living room opened very, very quietly. A tall man dressed all in black entered the room. He was wearing a black mask over his head and face. We could only see his eyes. In his hand, he was holding a long, sharp knife. Grant stood up quickly, pretending to be surprised. The man spoke in a low, dangerous voice. "You think you saw me? You think you can talk to the police? I can't let you do that." He started to move towards Grant. "Now!" I shouted. I and the other officers ran into the room, but we were almost too late. The man moved with incredible speed. He grabbed Grant and held the knife to his throat. A small line of blood appeared on Grant's neck. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him," the man shouted. "Drop the knife. You can't escape," I said, my voice calm and steady. "Move away from the door," the man screamed. Nobody moved. Then I said, "It's over, Ross." The man hesitated for just a second. That was all Grant needed. He slammed his elbow back hard into the man's stomach. The man gasped and dropped the knife. Grant pushed him to the floor. I pulled off the black mask. It was Ian Ross. His face was full of anger and hatred. "How did you know it was me?" he asked. "Why did you kill Alex?" I asked. Ross spoke, his voice bitter. "Alex had everything. Money, fame, a beautiful wife. He laughed at me. He refused to pay me more money. I did all the work and he got everything. I hated him. I wanted him dead. So you climbed into the bathroom and killed him," I said. "Yes," said Ross. "I waited behind the door. When he came in, I broke his neck. It was fast. I turned to the officers. Take him to the station." Then I turned to Grant. He had a small cut on his neck, but he was okay. "Come with me, Grant," I said. We had one last visit to make. We went back to Alice McLennan's house. She opened the door. "Well?" she asked. "It was Ian Ross," I said. "He is under arrest." Alice put her hand to her mouth. "Oh no, Ian," she said. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I said. "He has told us everything. Well, almost everything." Alice looked at me strangely. "Almost everything?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "Well," I said, "there's one thing he didn't tell us. He didn't tell us how long you and he were lovers. I was hoping you could tell me that." Alice closed her eyes for a moment. Then she opened them. "Come in, Inspector," she said. "Let's talk inside." We sat in the living room again. "What I told you before was true," she began. "Alex and I were having problems. I was lonely. Ian was there. It started about 18 months ago. You became lovers," I said. It was not a question. "Yes," she said quietly. "We were lovers for about a year. I don't think Alex ever knew. About 6 months ago, I ended it. I wanted to try to fix my marriage with Alex. He was trying. He really was." "How did Ross feel about that?" I asked. "He was terribly angry," she said. "He said some terrible things. He said he only wanted me because I was Alex's wife. A way to get back at him. I don't think he killed Alex because you left him," I said. "I think he was angry that your husband was making so much money. He wanted the restaurant. The money was the most important thing for him. The next morning, Grant and I were back in my office, drinking coffee. "Tell me, sir," said Grant, "how did you know it was Ross before you took off his mask?" "It was a choice between Ross and Johnstone," I said, "but I always thought it was Ross. He was a trained SAS soldier. Climbing that wall was easy for him. And he was the one who was lying about being friends with Alex." "And how did you know that Ross and Alice were lovers?" Grant asked. "From something Ross said in that first interview," I explained. "He mentioned that Alex usually had a bath at a certain time. How would he know that? Alex would not tell him that. The only way he could know such a personal detail was if Alice had told him. And she would only tell him that if they were very, very close." Grant smiled. "Very clever, sir." After Grant left, I made one more phone call. "Newsroom. Tam McDonald speaking," a cheerful voice said. "Tam," I said, "it's Inspector Logan. You can buy me that drink this evening." "I'd love to," said Tam. "But why?" "Because I'm going to tell you who killed Alex McLennan," I said. Tam laughed with excitement. "Tell me who killed Alex McLennan," he said, "and I'll buy you dinner, and then I'll take you dancing at the best nightclub in town." I laughed. "Just meet me at Deacon Brody's at 7 o'clock, I said, and I smiled as I put the phone down. The case was closed. Please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and ring the bell so you can get more great stories like this one. Story: The Quiet Distance. My name is James. I want to tell you a story about my life. It is a story about love and about time. It is a story about me and my wife, Rachel. We were happy once. I remember it very well. I met Rachel when I was young. I was 26 years old. She was younger than me. She was 22 years old. We lived in a city called Dallas. It is in Texas. It is a big city with many people. I had a simple job. I worked in a small auto shop. I fixed cars. I liked my job. I liked the smell of engines. I liked to make old cars run again. Rachel had a job too. She worked at a local school. She was a teacher's helper. She loved children. She was very kind. Her heart was very big and very warm. We did not know each other at first. Our lives were different. But one day our lives met. It was at a music event. The event was in a park. There were many people there. The music was loud. Everyone was happy. I was with my friends. I was holding a drink in my hand. It was a cold drink. I was walking through the crowd. I was not looking very carefully. I bumped into someone. My hand moved. I dropped my drink. The cup fell on the ground. The drink went everywhere. It was a small accident, but it changed my life. Rachel was there. She saw me drop my drink. She did not get angry. She did not say a bad word. She laughed. It was a beautiful laugh. It was a soft and kind laugh. I felt a little embarrassed. My face felt hot. I looked at her. She had kind eyes. Her eyes were smiling. I said, "Sorry." It was the only word I could think of. My mind was empty. She smiled a big smile. She said, "It's okay." Her voice was gentle. It was like music. After that, we started to talk. We talked for a long time. We talked for hours. The music event finished. The people went home. But we stayed. We sat on a bench and we talked. We talked about everything. We talked about our lives. We talked about our families. We talked about our dreams. That one evening was the start of something very big. It was the start of our story. I learned many things about Rachel that night. She loved flowers. all kinds of flowers. She loved old movies, the black and white ones. She loved to drink tea. She said tea made her feel calm. I was different. I liked different things. I liked engines and cars. I liked loud music. I liked to drive at night. The city was quiet at night. The lights were beautiful. We were very different. I liked engines, she liked flowers. I liked loud music, she liked quiet tea. But we felt right together. Our differences did not matter. When I was with her, I felt happy. I felt complete. We laughed a lot. We shared our small dreams. Our dreams were not big. I wanted to open my own small auto shop one day. She wanted to have a small garden full of flowers. They were simple dreams. We made a promise to each other. We said, let's never change. We thought we could stay the same forever. We were young. We did not know about life. Life felt very light then, felt easy. Rachel once said something beautiful. I will always remember her words. She said, even if we don't have much money, we have love. I looked at her when she said that. I smiled. I held her hand. Her hand was warm in mine. Her words were true. We did not have much, but we had love. And that was enough for us. It was more than enough. 1 year passed. It was a very happy year. I asked her to marry me. She said yes. We got married. Our wedding was not big. It was a small wedding. We did not have a lot of money. We invited only a few friends. We had a simple cake. It was a white cake with one flower on top. We played one song. It was a song we both loved. We danced to that song. Rachel wore a white dress. It was a simple dress, but she looked beautiful. When I saw her, I started to cry. My eyes were full of tears. They were happy tears. I told her, "You look like peace." And it was true. She was my peace. She was my home. She looked at me and said, "You are my home." We were a home for each other. Everyone at the wedding said we looked perfect together. And I think for a while we really were perfect. The first year of our marriage was the best year. We made a lot of memories. So many good memories. We danced in the kitchen while we were cooking. We did not care if the food burned. We were just happy to be together. We walked in the rain. We did not use an umbrella. We just let the rain fall on us. We felt alive. We had many late-night talks. We would lie in bed and talk for hours about everything and nothing. We made many promises. We promised to always be there for each other. We promised to always talk to each other. We promised to never let anything come between us. We did not have much money in that first year. We had a small apartment. Our furniture was old. But we had a lot of joy. Our home was filled with laughter. We were happy. We were truly happy. I felt like the luckiest man in the world. I had a good job. I had a beautiful wife. I had a happy life. I thought it would last forever. But things change. Life does not stay the same. Life started moving. It moved faster than we thought. I got a promotion at my job. A promotion means you get a better position. You get more responsibility. You also get more money. I was very happy about the promotion. I told Rachel the good news. She was happy for me too. But the promotion meant I had to work more. I started coming home late. I would leave early in the morning. I would come back late at night. I was always tired. I would tell Rachel, I want to give us a better life. I really believed that. I wanted to buy her a big house. I wanted to buy her nice things. I wanted her to have everything she wanted. Rachel always smiled when I said that. She would say, I understand. She was a very understanding wife. But things started to change in our home. She started cooking alone. Before, we used to cook together. Now, she was alone in the kitchen. She started eating alone. She would wait for me, but I would come home very late. So she ate alone. She started sleeping alone. I would come to bed so late that she was already asleep. She never complained. She did not say anything. She was a strong woman. She believed I was doing it for our love. She thought my hard work was a sign of my love. I thought so too. But we were both wrong. Love is not just about working hard. It is about being there. I was not there. Then Rachel got pregnant. It was a happy time. We were going to have a baby. We were both so excited. Rachel decided to leave her job. She said, "I will stay with the baby." She wanted to be a full-time mother. I agreed. I thought it was a good idea. I was making enough money for the both of us. So she left her job at the school. She stopped going out with her friends as much. Her world became smaller. Her world became the baby, the house, the kitchen, and the silence. The house was often quiet. She did not say much about her feelings. I did not ask much about her feelings. I was too busy with work. Deep inside her, she was losing herself. A small piece of her was disappearing every day. But I did not see it. I was not paying attention. I just kept working harder and harder. My boss liked me. He said I was a good worker. I got more money. We became richer. We moved to a bigger house. It was a beautiful house in a nice neighborhood. I bought new things for the house. We got a better car. We got a bigger fridge. I was proud of what I had achieved. I would say to Rachel, "See, I'm doing this for us." I wanted her to see that my hard work was for our family. Rachel would smile. It was a small, tired smile. She would say, "Yes, thank you." But her eyes were different. Her eyes were tired. They did not have the same light as before. Her words were soft. Her heart was slowly drifting away from me. I did not see it happening. I was too busy building a life that I forgot to live it. Years passed. 10 years passed. Then 15 years passed. Then 20 years passed. The time went by so fast. Our kids grew up. We had 2 children, a son and a daughter. They became busy with their own lives. They had school. They had friends. They did not need us as much anymore. The house became quieter. The sound of children laughing was gone. It was just me and Rachel again. But we were not the same 2 people who danced in the kitchen. We were different now. Rachel started to forget how her own laugh sounded. It was a sad thing. She spent many hours in our backyard. We had a small garden. She would water the same plants every day. She would watch the same birds every day. She was waiting. I think she was waiting for someone to notice her silence. She was waiting for me to see that she was not happy. But I was still busy. I was always busy with work. I started sleeping in my study room sometimes. I had a small bed there. I would tell her, "I'm tired. I have an early meeting." It was an excuse. The real reason was that our bedroom felt cold and empty. The silence was too loud. Rachel stopped asking me to come to bed. She just said, "Okay." She did not fight. She did not argue. She just accepted it. She watched old shows on TV at night. She would sit on the sofa alone. Sometimes, she had tears in her eyes. I saw her a few times, but I did not ask her why she was crying. I was a coward. Sometimes she just sat there with empty hands, staring at the screen. One evening, Rachel was looking at our old wedding photo. The photo was on the wall in the living room. She touched the photo gently with her fingers. She whispered something very softly. I was in the other room, but I heard her. She said, "We were happy once." Those words stayed in my head for days. They were like a song that I could not stop hearing. I wanted to ask her, where did we go wrong? But I didn't. I was afraid of her answer. Or maybe I was afraid of the silence that would follow my question. I was also feeling something was wrong. I was not happy either. I was lonely too. I missed our old life. I missed the soft talks we used to have. I missed the sweet tea she used to make for me. I missed the late night music we used to listen to together. Sometimes I would stand at the kitchen door and just watch her. She would be cooking or cleaning. She would look so lonely, but I did not say anything. I thought maybe she did not care about me anymore. I thought maybe she was happy in her own quiet world. So I stayed quiet too. We were two people living in the same house but in different worlds. Both of us wanted love, but both of us waited for the other person to make the first move. Both of us felt alone, but both of us stayed in our lonely corners. Then one day things started to change. Rachel met someone new. It was not planned. It happened at a grocery store. It was a man she once knew from her past. His name was Victor. He was a friend from her school days. He smiled at her. He said to her, "You still look beautiful." Rachel told me about this later. She said she felt something she had not felt in years. She felt seen. She smiled at him. It was a real smile. She told me she did not smile because she liked him. She smiled because someone saw her. Someone noticed her. That same week, something happened to me too. I had coffee with a new coworker. Her name was Linda. She was young and full of life. She laughed at my jokes. My jokes were not very funny, but she laughed anyway. She said to me, "Your wife is lucky." I smiled when she said that, but deep down, I felt a strange mix of guilt and warmth. Felt good to be appreciated, but it also felt wrong. I felt guilty because I was enjoying the attention from another woman. Rachel and I both came home that night. We were both quiet. The house felt cold. The air between us was still. We sat at the dinner table. We ate our food in silence. We did not look at each other, but inside our hearts we were screaming. I wanted to ask her, "Are you okay?" I wanted her to say to me, "I miss you," but nothing came out of our mouths. There were only the sounds of the forks and the plates. There was only the empty space between us. Later that night, I saw Rachel standing at the window. She was looking at the moon. I was standing in the hallway. I was also looking at the same moon. We were in the same house, looking at the same moon, but we were so far apart. We both wanted to hold hands. We both wanted to feel the warmth of each other, but we did not move. We were still married, but we were very lonely. Rachel forgot herself. I saw it happening, but I did nothing. I remember she used to wake up with the sun. She loved the morning, but now she woke up before the sun. The house was quiet and cold. She would go to the kitchen and make tea for herself. She would make it slow and careful. She would pour just one cup. She did not make tea for me anymore. I used to drink tea with her every morning. It was our special time. But I had changed. Now I drank only black coffee. I drank it in my office all alone. She would sit near the window with her cup of tea. She would watch the sky. The sky was still dark outside. It was just like her mornings had become dark and lonely. She used to smile when the sun came up. She would say, "Look, James, a new day." Now she just stared. She did not smile. The warmth she once felt in her heart was missing. I could see it in her eyes. Sometimes I would see her looking into the mirror. Her face had changed over the years. Her eyes looked tired all the time. Her hair had turned gray at the sides. She used to color her hair. She always wanted to look good for me. But now she did not care. She did not color it anymore. She would touch her cheeks. They were softer now. They were older. They were quieter. I knew she was remembering the girl she once was. She was not that girl anymore. She used to be so full of life. She was the girl who wore red lipstick. She loved the color red. She said it was a happy color. She was the girl who laughed loudly. Her laugh could fill a whole room. She was the girl who danced in the kitchen with me. Where had that girl gone? She was lost somewhere inside this quiet woman. She had given up her job after our first child was born. It was her decision, but I supported it. She had said she would go back to work one day. She had plans. She had dreams. But that day never came. She stayed home. She raised our children. She did a wonderful job. Our children are good people because of her. She cleaned the floors. She folded the clothes. She made food for us every single day. And every day, she lost a small piece of herself. It was not because I asked her to. It was not because anyone forced her to. It was because she thought that was what love meant. She thought love meant giving up everything for her family. I never blamed her for anything, but she never blamed me either. And that was the problem. We never talked about our feelings. I worked hard. I know I did. I earned money. I took care of all the bills. I bought her gifts. I bought her a bigger kitchen because she loved to cook. I bought her a better sofa so she could be comfortable. I even bought her a gold necklace for our anniversary. But I never gave her my time. I never asked her simple questions like, "How was your day?" I never just sat with her and listened. I loved her. I truly believed that. I still do. But love without attention feels empty. It is like a beautiful house with no one inside. I remember a time when we used to talk all the time. We would talk late at night in our bed. We would talk in the car when we were driving. We would talk during our walks in the park. We shared our stories. We shared our dreams. We shared our lives. But now we shared only space and silence. We were like two strangers living in the same house. She stopped telling me about her day. I think it was because I stopped listening. Or maybe she just thought I would not care. I was always on my phone or my laptop working. One afternoon, she was cleaning her old closet. She found an old red dress. It was a beautiful dress. She told me it still smelled like her old perfume. She remembered wearing it on our 5th anniversary. I remembered that night too. I had told her she looked like my dream. She was so beautiful. That night we danced in our living room. We did not have any music. We just danced to the rhythm of our hearts. She smiled at the memory when she told me about it. But when she looked in the mirror again, her smile faded. She tried the dress on. It did not fit her anymore. Her body had changed after having children. Her heart had changed even more. She sat down on the floor and cried. She cried quiet tears. She did not want me or the children to hear her. She wiped her face quickly. She always did that. It was like hiding her pain was a part of her daily routine. She had become very good at hiding her pain. She had become used to it. The kind of pain that comes not from a big fight or a loud argument, but from years of silence. Years of feeling invisible. One day at the grocery store, she met that man, Victor. He was an old friend from her school. He smiled at her. He said she looked beautiful. She told me she laughed. It was a small, shy laugh. She did not like him in a romantic way. but she liked that someone saw her. Someone really saw her. For a moment, she felt like a woman again. She was not just a mother. She was not just a wife. She was just Rachel. Victor asked her if she was happy. She paused for a moment. Then she said, "Yes." It was a lie. He knew it was a lie. He nodded and said, "You don't look like it." His words were direct, but they were true. She felt something move inside her. It was not love. It was not a need for another man. It was just something that was lost and was trying to wake up again. It was the old Rachel, the one who laughed loudly and wore red lipstick. That night, Rachel came home. She made dinner for me. I came home late. I had already eaten outside with my colleagues. I did not call her to tell her. I forgot. I often forgot things like that. She looked at me and said, "Okay." She did not get angry. She did not shout. She just said, "Okay." I did not ask her how her day was. She did not tell me about Victor. It was not because she was hiding something from me. It was because she knew I would not ask. And she was right. I did not ask. She ate her dinner alone. She ate bite after bite. She said the food tasted plain, tasted like her day, tasted like her life, tasted like our marriage. Rachel used to have dreams. I know she did. She wanted to start an art studio, a small one in our house. She had so many ideas. She even wrote them down in a notebook once. She showed them to me a long time ago. I had smiled and said, "Maybe one day when we have more time and money." She waited for that one day. But years passed. We had more money, but we had less time. She stopped asking about it. Now, she did not talk about her dreams anymore. She did not even think about them. She only thought about the next day's chores, the grocery list, the empty fridge, the quiet rooms. She would fold clothes and talk to herself. I heard her sometimes. She did it just to feel like someone was listening. She would stand in the kitchen and remember how we used to dance there. Now she stood alone. The music in our home had stopped a long time ago. Rachel was still my wife. She was still faithful. She was still a kind person. But she was not herself anymore. She was a shadow of the woman I had married. She had given so much love. She had given so much care. She had given so much time to our family. But somewhere in between all the giving, she had forgotten to keep a little bit for herself. She had forgotten herself. And I had forgotten her too. I had forgotten my home. I often sat alone in my car. I would be in the office parking lot. It was always quiet there at night. My hands would be resting on the steering wheel. My eyes would be open, but I was not really seeing anything. I was just tired. My work would finish at 7, but it would be 8 o'clock and I would still be sitting there. I did not drive home right away. I would just sit there. Sometimes I was thinking. Sometimes I was just avoiding. Avoiding what? Avoiding the quiet house. Avoiding the empty feeling. I would look at the street light in front of my car. It would blink slowly. On and off. On and off. It was like a slow heartbeat. It was like time moving on second by second without me. I remembered the early days of our marriage. I remembered how I used to rush home from work. I could not wait to see Rachel. I remembered how she would open the door for me. She would have a big smile on her face. Her smile was like sunshine. Could make any bad day better. I remembered the warm food she would have ready for me. I remembered her soft hugs. I remembered the smell of her hair. It smelled like flowers. It all felt like another life. It felt like a life that belonged to someone else now. A younger man. A less busy man. A man who was more alive. I would turn the key in the ignition. The sound of the engine would break the silence. I would start driving home. I drove slowly. I took the long way home. Every street, every corner reminded me of a memory of a time when things were better, when we were better, but the present did not match the past anymore. And I did not know when that had happened. I did not know where we took a wrong turn. When I entered the house, it was always quiet. Rachel was not in the living room. The lights were always dim. There would be a plate on the table. It would be covered with another plate to keep the food warm. She had made dinner for me again. And again, I had not told her that I was eating out. I did not even think of calling her. It had become a normal thing for us. It was a wrong thing, but it had become normal. I would walk to the kitchen. I would pour a glass of cold water. I would stand there for a moment just drinking my water. There were photos on the kitchen wall. They were photos of our family. Rachel with the kids at the beach. Rachel in our garden, surrounded by her flowers. Rachel on our trip to New York many years ago. She looked happy in all of those photos. Her smile was real. I looked at myself in those photos. I looked busy. I was always on the phone in the photos, or I was looking at my watch. I did not like what I saw. I did not like the man in those photos. I would sit on the couch in the living room and close my eyes. The house felt so empty. Rachel was probably upstairs in our bedroom. Or maybe she was in the backyard. Maybe she was awake. Maybe she was not. I did not check. And that was the problem. I had stopped checking a long time ago. I am not a bad man. I want you to know that. I did not cheat on Rachel. I never did. I did not yell at her. I did not say mean things to her. The problem was not about what I did. It was about what I did not do. I was not there for her. I was not kind to her. I was not close to her. And I had not been for a very long time. I loved Rachel. I really did. I still do. But I had forgotten how to show it. I had forgotten to say the words, "I love you." I had forgotten to ask her if she was okay. I had forgotten to tell her that she still looked beautiful to me. I thought she knew all these things. But now I was not so sure. At work, things were very different. People respected me there. They listened to me when I spoke. My assistant always brought me coffee in the morning. It always had the perfect amount of sugar. Linda, the new girl who worked in my team, often smiled at me. She would compliment my shirts. She would laugh at my jokes. She would say things like, "You are so strong, James," or "You are so smart," or "You are so stable." These were things I had not heard in years. One day, Linda asked me if I was happy. I smiled a fake smile. "Yes, of course," I said. But deep down, something felt cold. It was not because Linda did anything wrong. It was because I felt more seen by a stranger than I felt seen by the woman who once knew my soul. I did not blame Rachel for that. I knew she had changed, but so had I. I had stopped sitting beside her on the sofa. I had stopped sharing my stories with her. I had stopped dancing with her in the kitchen. I had forgotten her favorite flower. I had forgotten her favorite song. I used to be her best friend. Now I was just her roommate, and she had stopped talking too. Maybe she was tired. Maybe she had cried too many times with no one to listen. I had seen her eyes were red and swollen once or twice. But I did not ask her what was wrong. I told myself that she was strong and she would be fine. But that was not care. That was me escaping from the problem. I started staying later at the office. It was not because I had more work. It was because my home felt heavier than my office. It was silent and cold. It was like a room full of unsaid words. Sometimes, I wished Rachel would yell at me. I wished she would fight with me. I wished she would say something, anything, but she did not. She just smiled that soft, sad smile. It was the smile of someone who had already given up, that hurt more than any fight could. One Sunday, I came home early from a business trip. Rachel was sitting in the backyard. She was talking to her plants. She looked peaceful, but she also looked very lonely. I watched her from the kitchen window. She was humming a song. It was a sad song. Then I saw her wipe a tear from her eye. She thought no one was watching her. But I saw her, and something inside me broke. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I walked to our bedroom and sat on the bed. My hands were trembling. My heart felt so heavy. I picked up a small notebook from her bedside table. It was Rachel's old notebook. It was torn at the edges. I opened it. Inside, I saw sketches. There were small drawings and beautiful colors. She had once dreamed of opening a small art shop. I remembered her telling me about it. I had nodded my head and said, "One day, Rachel. One day." That one day never came. It never came because I forgot. I forgot that she was not just my wife. She was a woman with a voice, a woman with desires, a woman with her own dreams. I closed the notebook and covered my face with my hands. I felt so ashamed of myself. I had given her a big house, but I had not given her a home. I had given her financial security, but I had not given her my love. I had given her years of my life, but I had not given her my moments. I had forgotten how to be her husband. That night, I sat beside her on the bed. It was the first time in weeks. We did not speak. I just placed my hand over hers. Her hand was cold. She did not pull her hand away, but she did not hold my hand either. Her hand just stayed there. It was quiet, just like her heart. I wanted to say I was sorry. I wanted to say it so badly, but I did not know how. I did not know where to start. So I just sat there. I felt like a little child who had broken something precious and did not know how to fix it. Later that week, I found Rachel's red dress in the laundry. It was the same one from our 5th anniversary. It did not smell like perfume anymore, but it smelled like a memory, a happy memory. I held the dress close to my face. I closed my eyes. I whispered to myself, "Where did we go wrong?" The truth was simple. It was not complicated. We both still loved each other, but we had stopped showing it. We had stopped choosing each other every day. We had let the silence grow between us. It grew like dust on an old piece of furniture. I had not gone to someone else. I had not cheated on her, but I had gone away from her. I did not sleep in someone else's bed, but I had stopped sleeping beside her heart. I had not left the house, but I had forgotten what home felt like. The gap between us was big now. Rachel and I shared the same house. We slept under the same roof. We followed the same routine every day. But something was gone. The warmth was gone. The connection was gone. The laughter was gone. All the little things that make a marriage feel alive were gone. It was not one big fight that changed everything between us. It was 1,000 little silences. It was 1,000 missed chances to talk. 1,000 missed chances to touch. 1,000 missed chances to understand each other. In the mornings, I left for work before the sun came up. In the evenings, Rachel cooked dinner and waited for me. She would place my plate on the table. She would cover it with another plate to keep the food warm. Then she would walk away to her room. I would come home late. I would eat my dinner in silence. Then I would go to my study room. The days repeated like that over and over again. It was like time itself had become tired of trying to bring us together. We were both good people. We were honest people. We were caring people. But we no longer cared for each other together. We cared for each other from a distance. We lived like old photographs. We were smiling on the wall, but we were fading in real life. Rachel had stopped asking me anything. She did not ask me how my day was. She did not ask me if I was tired. She did not ask me if I wanted to talk. It was not because she did not care anymore. It was because she was tired. She was tired of asking. She was tired of hearing my excuses. She was tired of hearing me say, "I'm tired." She was tired of waiting for me. She was tired of being invisible in her own home. She spent most of her time in the garden. She talked to her plants. She said they listened better than her husband. She started reading again. She read the books she once loved. They were stories she once dreamed of writing herself. She did it to feel alive again. She did it to feel something other than loneliness. I noticed the small changes in her too. Her perfume was missing. She always used to wear a light floral perfume. I loved it. But now, she did not wear it anymore. Her hair no longer curled like before. She used to spend time doing her hair. Now it was just tied up in a simple bun. The bed was always cold on my side. The small notes she used to leave for me on the fridge were gone. She used to write little notes like, "Have a good day," or "Don't forget to eat your lunch." They were gone. She no longer reminded me to eat. She no longer kissed my cheek when I left for work. She no longer looked into my eyes when we talked. But I did not ask her why. I did not ask her why she had changed. I was scared of her answer. Or maybe I was just scared of the truth. There was a big space between us. It was not just a space in our words. It was a space in our thoughts. It was a space in our feelings. It was in the way we looked at each other or the way we did not look at each other. We were not angry at each other. We were not fighting. But something inside us had frozen. It was like a long winter in the middle of a hot summer. One day, I saw Rachel looking at me while I was working on my laptop. She looked like she wanted to say something. She opened her mouth to speak, but then she stopped. I saw the struggle in her eyes. I think she thought to herself, "What if he doesn't listen?" Then maybe she told herself, "What if I don't have the strength to explain everything?" And so, she remained quiet. She turned around and walked away. I saw her in the kitchen that same day. Her back was turned towards me. She was washing the dishes. I could hear the sound of the running water. But the sound I heard the loudest was the sound of silence. I wanted to walk up to her. I wanted to hug her from behind. I wanted to ask her, "Do you remember the day we danced right here in this kitchen?" But I did not. I just walked past her like she was not there, like the memory did not matter. The gap between us was not made of big problems like cheating or lying. It was made of small, simple things. It was made of years without hugs. It was made of days without a simple thank you. It was made of nights without a soft, "I love you." It was made of missed conversations. It was made of missed smiles. It was made of missed eye contact. One evening, we were both invited to our daughter Emily's house. Emily and her husband were celebrating their wedding anniversary. It was a warm family dinner. There was a lot of laughter. We took a lot of photos. We played some games. Rachel and I smiled for the camera. We sat beside each other. We said all the right words. We looked like a happy couple. But on the way back home, the car was silent. Rachel was looking out the window. I was focused on the road. The street lights were passing by quickly, but the time inside our car was moving very slowly. At one point, Rachel said something in a very soft voice. She said, "Do you think we're happy, James?" I held the steering wheel tighter. My knuckles turned white. I did not answer her right away. I did not know what to say. Then I whispered, "I don't know." That one line filled the car with more silence than before. It was a heavy silence. It was a sad silence. We reached home. We changed our clothes. We went to bed. We slept on two different sides of the same bed. We were under the same blanket, but we were having different dreams. Rachel dreamt of a room full of color. There were paints, books, music, and laughter in her dream. James dreamt of a quiet beach with no noise, just the sound of the waves and the wind. In both of our dreams, we were alone. The next morning, we barely looked at each other. Rachel made her tea. I grabbed my coffee. I left for work without saying a word. She sat down at the table with her cup of tea. She stared at the empty chair across from her. I know she must have whispered to herself, "We used to sit here for hours and talk. Now, even a few minutes feels so heavy." Later that week, I got a message on my phone. It was from Linda. It was just one line. "Hope your day is going well." I smiled when I read it. It was a small, guilty smile. Rachel did not text me like that anymore. But I also did not text her either. I thought about replying to Linda's message. Then I deleted it. But something in my heart had already responded to her kindness. Rachel met Victor again at the grocery store. He asked her how she was. She said, "I'm fine." He smiled and said, "You always say that." She nodded and walked away quickly. She told me her hands were shaking a little. She did not know if it was from guilt or from pain. Or maybe it was just the feeling of being noticed by someone. That night, we ate our dinner in silence again. The only sound was the forks on our plates. There were no words. There was no eye contact. Rachel stood up from the table and said, "I'm going to bed." I said, "Okay." She waited for a moment. I think she was hoping I would say something more, but I did not. The gap between us had become a wall, a thick, high wall. I sat on the couch in the living room. I looked at our old photo album. I saw the photos from our wedding, the photos of our first baby, the photos from our trip to Arizona. Rachel's face was glowing in all the photos. My arms were always around her. I touched one of the photos with my finger. Then I closed the album. I looked up at the ceiling. I felt so lost. I felt like I was drowning, but I was too proud to ask for help. Rachel was lying in her bed. She was looking at the ceiling too. She was remembering the time I had built a bookshelf for her. She had been so happy. She had hugged me for a whole hour. I had smiled the whole day. Now, we did not even touch hands. We were one home, two people, so close yet so far. The next day, Rachel wrote something in her diary. She wrote, "We are not fighting. We are not angry. We are just not together anymore." That night, a big storm came. The rain was hitting the windows hard. The thunder was shaking the walls of our house. Rachel was sitting in the dark living room. She was watching the lightning in the sky. I came and sat beside her. I did not sit too close to her, but not too far either. She did not look at me. I did not look at her. Then, slowly, I said, "Do you miss us?" Rachel turned to look at me. Her eyes were wet with tears. She whispered, "Every day." I nodded my head. I looked down at my hands. "Me too," I said. We did not say anything more after that. We just sat there in the dark, listening to the storm outside. And for the first time in a very long time, the silence between us did not feel cold or empty. It felt like the start of something new. A very small light at the end of a very long, dark tunnel. Someone else noticed her. I stood in front of the mirror. The storm from the night before had passed. The sky was clear now. The air was quiet, but my heart was not. Rachel had said something last night. Just one line. "Do you miss us?" That question was still echoing in my mind. It was not an apology from her. It was not a promise. But it was something. It was a first step. It was like a single drop of water in a dry, thirsty well. I looked at my clothes. I picked a soft blue sweater. I wore it slowly. I combed my hair with more care today. I was not doing it for Rachel. I was not doing it for anyone else. I was doing it for myself. I looked into my own eyes in the mirror. They still held a lot of pain, but they were not empty anymore. I went to the kitchen. I made my coffee. It was the same way I had made it for years, black and strong. I thought maybe Rachel would join me this morning. Maybe she would sit with me and we could talk. But her room was closed. I did not knock on her door. I did not wait for her. I just drank my coffee alone, like I always did. Later that day, she went to the grocery store. She was walking through the bread aisle when she heard a familiar voice call her name. "Rachel." She turned around. It was Victor. He was smiling at her. He looked different today. He was dressed nicer. His hair was combed neatly. She smiled back softly. "Hi," she said. He started walking beside her. He asked her if she needed any help with her groceries. She said no, but he stayed near her. They talked about old things. They talked about their school days. They talked about their teachers. They talked about the songs they used to love. Rachel laughed once. It was a short, small laugh. Surprised even her. Victor looked at her and said, "You still have the same laugh." She looked down at her shopping cart. "It's been a while since I used it," she replied. Victor offered to buy her a cup of coffee. She hesitated for a moment. Then she said, "Okay, but just for a few minutes." They went to a small cafe near the grocery store. It was a quiet and warm place. He talked more than she did. He asked her about her life. He asked her about her work. He asked her about her dreams. She told him, "I don't work." He asked, "Why not?" She said, "Life happened." He nodded his head in understanding. "But you still look like someone with a lot of stories inside you," he said. Rachel smiled. It was not because she agreed with him. It was because someone had noticed. Someone had seen that there was more to her than just a quiet wife and mother. Victor told her about his own life. He told her about his job. He told her about his divorce. He told her about his loneliness. "We all lose people in our lives," he said. "Sometimes, we even lose the ones who are sleeping right next to us." Rachel looked away when he said that. His words cut deep into her heart. She thought about me. She thought about our bed. She thought about our silence. She thought about the space between us. Victor paid for the coffee. He said, "Let's do this again sometime." Rachel did not say yes. She did not say no. She just said, "Take care." And then she walked away. That evening, I came home early from work. I looked tired, but I was less distant. I asked her, "Did you do anything interesting today?" Rachel paused for a moment. Then she said, "I went out for coffee." I nodded. "With someone?" I asked. She said, "Yes, with a friend." I did not ask any more questions. She did not explain any more. but something inside both of us stirred. It was a small, unspoken feeling, but it was real. I walked to my room. I sat at the edge of the bed. I opened my drawer and took out my old wallet. Inside it, there was a small photo. It was a photo of Rachel holding our first child. Her smile was so full in that photo. Her eyes were shining with happiness. I stared at that photo for a long time. Then I closed my eyes. The next morning at work, Linda came to my desk. Her hair was tied back. Her perfume was sweet. She asked me if I wanted some coffee. I said no. She smiled and sat across from me anyway. "Rough day?" she asked. I shrugged my shoulders. "Just thinking," I said. Linda leaned in closer to me. "You think too much," she said. I smiled a small smile. "I guess I do." She touched my hand lightly. Her touch was warm. "Maybe you need something to distract you," she said. I pulled my hand back. I did not do it fast, but it was clear that I was not comfortable. "Maybe I need to go home early today," I said. She looked surprised. Then she laughed. "Home? That's a rare word from you." I stood up from my chair. "It should not be," I replied, and then I walked away. I drove home slowly. The sun was setting. The sky was filled with orange and gold colors. I remembered Rachel's voice. I remembered her soft laugh. I remembered the old songs she used to sing. I remembered how she had once painted the kitchen wall with little flowers. I remembered how she used to hum a happy tune while she was doing it. The sound of her humming used to be my favorite music. Now, the walls of our house were plain and quiet. I opened the door of our house. It smelled like cinnamon. Rachel was in the kitchen. She was baking something. I walked into the kitchen. "That smells nice," I said. She looked at me, a little surprised. "Thank you," she said. I stood there for a moment. Then I asked her, "Do you need any help?" She smiled. "Not really, but you can stay and watch." So I stayed. We did not talk much, but I sat there on a stool and I watched her work. I watched her hands move. I watched the way she tucked her hair behind her ear. It was the same way she used to do it years ago. I did not say it, but I noticed, and for once she felt it. After dinner, Rachel sat on the couch. I went and sat beside her. There was a small space between us, just a few inches apart. She looked at me. I looked back at her. She said, "I met Victor today." I nodded. "I saw Linda too," I replied. She smiled a little. "It seems like the world wants to test us," she said. I replied, "It seems like the world has forgotten that we are still standing." Rachel looked at her hands. "Are we?" she asked. I thought for a moment. Then I said, "Maybe we are not standing very well, but we are still standing." That line stayed between us. It was like a weak bridge, but it was a real bridge. That night we lay in our bed. We were not close, but we were not far either. Rachel whispered in the dark, "I don't want to be noticed by someone else." I replied, "Then I need to start seeing you again." She turned to face me. "Do you really mean that, James?" she asked. I said, "I do." She did not cry, but her eyes grew warm. My hand reached for hers under the blanket. She did not pull her hand away. We held hands slowly, softly, like it was the first time all over again. The world had noticed them, but now they were ready to notice each other, but not with love. I woke up early the next morning. The sky was still dark outside. I turned and looked at Rachel. She was asleep. She looked peaceful. She looked quiet. Her hand was still near mine, just like it was last night when we fell asleep. I did not move my hand. I just watched her face. I saw the small lines around her eyes. I listened to the soft sound of her breath. I had not looked at her like this in years. I had not noticed how beautiful she still was. Not with makeup on her face. Not with a fancy dress on her body. But with the calm of a woman who had given her whole life to love and was still waiting for that love in return. I stood up slowly from the bed. I went to the kitchen and made coffee for myself. I sat at the dining table. It was the same table where she once served me pancakes and laughed at my silly stories. It was the same table where I used to read the newspaper while she talked about her dreams. Somewhere along the years, I had stopped listening to those dreams. I had stopped asking about them. I had stopped being present in her life. Now I wanted to try again. I wanted to be that man again. Rachel came into the kitchen an hour later. She looked surprised to see me sitting there. I smiled at her. She gave me a small smile back. I said, "The coffee is hot." She nodded her head and poured herself a cup. We did not say much to each other, but the silence between us was softer now. It was not cold like it was before. Later that day, I was sitting in my car outside my office building. I looked at the tall building. I thought about Linda. I thought about her words. I thought about her touch. I thought about her little games. I remembered how her eyes sparkled when she complimented me. I remembered how her words made me feel seen. But it was not real. It was sweet. It was exciting. But it was not love. Linda made me feel strong. But she did not make me feel safe. She did not make me feel true to myself. She did not make me feel understood. She did not know about my past. She did not know about my pain. She did not know what was in my heart. She did not know that I hated thunderstorms since I was a child. She did not know that I sometimes cried when I heard old songs. She did not know that Rachel used to sit by the window and paint the world in colors that were not even real. She did not know how much I missed being missed. I walked into the office. Linda waved at me from her desk. I waved back, but I did not walk towards her. I sat at my own desk. She came to me. "You look distant today," she said. I nodded my head. "I'm just thinking," I replied. She smiled and leaned in closer to me. "Do you want to have lunch with me today?" she asked. I looked at her. She had kind eyes. She had a pretty face, but her touch felt empty to me now. I said softly, "No, thank you. I'm going home early today." She tilted her head. "Again?" she asked. I nodded. "Yes," I said. She smiled. "You must really love your wife," she said. I smiled back at her. I forgot how much I loved her. But now, I am starting to remember. Linda stood there quietly for a moment. Then she said, "Don't wait too long, James. Not everyone waits forever." I nodded. She has waited for a very long time, and that's why I'm going back to her. Meanwhile, Rachel was at home cleaning the shelves. She found a photo album. It was dusty. She had not opened it for years. She sat down on the floor and opened it. She turned the pages slowly. She saw the first photo in the album. It was from our wedding day. She was in a white dress. I was in a black suit. My smile was so wide in that photo. Her eyes were full of light. Then she saw the photos of our babies. The photos from our beach trips. The photos from our birthdays. So many moments captured in time. She touched one photo with her finger. She was sitting on the grass with our children. I was standing behind them with a toy airplane in my hand. She smiled. That was a good day. She had forgotten about that day. She had forgotten so many happy days because sadness is always loud, but joy is often quiet. Her phone buzzed. It was a text message from Victor. It was a simple text. "Thinking of you." She stared at the message on her screen. She did not reply. She put her phone down. She closed the photo album. She walked outside to the garden. She sat on the bench. She took a deep breath. She closed her eyes. Victor had given her his attention, but it was not love. He gave her soft words, but it was not deep care. He did not know about the pain that was hiding behind her smile. He did not know her favorite songs. He did not know how she held her teacup with both hands when she was cold. He did not know that she had cried for 3 hours when our dog died. He did not know that I used to write her long letters before we were married. She remembered those letters. There was one word that I had repeated again and again in those letters. The word was always. Rachel opened her eyes. She walked back inside the house. She picked up her phone. She deleted Victor's number. She did not send him a message. She did not say goodbye. She just deleted his number. That evening I came home. Rachel was in the kitchen cooking. The smell of her cooking filled the air. I smiled. She turned around and saw me. "You're home early," she said. "I wanted to be," I replied. We sat down together for dinner. There were no phones on the table. We did not talk about work. It was just two people trying again. I asked her, "Did you have a good rest today?" She nodded. "Yes, I cleaned a little. And I saw some of our old photos." I smiled. "Did you have any favorites?" I asked. She thought for a moment. Then she said, "Yes, there was one. It was the day we went to the lake. The kids were so small then. We ate sandwiches on the grass." I nodded. "I remember that day," I said. She looked at me. I had forgotten about it for a while, but now I remember. I reached for her hand across the table. She did not pull her hand away. We sat there like that for a long time. The food got cold, but our hearts got warm. That night, Rachel wrote in her diary. She wrote, "Someone else noticed me, but they did not notice me with love. James is not a perfect man. I am not a perfect woman. But maybe love is not about being perfect. Maybe love is about staying, trying, and remembering." In the other room, I wrote a small note for her too. It was just a simple line. "I love you still." I placed the note beside her pillow while she was sleeping. She found it later that night. She smiled. She closed her eyes. We did not need new people in our lives. We needed new habits. We did not need a new love. We just needed to remember our old one. One dream, two hearts. Rachel was sitting in the garden. The morning sun was soft and warm. The birds were singing somewhere far away. The air felt light and fresh today. She was holding a notebook in her hands. It was the same notebook she had used years ago to write down her ideas, her dreams, her small business plans, her designs, and her favorite colors. The cover of the notebook had some dust on it, but her name was still clear. Rachel Miller. She smiled when she saw her name. I walked outside holding 2 cups in my hands. I gave 1 cup to her. "Tea, not coffee," I said. She looked surprised. "You remembered?" she asked. I sat beside her on the bench. "I want to remember more things about you," I said. We sat together in the quiet garden. Rachel opened the notebook. She turned the pages slowly. "These were my ideas," she said. "They were for my art studio. I had forgotten all about them." I looked at the pages of her notebook. I saw beautiful colors, interesting shapes, detailed notes, and small writing. It was like seeing a part of her heart, a part that she had once shown to me a long time ago. But I did not listen to her then. I was listening to her now. "I want to try again," she said. "Not for the money, just for myself." I nodded my head. "Then let's do it together," I said. She looked at me with surprise in her eyes. "Really?" she asked. I smiled. "Yes, really. You supported my dreams for so many years. Now it's my turn to support yours." We spent the whole day making a plan. We decided to build a small home studio for her. It was not going to be anything big or fancy, just some simple shelves for her paints and brushes. I called a friend who did woodwork to help us. Rachel cleaned out our old storage room. I measured the windows. She chose the curtains. I fixed the light in the room. She picked the table for her studio. We built something together, one step at a time. That week, something changed between us. We had a reason to talk to each other. We had a reason to share our ideas. We had a reason to make decisions together. Rachel asked me about the bills for the studio. I asked her about the color scheme she wanted for the walls. We fought a little. We laughed a lot. Felt new and yet very familiar. One evening, Rachel painted a small canvas. It was a painting of a tree with two branches. On the branches, there was a swing. On the swing, there were two cups. One cup had tea in it. The other cup had coffee in it. She showed the painting to me. I smiled and said, "That's us." She said, "Yes, it is. Two different drinks, but still sitting at the same table." We started going on walks again. They were just small walks around our block. We held hands. We talked about our past. We talked about our future. Sometimes we did not talk at all. We just walked together in comfortable silence. Rachel told our daughter Emily about her new studio. Emily started to cry. She said, "You finally did it, Mom. I am so proud of you." I hugged both of them. We were not a perfect family, but we were a whole family again. That night, Rachel and I were sitting in our bed. She leaned her head on my shoulder. I put my arm around her. "I'm so proud of you," I said to her. She whispered back, "I'm proud of us. We got married, but we were lonely." Rachel and I stood in her new studio. It was a small room, but it was very bright. The windows were open. The sunlight was touching the wooden shelves. The brushes were clean. The colors were placed neatly on the table. The walls of the studio were white, but the space felt full of life. Rachel was looking at a painting on the wall. It was her own painting. It was a painting of a pair of hands holding a flower. The petals of the flower were falling, but the hands were holding it steady. She had named the painting Still Holding. I stood behind her. "That's your best one yet," I said. She smiled. "It's our story," she replied. We had come a long way from the silence to the words, from the distance to the steps we took towards each other, from being close only in old photographs to being close in real life again. It had taken a lot of time. It had taken a lot of pain. It had taken a lot of patience. But we had found each other again. I had changed. I did not become a new person. I just became the man I once promised her I would be. I started coming home on time from work. I started asking her about her day. I started planning small dinners for us. I would touch her hand when no one was looking. I smiled more. I listened more. I loved her better. Rachel had changed too. She started giving time to herself. She painted every day. She took rest when she was tired. She went out with her friends sometimes. She started reading again. She talked more. She cried less. And when she did cry, it was not from loneliness. It was from healing. We went on a short trip to the mountains. It was just the two of us. We left our phones at home. We did not have any plans. We just enjoyed the nature and the silence around us. We walked on the trails. We ate at small cafes. We took photos of each other. We held hands. We slept close to each other. I looked at Rachel under the starry sky and said, "We are older now, but this feels so new." Rachel said, "Love can always return if we stay long enough to let it." On our way back home, I stopped the car near a lake. It was the same lake where we had taken our kids many years ago. We sat near the water. It was quiet and peaceful. Rachel said, "We got married too young." I nodded my head and said, "And we grew apart in between." She smiled and said, "But we stayed." I held her hand. "And now we understand," I said. "We did not have a perfect life. We had our wounds, but we also had our bandages. We had our silence, but we also had our music now. We had our pain, but we also had our peace." Rachel had once written in her diary, "Got married, but lonely." But now she added one more line to it. "Still married, still healing, still choosing each other every day." Please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell so you don't miss our next story. Your support helps us create more content that connects with the heart. Story: the story of the March sisters. The town was a small town. The name of the town was Concord. It was in a state called Massachusetts in North America. The year was 1862. It was a cold evening in the month of December. Snow was falling outside. The snow was falling very softly. It was quiet. The snow was white and beautiful. It covered the ground like a soft blanket. It covered the branches of the trees. Inside a small house there was a living room. The house was not big, but it was a home. In the living room, a fire was burning in the fireplace. The fire was warm and bright. It made the room feel cozy. The light from the fire danced on the walls. Four sisters were sitting by the fire. They were sitting on small chairs. They were trying to stay warm. The sisters were the March sisters. Their names were Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy. Meg was the oldest sister. She was 16 years old. She was very pretty. Jo was the next sister. She was 15 years old. She was tall and thin. Beth was 13 years old. She was very quiet and shy. Amy was the youngest sister. She was 12 years old. She had beautiful golden hair. Their mother, Mrs. March, was not in the house. She was not with her daughters at that moment. She was visiting a poor family. The family was sick, and Mrs. March wanted to help them. She was a very kind woman. Their father, Mr. March, was far away. He was not at home with his family. There was a war, the Civil War. Mr. March was a good man. He was working in a hospital. He was helping the soldiers who were hurt in the war. The four sisters missed their father very much. They thought about him every day. In the living room, the four sisters were working. They were knitting. They used wool to knit. The wool was warm. They were knitting socks. The socks were for the soldiers. The soldiers needed warm socks in the cold weather. The girls worked with their hands, and they talked to each other. Their voices were soft. "We are poor," said Meg. Meg was the eldest girl, the oldest sister. She looked at her simple dress. She sighed a little sigh. "It is terrible to be poor," she said. Meg was very pretty. She had large eyes. Her eyes were brown and soft. She had soft brown hair. She dreamed of beautiful things. "Other girls have lots of pretty things," said Amy. Amy was the youngest girl. She looked at her hands. They were working, but she wanted to be drawing. Amy had lovely golden hair. Her hair was like sunshine. She had blue eyes. Her eyes were the color of the sky. She wanted to wear nice dresses and have nice things, just like the other girls in the town. "I hate girls' work and girls' things," said Jo. Jo's voice was strong. She was not like her sisters. She was tall and thin. She had beautiful long red hair. Her hair was like the color of fire. She did not like to sit at home. She did not like knitting. "I don't want to stay at home," she said. She looked at the fire with bright, active eyes. "I want to fight in the war. I want to have adventures," she said. She wanted to be a boy and do exciting things. Then Beth spoke. Her voice was very quiet and sweet. "Yes, we are poor," she said. She looked at each of her sisters. "But we are lucky too. We have father and mother. And we have each other." Beth was a very shy girl. She was often afraid of strangers. She did not like to meet new people. But she loved her family very much. Her family was her whole world. "Yes, we have each other," said Jo. She looked at Beth and smiled. Her angry feelings went away. Her sisters made her happy. The girls looked at each other. They smiled. They were not sad anymore. They were happy because they were together. The clock on the wall made a sound. It was 6 o'clock. "It's 6 o'clock," said Meg. She stood up. "Be quick, everybody. Mother is coming home soon. We must get supper ready." The girls all moved. They had work to do. Jo went to get more wood for the fire. The fire needed more wood to stay warm. She brought the wood inside and put it carefully by the fireplace. The fire grew brighter. Meg lit the lamps in the room. The room was dark, but the lamps made it bright and cheerful. The soft light filled the small living room. Beth and Amy went to the kitchen. They put the food on the table. The table was small, but it was big enough for their family. Soon the door opened. A cold wind came inside for a moment. Mrs. March came into the room. Mrs. March was not beautiful like a girl in a picture book, but she had a very kind and good face. Her eyes were full of love for her daughters. Her daughters had a special name for her. They did not call her mother. They called her Marmee. It was their special name for her, a name full of love. "How are you, my dears?" said Mrs. March. She smiled a warm smile at her 4 girls. "Did you have a good day?" she asked. "Yes, thank you, Marmee," replied the 4 sisters. They all spoke at once. They were so happy to see her. "Come and sit down by the fire, Marmee," said Meg. "You must be cold. Supper is ready." Mrs. March sat down in her favorite chair near the warm fire. The family ate their supper together. It was a simple supper. They did not have a lot of food, but they had each other. They talked and laughed together. After supper, Mrs. March looked at her daughters. Her face was happy. "Girls," she said, "I have a wonderful surprise for you." Everybody was excited. Their eyes opened wide. A surprise was a wonderful thing. "Is it a letter from Father?" asked Jo. She hoped it was. She missed her father's letters so much. "Yes," replied Mrs. March. She held up a letter. "Father has a Christmas message for all of you." The girls gathered around their mother. They were so happy. A letter from their father was the best surprise of all. They read their father's letter together. He told them he loved them. He told them to be good girls and to help their mother. He said he missed them very much. The letter made them feel close to him, even though he was far away. They all felt very happy and full of love. A few days later, it was Christmas Day. It was a special day. On Christmas morning, The girls woke up very early. The house was cold, but they were too excited to feel the cold. Each girl had one present. The present was a book. The book was from their mother. It was a small book, but it was a wonderful gift. They loved to read. They all ran downstairs. They wanted to thank their mother for the books. They ran into the living room. "Marmee, thank you!" They were ready to shout, but Mrs. March was not there. The room was empty. A special Christmas breakfast was on the table. There was lots of food. There was bread and milk and oranges. It was a very special breakfast for them. Everybody was very hungry. Their stomachs made hungry noises, but the girls waited for their mother. They would not eat without her. They sat at the table and looked at the delicious food. They waited. They waited for nearly an hour. An hour is a long time when you are hungry. At last, their mother came home. She opened the door and smiled at them. "Merry Christmas, Marmee!" the girls shouted. They were so happy to see her. "Come, sit down. Let's eat breakfast," they said. "Merry Christmas, little daughters," said Mrs. March. Her face was kind, but it was also serious. "Listen," she said. "I have something to tell you." The girls became quiet. They listened to their mother. "There is a poor woman," Mrs. March said. "Her name is Mrs. Hummel. She lives here in the town. She has 7 children. One of the children is a new baby. The Hummel's house is very cold. They have no fire, and they have no food. They are very hungry." The girls looked at their own wonderful breakfast. They thought about the poor, hungry children. "Will you give them a Christmas present?" Mrs. March asked. Her voice was very soft. "Will you give them your breakfast?" All the girls were very, very hungry. For a moment, nobody spoke. They looked at the warm bread. They smelled the sweet oranges. It was a difficult choice. Then Jo spoke. Her voice was clear and strong. "Yes, we will, Marmee," she said. "Let's take the food to them now." All the sisters agreed. It was the right thing to do. It was early in the morning. The air was very cold. The girls put on their coats and hats. They walked quickly through the snow. The snow was deep on the ground. They carried baskets. The baskets were full of food. They also carried wood for a fire. The Hummel family lived in one small room. The room was in an old house near a river. The windows of the room were broken. The cold wind came into the room through the broken glass. There was no fire in the fireplace. The room was very cold and dark. Mrs. Hummel was lying in her bed. She was very ill. The new baby was crying. The other children were huddled together on the floor. They were cold and hungry. They looked very sad. Then the Hummel children saw the March sisters. They saw the big baskets of food. Their eyes opened wide. They shouted with happiness. "Thank you! Thank you!" they shouted. Their sad faces were now full of joy. The March girls started to work. They made a fire in the fireplace. The wood they brought made a warm, bright fire. Soon, the room was not cold anymore. It was warm and cheerful. They put the food on the table. Mrs. March made some warm tea for Mrs. Hummel. Soon, the room was filled with the smell of good food. The hungry children ate the food. They laughed and talked. They were not sad and hungry anymore. Later, Mrs. March and her daughters went home. Their own house felt very warm and comfortable. They had only bread and milk for their own breakfast. But they were not sad. They were very, very happy. They felt good because they had helped the poor family. Helping others was the best Christmas present. The March sisters often acted in plays. Jo wrote the plays. She loved writing stories and plays. The girls acted in a small room at the top of the house. This room was their theater. They put on brightly colored clothes for their costumes. They pretended to be queens and heroes. They enjoyed themselves very much. On Christmas evening, the girls acted in a new play by Joe. All their friends came to watch. The little room was full of people. Everybody enjoyed the play. They clapped and laughed. Later, their friends went home. The house was quiet again. The girls were tired but happy. Then they heard a lovely surprise. Mrs. March called to them from downstairs. "Supper is ready," she said. The girls ran downstairs. They were hungry after their play. They ran into the dining room. They stopped. They saw lots of delicious food on the table. There were cakes and sweets. There was fruit and ice cream. It was like a feast from a storybook. Their eyes were wide with wonder. "Where did this lovely food come from, Marmee?" Amy asked. She could not believe what she was seeing. Mrs. March smiled a happy smile. "Old Mr. Lawrence sent it," she replied. "Old Mr. Lawrence? Our neighbor?" asked Meg. She was very surprised. The house next to their small house was a very large house. "Mr. Lawrence lived there. But we don't know him," she said. "He heard about your breakfast," said Mrs. March. "He heard how you gave your food to the Hummel family. He has sent you a special Christmas supper." The girls looked at each other. They were so happy and surprised. They felt like they were in a fairy tale. "This is a wonderful Christmas," Beth said softly, and all the sisters agreed. Next to the March's small house, there was a large house. It was a very big and beautiful house. The sisters called this house the Lawrence house. It belonged to their neighbor, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence was an old man. He was very, very rich. His house was very beautiful. It had many rooms and big windows. He lived in the house with his grandson. His grandson was 15 years old. He was the same age as Joe. Sometimes the March sisters saw Mr. Lawrence's grandson. They saw him in the garden or at a window, but the boy was always alone. He never seemed to have any friends. A few days after Christmas, Joe was in her garden. She was wearing her old boots and an old coat. The boots kept her feet dry from the snow. Joe was busy. She was sweeping snow from the path. She used a big broom. It was hard work, but Joe liked to be active. Joe looked up at the big Lawrence house. She saw a face looking out of a window. It was Mr. Lawrence's grandson. The boy looked sad. He looked lonely. The boy is sad, Joe thought. He is lonely in that big house. Joe felt sorry for him. Then she had an idea. It was a very Joe-like idea. She took some snow from the ground. She made a ball with the snow. It was a cold, white snowball. She threw the snowball at the window. The snowball hit the glass with a soft sound. The boy inside laughed. He was surprised. He opened the window. "Hello," called Joe. Her voice was friendly and loud. "Are you ill?" she asked. "I was ill last week," said the boy. "I am better now, but I am very bored. I am not doing anything. There is nothing to do in this house." "I'll visit you," said Joe. She did not feel shy at all. "Yes, please come," said the boy. His face looked much happier. A few minutes later, Joe knocked on the big front door of the Lawrence house. She was carrying a small basket. The basket was full of apples and cakes. The cakes were made by her sister, Meg. The boy opened the door. Joe gave him the basket. "These things are for you," she said with a smile. "They are from my mother." "Thank you very much," said the boy. He was very pleased. Please come in. They went inside the big house. My name is Lori, he said. And you're Joe, aren't you? Yes, said Joe. She was very surprised. How do you know my name? I know your name, said Lori. He smiled. I know all your sisters' names. I hear you call to each other in your garden. Sometimes I see you with your mother. Lori's face became a little sad. I have no mother, he said quietly. My parents are dead, so I live here with my grandfather. But my grandfather is not at home today. Lori is rich, but he is very lonely, Joe thought. She looked around the big, empty hall. I am poor, but I have a family. I have a happy home. Please visit us, said Joe. We are neighbors. Let's be friends, too. Joe and Lori talked all afternoon. It was easy to talk to Lori. Joe talked about her family. She told him about Meg, Beth, and Amy. She told him about her love for writing stories. Lori talked about his life. He did not go to school like other boys. A teacher, Mr. Brooke, came to the house every day. Mr. Brooke taught Lori his lessons. Come into our library, said Lori. We have many fine books in the library. The library was a beautiful room. It was very big. It had big windows that let in the winter light. There were hundreds of interesting books on the shelves. The shelves went all the way up to the ceiling. There were many fine pictures on the walls. What a wonderful room, said Joe. She loved books more than anything. This room was like a dream for her. Suddenly, Joe and Lori heard a noise. It was the sound of the front door. Grandfather has come home, said Lori. I must go to him. Please stay here. Lori went out of the library. Joe stood by the fire. She looked around the beautiful room. There was a picture of old Mr. Lawrence on the wall above the fireplace. Joe looked at the picture. The door of the library opened, but she did not turn around. She thought it was Lori. Lori, she said, looking at the painting. Mr. Lawrence, your grandfather, is not handsome, but he has a kind face. I like him. Thank you, said a deep voice. Joe turned around very quickly. Her face became red. Mr. Lawrence was standing near the door. It was not Lori. Oh, she said. I am sorry, sir. So I am not handsome? Asked Mr. Lawrence. He had a small smile on his face. He was not angry. Well, no, sir, Joe said honestly. But you have a kind face. Yes, you do, sir, replied Joe. Mr. Lawrence laughed. It was a kind laugh. I knew your grandfather, he said. He was a good man. Now have some tea with us. Lori was very happy. Lori and Joe drank tea and they talked. Mr. Lawrence watched them. My grandson is happy, he thought. He was lonely. He must have some friends. Later, Joe went home. She was very excited. She told her mother and her sisters about the Lawrence's beautiful house. She told them all about Lori and his kind grandfather. Marmee, please let Lori visit us, she said. Yes, dear, replied Mrs. March. Your new friend Lori will be welcome in our house. Lori and the March sisters became good friends. They were the best of friends. They visited each other often. They had many happy days together. Everybody in the March family liked Lori, and they all liked his grandfather, old Mr. Lawrence. Meg, Joe, and Amy all went to the Lawrence house often. Meg loved flowers and gardens. She liked the garden at the Lawrence house very much. It was winter, so there were no flowers, but there was snow on the trees. The snow made the trees look very beautiful and magical. Meg thought it was a lovely place. Joe wrote plays and stories, and she loved books. She loved the library at the Lawrence house. She could spend all day in that room, just reading the wonderful books. Amy liked the library too. She painted pictures. She was a little artist. She liked the beautiful paintings on the library walls. She learned a lot by looking at them. But Beth did not visit the Lawrence house. She was very, very shy. She was afraid of old Mr. Lawrence. He had a loud voice and she was a very quiet girl. Beth did not go to school. She learned her lessons at home with her mother. Beth's life was quiet, but she was very happy. She helped her mother with the housework. She was always busy and helpful. She learned her lessons every day. More than anything, Beth loved music. The marches had a piano, but it was very old. The keys were yellow, and some of them did not make a good sound. Beth tried to play the piano. She loved to play, but the music did not sound very good because the piano was so old and out of tune. One day, Mr. Lawrence spoke to Mrs. March. "Do your daughters play the piano?" he asked. "Beth plays the piano," Mrs. March replied. "I have a beautiful piano," said Mr. Lawrence. His voice was gentle. "But nobody plays it now. My granddaughter used to play it, but she is gone. Will Beth come to my house? Will she play the piano?" "Beth is very shy," Mrs. March said. She knew her daughter well. "Laurie and I are often out of the house," said Mr. Lawrence. He understood. "Beth must come then. We will not hear her playing the piano. She can be all alone." Mrs. March told Beth the news. Beth was very happy and excited. Her heart felt like it was singing. She wanted to play Mr. Lawrence's beautiful piano so much. The next day, Beth went to the Lawrence house. The house was very quiet. She opened the door slowly and went inside. "Good," she thought. "Everybody is out of the house. I am alone." The piano was in the living room. Beth walked very quietly into the room. She saw the piano. It was big and beautiful. It was made of dark, shiny wood. She touched the piano. It was smooth and cool. "How beautiful it is," she thought. Some pages of music were lying on top of the piano. Beth looked at the pages. The music was not difficult. She knew how to play it, so she started to play. The sound was so clear and beautiful, filled the big, quiet room. Beth played the piano for many hours. She forgot about everything else. She was only with the music. She enjoyed herself very much. After that, she went to the Lawrence house every day. She always went when Laurie and his grandfather were out. Sometimes Mr. Lawrence was in the house. He was in his study, a different room. He often listened to the music. The sweet music made him happy. But Beth never saw him. She did not know he was listening. A few weeks passed. One day, Beth spoke to her mother. "Marmee," she said, "I want to thank Mr. Lawrence. He has been very kind to me. I will give him a present. Shall I knit a pair of slippers for him?" "Yes, Beth," replied Mrs. March. "That's a very good idea. He will like that very much." Beth bought some soft blue wool. She worked for many days. She made a beautiful pair of slippers. They were warm and cozy. She took them to the Lawrence house. Mr. Lawrence was away from home, so Beth wrote a short note. The note said, "To Mr. Lawrence, from your friend, Beth." She put the note with the slippers on a table. Then she went home. The next day, the slippers were gone. Beth was worried. "Oh," she thought, "Mr. Lawrence did not like the slippers. Maybe he threw them away." The next morning, Beth walked by the river. She felt very sad. Later, she went home. Her sisters were waiting for her at the door. They were very excited. They were jumping up and down. "Beth, Beth, come quickly," they called. "You have a present. Come and see." They took Beth by the hand and pulled her into the living room. In the middle of the room was a beautiful little piano. It was small and perfect for their room. It was shiny and new. On top of the piano there was an envelope. "Open the envelope, Beth," said Joe. "Please open it for me," said Beth. Her hands were shaking with excitement. Joe opened the envelope. She pulled out a letter and read it. "For Miss Beth March, with the love of her friend, James Lawrence." Beth was so happy she could not speak. Her eyes were full of happy tears. Her sisters were so happy for her. "Mr. Lawrence has given me this piano," she said in a small voice. "I am very lucky." Beth sat down at the new piano. She started to play. The piano sounded beautiful. The music was sweet and clear. But suddenly she stopped playing. "I must thank Mr. Lawrence now," she said. At that moment, Beth was not shy anymore. Her heart was full of thanks. She ran quickly to the Lawrence house. She went inside. Mr. Lawrence was in the library. Beth ran to him. She put her arms around his neck and she kissed him on his cheek. Then she said, "Dear Mr. Lawrence, thank you so much for my beautiful piano." Beth was not afraid of Mr. Lawrence anymore. He was her dear friend. It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Meg and Joe were in their bedroom. They were putting on their coats and hats. They were getting ready to go out. Amy came into the bedroom. "Where are you going?" she asked. She wanted to know everything. "Don't ask questions," said Joe quickly. She did not want Amy to come. "We're going to the theater with Laurie," said Meg. Meg was kinder than Joe. "We're going to see a play." "Oh," said Amy. Her eyes grew wide. She loved plays. "I want to come with you. Please." "No," said Joe. "You are too young." "I'm not too young," Amy said. Her voice was angry. "I'm 12 years old. Please let me come with you." Joe often became angry very quickly. She had a quick temper. She became very angry with Amy. "No, Amy," she said loudly. "We will not take you with us. Please go away." Amy started to cry. Big tears ran down her face. She was very hurt and disappointed. At that moment, Laurie arrived at the house. "Meg, Joe, are you ready?" he shouted from downstairs. "We're coming," Joe replied. Joe and Meg ran downstairs. They left Amy crying in the bedroom. Amy stopped crying. She looked at the door. Her face was angry. "You'll be sorry, Joe March," she shouted. But Joe and Meg were already gone. Joe and Meg had a wonderful time at the theater. The play was exciting. They laughed a lot. They returned home in the evening. They felt very happy. Amy was sitting in the living room. She was reading a book. She did not look up when they came in. She did not ask them questions about the play. She was very quiet and angry. The next day, Meg, Beth, and Amy were sitting in the living room. They were sitting by the fire. Suddenly, Joe ran into the room. She was very upset. Her face was red. "Where is my book of stories?" she asked her sisters. "Have you seen it?" Joe often wrote stories. She loved writing. She wrote all her stories in a special little book. It was her most important possession. But today, she could not find her book anywhere. "I haven't seen your book," said Meg. "Have you seen it, Beth?" "No," said Beth softly. Amy was very quiet. She did not say anything. She just looked at her book. Joe looked at Amy. "Amy, where's my book of stories?" asked Joe. Her voice was sharp. I don't know, replied Amy. She did not look at Joe. Yes, you do know, said Joe. Tell me immediately. Where is it? You'll never see it again, said Amy. Her voice was cold. Why not? Asked Joe. She was starting to get very scared. I burnt it, said Amy. You didn't let me come to the theater yesterday, so I threw your book of stories on the fire. Joe was very, very angry. She felt a terrible rage. She held Amy's arms tightly. You bad, bad girl, Joe shouted. I wrote those stories for Father. Now they are gone forever. All her hard work, all her dreams were gone. Suddenly, Amy was sorry. She saw the pain in Joe's face. She started to cry. Please forgive me, Joe, Amy said. I'm very, very sorry. Tears fell from her eyes. But Joe was too angry. I'll never forgive you, said Joe. Never. Joe did not speak to Amy again that day. She was very angry and her heart was broken. The next day, the weather was very cold. A river near the March's house had frozen. The river was now a sheet of ice. Laurie came to the March's house. He was carrying a pair of ice skates. Let's go to the river, Joe, he said. We'll skate on the ice. All right, replied Joe. She wanted to get out of the house. She went to a cupboard and she took out her ice skates. Amy watched her sister. She wanted to go too. She wanted Joe to forgive her. After a few minutes, Joe and Laurie left the house. I want to skate too, Amy said to Meg. Take your ice skates and run after Joe, said Meg kindly. Joe will enjoy herself on the ice. She will soon be happy. Ask her to be your friend again. That is a good idea, said Amy. She put on her coat and took her skates. She ran after Joe and Laurie. The river was not far away. Soon, she saw Joe and Laurie skating on the ice. They were gliding over the smooth surface. They looked like they were flying. The ice was very thin in the middle of the river. Stay near the side, Laurie shouted to Joe. The ice is not safe in the middle. Joe heard Laurie's words, but Amy did not hear Laurie. She was too far away. She skated to the middle of the river. She wanted to catch up with Joe. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. The ice broke. Amy was in the cold, dark water. Amy! Joe screamed. She was terribly afraid. But she followed Laurie. They crawled carefully over the ice. They pulled Amy from the river. Amy was not hurt, but she was very cold and frightened. Her clothes were wet and heavy. Joe and Laurie took Amy home. Mrs. March carried Amy upstairs to her bedroom. She took off the little girl's wet clothes. She wrapped her in a warm, dry blanket. Then she carried her downstairs to the living room. Amy fell asleep by the warm fire. Will Amy be all right, Marmee? Asked Joe. Her voice was trembling. Yes, dear, replied her mother. Amy was in trouble, but she will be all right now. She isn't hurt. Joe started to cry. All her anger was gone. Only fear and guilt were left. I was angry with Amy, Joe said through her tears. She burnt my book of stories. But now I am very sorry. I become angry too quickly. What shall I do, Marmee? Please help me. Don't cry, Joe, said Mrs. March softly. She held her daughter close. Remember this day. Remember how you felt. You won't become angry so quickly again. I will remember, said Joe. At that moment, Amy opened her eyes. She smiled a small smile. She held out her arms towards Joe. The two sisters did not speak. They did not need words. They kissed and they put their arms around each other. They were friends again. Winter soon passed. The snow melted. Spring came and then summer. The world was green and warm again. Mrs. March and her daughters were happy. But they all wanted to see Mr. March again. They missed him very much. Meg, the eldest March sister, was a very pretty girl. Her friends often invited her to parties. Meg enjoyed the parties. She liked to dress up and talk to people. But sometimes she was sad at these parties. She was sad because her family was poor. Meg's friends lived in fine, big houses. They had beautiful clothes. They had many lovely things. But Meg did not have beautiful clothes and lovely things. Her dresses were simple and old. One day in July, Meg was at a friend's house for a party. She heard a conversation. Two women were talking. It was her friend's mother and another woman. They did not know Meg could hear them. They were talking about Meg. Meg March is a kind and lovely girl, said one woman, but her family is poor. The Marches live near the Lawrences, said the other woman. The Lawrences are very rich. Does Mrs. March have marriage plans for her daughters? Will one of them marry Mr. Lawrence's grandson, Laurie? Meg heard these words, and she was very upset. Her face felt hot with shame and anger. I like Laurie very much, she thought, but I do not want to marry him for his money. We don't think about Laurie's money. He is our best friend. Meg went home. She felt unhappy all the way. She spoke to her mother. Marmee, do you have marriage plans for us? She asked. Marriage plans? Said Mrs. March. She was surprised. Meg told her mother all about the women's conversation. Mrs. March was very angry. Those women are very foolish, she said. My daughters are beautiful and good and happy. They will marry good husbands one day. But good men are not always rich men. Mrs. March looked at Meg very seriously. Love is more important than money, Meg. Don't marry a rich man without love. Marry a poor man with love. Then you will be happy. You're right, Marmee, Meg said. She felt much better. I'll always remember your words. The next day, a letter arrived for Joe. It was an invitation. Joe read the letter to her sisters. It was an invitation to a picnic. A picnic? That will be exciting, said Amy. Please, Marmee, we want to go on the picnic, they all said. Very well, go on the picnic, said Mrs. March. You will have a good time. The next day was warm and sunny. It was a perfect day for a picnic. Laurie and some of his new friends from college walked to the river. The March girls met them there. They all brought baskets of food. They put the baskets into two small boats. The March sisters sat in the boats. Laurie and his friends rowed the boats on the river. The water was calm and sparkling in the sun. Then they got out of the boats. They found a good place for the picnic under some big trees. Everybody was hungry, and the food was delicious. They had sandwiches and fruit and cake. Later, Joe, Laurie, Beth, and Amy talked to Laurie's friends and they played games. Meg was reading a German book. She was trying to learn German. She did not understand some of the words. Mr. Brooke, Laurie's teacher, was there. He was a quiet young man. He had brown eyes and a kind face. He often looked at Meg. But Meg did not see him looking at her. She was busy with her book. Mr. Brooke came and sat near her. Can I help you with that? He asked kindly. He helped her with the difficult German words. You're a very good teacher, Mr. Brooke, said Meg with a smile. Thank you, replied Mr. Brooke. I enjoy my work. Laurie is a very good student. Everybody had a good time at the picnic. At last, they had to go home. The sun was going down. The next day, Meg was looking for her gloves. "I've lost a glove," she said. "I can only find one. Have you seen it, Joe?" "No, I haven't seen it," replied Joe. "Did you lose it at the picnic yesterday?" Later, Joe said to Lori, "Meg has lost a glove." Lori started to laugh. "I know where her glove is," he said. "Where is it?" asked Joe. "I will tell you," said Lori. "But don't tell Meg. It's a secret." "I won't tell Meg," promised Joe. "The glove is in John Brooks' pocket," said Lori. Joe did not understand. "What do you mean?" she said. "Why is the glove in John Brooks' pocket?" "Meg dropped her glove and John Brooke found it," said Lori. "He put the glove in his pocket. He looks at it every day. John is in love with Meg. Isn't that wonderful?" But Joe was angry and upset. "No," she said. "It isn't wonderful. It's terrible news. Mr. Brooke will marry Meg. He will take her away from us. No, I am not happy. I am very unhappy." Summer and autumn passed. It was now November. The weather was cold and wet. Rain fell from the gray sky. One afternoon, the March sisters were sitting in their living room. Meg looked out of the window. She watched the rain fall. "November is a terrible month," she said with a sigh. "It is cold and wet. Nothing ever happens. Our lives are very boring, and we have no money." Amy was painting a picture. "One day I'll be a famous artist," she said. "I'll travel to Italy. I'll paint beautiful pictures. Then I'll sell the pictures, and we will have lots of money." "I'm going to write books," said Joe. "I'll be rich and famous too. That is my dream." "What is your dream, Beth?" Joe asked her quiet sister. "I'm very happy now," said Beth softly. "I shall stay at home with Marmee and Father." Meg looked out of the window again. "There's Lori," she said suddenly. "He's coming to the front door." A few moments later, Lori came into the room. He was holding a small envelope in his hand. He was worried and upset. His face was pale. "What is it, Lori?" said Joe. "Is something wrong?" "Where is Mrs. March?" said Lori. "I have come from the post office." Lori held up the envelope. "This is a telegram for your mother. It's from Washington." A telegram was very serious news. At that moment, Mrs. March came into the room. Lori gave her the telegram. Mrs. March opened it. Her hands were shaking a little. She read it quickly. Then she sat down in a chair. Her face was very white. "I must go to Washington," Mrs. March said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "Your father is very ill. I will go on the train tomorrow morning." She looked at her daughters. "Joe, run to the post office. Send a telegram to the hospital. Send this reply, 'I will come immediately.' Meg, Beth, Amy, come and help me. I have to pack my case." The three girls started to help their mother. They moved quickly. Joe put on her hat and she went out into the rain. Lori went home to tell his grandfather. Mrs. March went to her desk in the living room. She opened a drawer. There was some money in the drawer. She looked at the money. There was not very much. "I have to buy a train ticket," she thought. "Will the girls have enough money for food while I am gone?" A few minutes later, there was a knock on the front door. Meg opened the door. Old Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Brooke, Lori's teacher, were standing outside. "Lori told us the bad news about your father," said Mr. Lawrence. His voice was kind. "I'm very sorry. Will your mother go to Washington?" "Yes," said Meg. "She will go to Washington tomorrow morning." "She must not go alone," said Mr. Lawrence. "A friend must go with her. I am an old man. I am not strong. I can't go with her. But John Brooke is a young man. He can go to Washington with your mother." Mr. Brooke looked at Meg, and he smiled. His face was very kind. "Don't worry about your mother," he said. "I'll take care of her." Meg was very pleased. She felt relieved. "Thank you very, very much," she said. Soon, everything was ready for Mrs. March's journey. Evening came, but Joe had not returned from the post office. Mrs. March was worried. "Where is Joe?" she said. "It's very late." At last Joe came home. She walked into the kitchen. She put some money on the table. It was a roll of dollar bills. "This money is for your journey, Marmee," she said. Mrs. March looked at the money. Then she looked at Joe. She was very surprised. $25, she said. "Joe, where did you get this money?" Joe did not answer. She took off her wet hat. Everybody looked at her. Joe's hair was very short. Her beautiful long red hair was gone. "Your hair, your beautiful red hair," said Meg. "Oh, Joe, what have you done?" "Many women want long red hair," said Joe. She tried to smile. "I went to the barber shop. The barber cut my hair. Then I sold him my hair. He gave me $25 for it. I wanted to help Marmee and Father." Tears fell from Mrs. March's eyes. She hugged Joe tightly. "Joe, you are good and kind," she said. That night, Meg and Joe could not sleep. Joe was thinking about her short hair. She felt a little sad about it. Meg was thinking about Mr. Brooke. Both girls were worrying about their father. The next morning, Mr. Lawrence's carriage came to the March's house. Mr. Brooke was sitting inside the carriage. Mrs. March kissed her daughters and she said goodbye. "Be good girls," she said. "Take care of each other." Then she got into the carriage. The sun shone on the sad faces of the March sisters. "Goodbye, dear Marmee," they said. "Goodbye." Mrs. March was in Washington. The four sisters worked very hard. They did the housework every day. They tried to be cheerful. They were worried about their father and mother. But the girls were very kind to each other, and they wrote to their mother every day. Soon, a letter arrived from Mrs. March. The news was good. Their father was a little better. The girls were happy. And soon Meg, Joe, and Amy forgot about the housework. They were busy with their own things. But Beth did not forget. She did her own work, and she did her sister's work too. One afternoon, Beth, Meg, and Joe were talking. Amy was not at home. Beth said, "Meg, please will you visit the Hummel family? Marmee often visits them. Marmee is not here, so we must visit the Hummels." "I'm sorry, Beth. I'm very tired today," said Meg. "Joe must go to the Hummel's house." "I can't go," said Joe. "I'm going to meet Lori. I can't visit the Hummels today." "You must go yourself, Beth." "I visited the Hummels every day this week," said Beth. Her voice was small and worried. "The baby is ill, and I am very worried." "Oh," said Meg. "Amy will come home soon. Then she must visit the Hummels." An hour passed, but Amy did not come home. Meg and Joe went upstairs. Meg looked at a new dress she was making. Joe wrote a story. They forgot about the Hummels. Beth waited. At last, she put on her coat. She put some food in a basket, and she went out. Meg and Joe did not see her leaving. Later, Beth returned. She did not speak to anybody. She went upstairs to her mother's bedroom and she shut the door. An hour later, Joe found Beth. Beth was sitting on her mother's bed. Her face was very white, and she was crying. She was holding a small bottle of medicine. "What is wrong?" Joe asked. "Oh, Joe, the baby is dead," said Beth. "Which baby?" asked Joe. "The Hummel baby," replied Beth. "I went to the Hummel's house this afternoon. The baby was very ill. Mrs. Hummel went to get the doctor. I held the baby in my arms, but it died." "Oh, Beth, that is terrible," said Joe. "What happened next?" "Mrs. Hummel came back with the doctor," said Beth. "The doctor looked at the baby. He said, 'This baby had scarlet fever.'" "Scarlet fever?" said Joe. She knew it was a very bad illness. "Yes," Beth said. "The doctor gave me this medicine. He said, 'Go home immediately. Drink some of this. And now I have a headache, and I'm very hot.'" Suddenly, Joe was afraid. "Has Beth got scarlet fever?" she thought. "It is a very dangerous illness." "Don't worry, Beth," Joe said. "I'll tell Meg. We will get our doctor." Meg was very worried. "Beth went to the Hummel's house every day," she said to Joe. "We must get Dr. Bangs immediately." Dr. Bangs came and he looked at Beth. Then the doctor spoke to Meg and Joe. "Beth has scarlet fever," he said. "Who will take care of her?" "We will," said Meg. "Joe and I have had scarlet fever before. We are safe." "Has Amy had scarlet fever?" asked Dr. Bangs. "Amy hasn't had the fever," replied Meg. "She will not be safe here. She must stay with Father's aunt, Aunt March." "Good," said Dr. Bangs. "Take care of Beth. I'll come again tomorrow." The doctor left the house. Joe spoke to Meg. "We must write to Marmee," she said. "We must tell her about Beth." "No," said Meg. "Marmee is taking care of Father. She can't come home now. Marmee must stay in Washington. We must not tell her about Beth." Joe started to cry. "Washington is many miles away," she said. "We were wrong, Meg. We didn't visit the Hummels. Beth went there every day, and now she has scarlet fever." "Oh, Meg, what are we going to do?" Meg put her arms around Joe. "Don't cry, Joe," she said. "Beth has scarlet fever, but she will get better soon. Now we must take care of her." The next day, Amy went to Aunt March's house. Meg and Joe took care of Beth. Beth was very ill. The days passed, and she did not get better. She grew weaker. Beth could not eat. She slept for many hours. Sometimes she was awake, but she could not remember things. She was confused. Sometimes she called Joe Meg. Sometimes she called Meg Joe. She said her mother's name again and again. "Marmee, Marmee." Joe and Meg were worried and afraid. One morning, the two girls were talking. "Let's send a telegram to Marmee," said Joe. "Let's tell her about Beth now. Then she will come home." "All right," said Meg. She sat down and she wrote the words for a telegram. "I'll take this to the post office this afternoon," said Meg. But that afternoon, a letter arrived from Mrs. March. There was bad news in the letter. Mr. March was very ill again. Meg and Joe read the letter. They looked at each other with sad eyes. "We must not send the telegram to Marmee," said Meg. "Beth is ill, but Father is ill too. Marmee must stay with him. She can't come home now." A week later, it was the first day of December. The weather was very cold. The wind blew all day and snow fell. In the morning, Dr. Bangs visited the house. He looked at Beth for a long time. Then he spoke to Meg and Joe. His face was very serious. "Beth is very, very ill," he said. Your mother must come home immediately. I will come back tonight, he added. Meg, said Joe. We must send the telegram to Marmee now. Joe put on her coat and hat and she ran outside. Laurie was walking towards the house. He was holding a letter in his hand. He was very happy and excited. I have good news, he said. This letter is from John Brooke. Your father is getting better now. He saw Joe's face. But what's wrong, Joe? Where are you going? I'm going to send a telegram to Marmee, replied Joe. Dr. Bangs visited Beth. She is very, very ill. Joe started to cry. Laurie held Joe's hand. Dear Joe, he said kindly, Grandfather and I will always help you. Please remember that. Yes, said Joe. You are our good friends. Thank you very much. I must tell you something, said Laurie. Last week, Grandfather and I were talking about Beth. We were very worried about her. So we sent a telegram to your mother. We told her about Beth's illness. Today I received this letter from John Brooke. Your mother will be here early tomorrow morning. Then everything will be all right. Joe was happy again. She stopped crying. Laurie, she said, you're a wonderful friend. Thank you. Joe ran inside the house. She told Meg the good news. Meg was very happy too. The afternoon passed very slowly. Beth lay in her bed. Her eyes were closed. She did not eat or speak. Sometimes she drank some water. Meg and Joe sat by her bed. The wind blew and the snow fell outside. At last night came. Meg and Joe watched Beth. They waited for Mrs. March. And they waited for Dr. Bangs. Old Mr. Lawrence and Laurie waited too. They sat downstairs in the living room. They sat by the fire. The hours passed. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Joe went to the window. She looked out at the garden. There was thick snow everywhere. The world is sad and lonely tonight, she thought. Suddenly, she heard a noise. She turned around. Meg was crying softly. Beth has died, thought Joe. Beth has died and Meg cannot tell me. She went to the bed and looked down at Beth. Beth was very quiet and still. Her eyes were closed. Then the door opened, and Dr. Bangs came into the room. Beth is dead, Joe said quietly. Dr. Bangs looked at Beth. He held her hands. Then he smiled. No, he said gently. Beth isn't dead. She's sleeping. She's gonna be all right. The fever is gone. There is no more danger. Meg and Joe put their arms around each other and they cried. They were very, very happy. Soon it was morning. The sisters heard the sound of a carriage in the street. Then Laurie called from the living room. Girls, girls, your mother is here. Mrs. March had come home. Amy was unhappy at Aunt March's house. She wanted to see her family. Aunt March was an old lady. She did not like young girls very much. Sometimes she was angry with Amy. Every evening, Amy had to read to Aunt March. But she did not like Aunt March's books. They were not very interesting. One evening, Aunt March spoke to Amy. I have had a letter from your mother, she said. She has come home. Beth is better. She will take you home tomorrow. Amy was very happy. Soon, the four sisters were together again. And every day, Beth was stronger. One day, a letter came from Washington. It was from John Brooke. Mrs. March read the letter. Girls, girls, I have wonderful news, she said. Mr. Brooke is going to bring Father home. It was a week before Christmas. The March sisters were very busy and excited. They made Christmas presents. And they cooked delicious food for Christmas Day. In the evening, Joe spoke to her mother. Marmee, she said. I must tell you something. John Brooke loves Meg. In the summer, Meg lost a glove. John Brooke found it and he put it in his pocket. Isn't that terrible, Marmee? Why is it terrible? Asked Mrs. March. John Brooke will marry Meg, replied Joe. He'll take her away from us. Listen, Joe, said Mrs. March. John Brooke is a good young man. He was very kind and helpful in Washington. John Brooke must not marry Meg, Joe said. Meg must not marry a poor man. Money is not important, replied Mrs. March. John is good and kind. He loves Meg very much. But Meg is young. She is only 17. They must wait. Please don't be sad, Joe, Mrs. March said. One day you will leave this house too. You will meet a good man, and you will marry him. No, Mother, cried Joe. I'll never marry anybody. I want to be a famous writer. At last it was Christmas Day. Everybody had some presents. Everybody was happy. In the afternoon, Laurie and old Mr. Lawrence came to the Marches' house. They brought presents. Everybody talked and everybody laughed. Then somebody knocked at the front door. Laurie went to the door. A moment later, he came back into the living room. He was very excited. Here is another Christmas present for the March family, he said. A tall man was standing behind Laurie. Everybody looked at the man. For a moment, they did not speak. Then the girls shouted together, "Father!" All the sisters ran to their father. They put their arms around him. Everybody was talking and crying. "This is the best Christmas present," said Amy. Then another man came into the room. It was John Brooke. Meg ran towards him. "I'm very happy to see you, John," she said. "Thank you. You have brought Father home to us." Later, everybody ate Christmas dinner. Then the Lawrences and John Brooke went home. The March family sat by the fire. Mr. March looked at the faces of his 4 happy daughters. "My dears," he said, "this year has been very long and difficult. You had to work very hard. I left home and you were girls. Now you have grown up. You are 4 fine women." The Marches were together again. Every day Mr. March and Beth were stronger. Laurie and old Mr. Lawrence often visited the Marches. But John Brooke did not come with them. Meg was sad. She wanted to see John very much. "I don't understand," she thought. "Why doesn't John visit us?" One afternoon, Meg and Joe were talking. Joe saw an umbrella by the front door. "Whose umbrella is that?" she asked. "I've never seen it before." "It's John Brooke's umbrella," replied Meg. "He left it here on Christmas Day. He has forgotten it." "Meg," said Joe, "do you like John Brooke? Do you love him? Are you going to marry him?" "No, no," Meg said. "I'm too young for marriage. Please don't ask me these questions, Joe." "Then you don't love him," said Joe. "Oh, I don't know," said Meg. Joe looked out of the window. "Meg, John Brooke is outside now," she said. "He is coming to the front door. You don't love him, Meg. He must go away. Please tell him." Meg ran to the stairs. She wanted to hide in her bedroom, but it was too late. John Brooke came into the house. "Good afternoon," John said. "Do you have my umbrella? I left it here." He smiled. Then he said, "How is your father?" "He's very well, thank you," said Joe. "We'll bring him." Joe went upstairs. Meg started to follow, but John Brooke stopped her. "Please don't go, Meg," he said. "I must say something to you." "Oh," said Meg. "Let's talk in the living room." John and Meg went into the living room. Meg sat down and John Brooke sat beside her. He held her hand. "Dearest Meg," he said, "I love you. I am poor, but I can work hard. I can make a good home for you. Please, Meg, will you be my wife?" At first, Meg did not speak. Then she said, "I don't know, John." "Please, Meg," said John Brooke, "will you marry me?" Suddenly, the door opened, and Aunt March came into the room. Meg and John were very surprised. Aunt March was surprised too. "Good afternoon, Meg," she said. "Where is your father?" Then she looked at John Brooke. "Who is this young man?" "Aunt March, this is John Brooke," Meg said. "John is father's friend." "John Brooke?" said Aunt March. "Why are you here, young man? What are you talking about?" "Aunt March," said Meg quietly, "John Brooke wants to marry me." Aunt March looked angrily at John Brooke. Then she said, "Young man, Mrs. March has spoken about you. You are poor. You have no money. Meg must marry a man with money." Meg was very angry. "Aunt March," she said, "John is poor, but he is a good man, and I love him." John Brooke smiled, and his eyes were bright. "Thank you, dearest Meg," he said. "Do you love me? Will you marry me?" "Yes, I will," said Meg. "Meg," said Aunt March, "you are a very foolish girl. You will never get any money from me. Goodbye." She turned around and went quickly out of the room. Megan and John told the March family their good news. "It's wonderful news," said Mr. and Mrs. March. "Congratulations." "Congratulations," said Amy and Beth together. Jo said nothing. She was not happy. Later, Lori and Mr. Lawrence came to the house. They congratulated Meg and John. But Lori looked at Jo's sad face. "What's wrong, Jo?" asked Lori. "Aren't you happy?" "No," said Jo. "Meg is my dear sister and my dear friend. Now John Brooke will take her away." "Jo," said Lori gently, "you love Meg. She is your sister. But John loves her too. Meg will be happy with John. And Jo, I'll always be your friend." "That's true," said Jo. "Thank you, Lori." Jo looked around the room. She looked at her family. Mr. and Mrs. March were talking together. Amy was sitting on the floor near Meg and John. Beth was talking to old Mr. Lawrence. Suddenly, Jo was not sad anymore. She turned to Lori. "You are right, Lori," she said. "One day Meg will marry John, but she will always be my sister. We will always love each other." "That's right, Jo," said Lori. Jo went over to Meg. She held Meg's hands, and she kissed her face. "Congratulations, dearest Meg," she said. "I am very happy for you. And congratulations, John. You are our brother now. Welcome to our family. Please subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and like the video so you can enjoy more stories like this one. Story: The Weight of a Promise. Hazel was a young woman. Her name was Hazel. She was only 26 years old, but she felt much older. She felt older because her heart was heavy. Her feelings were very heavy. She lived in a very big city. The city was New York. It was a busy place with many people. Hazel lived with her parents. Her mother and her father were good people. They were educated people. They went to good schools and they were very smart. They were also respected people. Other people in the city knew them. They said good things about them. Hazel's parents gave her everything. They gave her a warm home. They gave her good food. They gave her nice clothes. They gave her a good education. She grew up with a lot of love. She also grew up with a lot of comfort. She never felt cold. She never felt hungry. Her life was easy. Many people looked at Hazel and they said, "You are a very lucky girl." And Hazel knew she was lucky. She was also very beautiful. She had soft eyes. Her eyes were brown and kind. She had a gentle smile. When she smiled, people felt happy. But Hazel did not think her beauty was important. She did not care if she was beautiful. For Hazel, other things were more important. Loyalty was very important to her. Loyalty means you stay with someone. You stay with them when things are good. You also stay with them when things are bad. You are a true friend. Trust was also very important to her. Trust means you believe someone. You believe their words. You know they will not lie to you. And she believed a true heart was the most important thing. A heart that could stay true. A heart that did not change. That was the reason she chose Oliver. When she met Oliver, she thought she had found a true heart. She thought she had found love for her whole life. She wanted to be with him forever. Hazel and Oliver were together for a long time. They were together for 6 years. 6 years is a very long time when you are young. Hazel was still in college when she met him. She was a student. She was studying hard. Their relationship started then. For Hazel, this was her first love. She had never loved a boy before Oliver. And because it was her first love, she believed it would be her last love. She could not imagine loving anyone else. She often spoke to herself. She whispered quiet words when she was alone. She said, "When my heart chose Oliver, it was a special choice." She thought about this choice a lot. "It was not about his looks," she whispered, "and it was not about his wealth. Oliver did not have a lot of money, but Hazel did not care about money. It was simply because I felt safe with him. That was the most important feeling. With Oliver, she felt safe. The world was big and sometimes scary, but Oliver made her feel that everything was okay. Oliver was a very handsome man. He had a nice face. His eyes were bright. His smile was charming. Many girls looked at him. When they walked on the street, girls turned their heads to see him. But Hazel always told herself, "I never loved his face. I did not choose him because he is handsome. I loved his soul." A soul is the part of a person that is inside. It is their spirit. It is who they really are. Hazel believed these words. She believed them so much. She never questioned them. She never asked herself, "Is this really true?" Hazel was not a girl who gave her trust easily. She was very careful. She did not make new friends quickly. She liked to wait and see if a person was good and true. She was a quiet person. She spoke little. She listened more than she talked. She always focused on her studies. Her books were her good friends. But with Oliver, everything was different. She had opened her heart to him. Her heart was like a locked room, but she gave Oliver the key. She opened the door for him completely. She would spend many hours with him. She would just listen to him talk. She listened to his dreams. Oliver had many dreams. He talked about big plans for the future. He talked about all the things he wanted to do. Sometimes Hazel wondered about these dreams. She asked herself, "Are his dreams real?" She had this question because Oliver was never serious about anything. He laughed a lot. He liked to have fun. He did not like to work hard. Yet Hazel told herself a story. It was a story she wanted to believe. She told herself, "Love will change him. My love is strong. My love will make him a better person. My love will give him strength." When she believed this, she felt better. She felt hopeful. When she spoke to him, her eyes were full of this hope. She looked at him and she saw a great man. She saw the man he could be, not the man he was. Her parents saw a change in her. They noticed she was often lost in her thoughts. She would sit at the dinner table, but she was not really there. Her mind was in another place. Her parents trusted her. They believed she was a smart girl, but they did not know about Oliver yet. Hazel kept him a secret. Hazel told herself again and again, "One day I will tell them about him. I will introduce him to my parents." But she always added a condition. But first, he must show that he can stand on his own feet. This means he needed to have a job. He needed to be responsible. She wanted her parents to be proud of her choice. She did not want them to be worried. She had a picture in her mind. She wanted to see her father, Jackson, look at Oliver. And in this picture, her father would smile. He would say, "Yes, this boy is good. He is good enough for my daughter." That wish was very strong inside her. It was like a small fire that never went out. So Hazel would often talk to Oliver. She would push him to be better. Sometimes she pushed him gently with soft words. Other times, she pushed him firmly with a serious voice. She said, "Please, Oliver, do something for yourself. Do something for your future. Our future." She wanted him to think about tomorrow, not just today. She said, "Get up in the morning and have a plan. Don't just waste the day. Think about your future." She tried to make him understand how important this was to her. "I want to stand beside you," she told him. "I want to stand in front of my parents with you, and I want them to be happy. I want them to see the man I love. I want them to see that he is not a weak man." Oliver would just smile. He had an easy smile. He would take her hand. His hand was warm. He would say, "Babe, you worry too much. You think about too many problems." His voice was always soft. His words were always sweet. He told her, "You are my life. You are my everything." And when he said these words, Hazel's heart would melt. It was like ice turning into water. Her worries would go away for a little while, and she would believe him again. She believed him again and again. She believed him even when her own mind had doubts. Her doubts tried to rise. They were like small voices in her head. The voices said, "Is he telling the truth? Will he ever change?" But she pushed those voices down. She chose to believe his sweet words. Times Hazel felt like the world was against her. Her friends tried to warn her. They were worried about her. Some of her friends said, "Oliver is not good enough for you, Hazel. You are smart and you work hard. He is not serious." Another friend said, "He loves your money more than he loves you." But Hazel did not want to hear these things. She shut her ears. She closed her heart to their words. She told them, "You don't understand. You don't understand our love." She truly believed her love was special and different. She said, "When you truly love someone, you don't count their qualities. You don't look for good things and bad things. You don't compare them to other people. You just love them." Her friends shook their heads. They were sad for her. They could see something that she could not see. But Hazel stayed firm. She did not change her mind. She believed that loyalty was stronger than warnings. She believed that her promise to love him was more important than her friend's advice. The years passed. The years passed slowly. 1 year, then 2, then 3, 4, 5, and finally 6 years. Hazel grew older. Her face changed a little. She was not a young college girl anymore. She was a woman. Her studies moved forward. She finished college. She started to think about her career. But Oliver stayed the same. He did not change. He was still handsome, yes. His smile was still charming. But he was lazy. He did not like to work. He had no big plans that he worked for. He had no real job. He had no achievements. He had nothing to show for all the years that passed. Hazel's heart felt torn. It was pulled in two directions. One part of her wanted to believe his sweet words, but another part of her saw his actions. And his actions were very different from his words. Still, she could not leave him. She said to herself, "I will hold him up. If he falls, I will help him. If he cannot walk alone, I will carry him." That was the kind of woman Hazel was. She was soft. She was loyal. She was selfless. She always thought about others before she thought about herself. Sometimes, late at night, when the world was quiet, she would ask him a direct question. She would look into his eyes and ask, "OL, do you really love me? Tell me the truth. I need to know the truth." She would ask the difficult question. Is it me you love? Or is it the money I give you? Is it the support I offer you? Is it because my life is easy and comfortable? Oliver never changed his answer. He always said the same thing. He would look at her with his serious eyes and say, "Hazel, don't doubt me. Please don't doubt my love. You are my life. You are everything to me. Without you, I am nothing." And Hazel, with tears in her eyes, would believe him one more time. She wanted to believe him so much. Her parents had no idea about any of this. They did not know about the silent battles in Hazel's heart. They saw their daughter smiling. They did not see her worries. They did not see the tears she cried when she was alone. They noticed her studying hard. But they did not know how much of her time and her energy went to Oliver. They saw their daughter as a strong and independent woman. But inside, Hazel was soft like glass. She could be broken very easily. She wanted to protect her love. She would protect it at any cost. She told herself, "I will fight the world for Oliver if I must. I will stand against anyone who tries to come between us." Hazel sometimes imagined her wedding day. It was a beautiful dream. In her dream, she thought of standing in a beautiful white dress. She was holding Oliver's hand, and she was introducing him proudly to her family. She wanted to say, "This is Oliver, the man I love, and he is a wonderful man." But the dream was very far from reality. The real world was different. She knew deep inside her heart that her father would never accept Oliver. Not the way he was now. Her father was a practical man. He believed in hard work and responsibility. She would whisper to Oliver at night. She would say, "Please make me proud, Oliver. Please show the world that you are a good man. Show them that you can be the man that I see in you." Oliver would only kiss her hand and smile. He did not feel the urgency. He had no fire inside him. He had no hunger to succeed. He was happy with his easy life. Yet Hazel's love stayed strong. Her love was very patient. She believed that patience was a part of loyalty. She believed that sacrifice was a part of love. To love someone, you had to give things up. That is what she thought. She told herself, "I am not weak because I am waiting. I am strong because I am waiting. I am waiting because I believe in him." The truth was harder than that. But Hazel was not ready to face the truth. Her whole life was built around him. Her love, her trust, her future, all of it rested on Oliver. She had given 6 years of her youth to him, 6 important years. She thought, if he is not my future, then what was the point of all these years? All these years would mean nothing. I cannot let that be true. That one thought was like a chain, kept her tied to him. She could not break free from it. She fought her doubts with her tears, and she fought the world with her silence. She did not talk about her problems with anyone. Hazel's story of love had only begun. But already pain was a part of it. Pain was sitting quietly in the corner of her heart. It was waiting, and as Hazel lay awake at night, she was often holding her phone. She was waiting for Oliver's call or his message. And while she waited, she whispered into the dark room. She said, "You are my first love, Oliver. Please, please don't let me down. Don't break my heart. Don't break me. Don't make me regret my choice." She closed her eyes. She hoped that tomorrow would be different. She hoped tomorrow he would wake up and be a new man. But tomorrow always looked the same as yesterday. Hazel's love for Oliver was very deep. It was like a deep ocean. But inside her heart, there was also a quiet fear. The fear was like a small, cold stone. It was always there. She had given 6 years of her life to him. She had given him her time. She had given him her heart. She had trusted him with all her dreams. Her dreams for the future were all about him. Yet when she looked at him, she saw no movement. She saw no change. She saw no effort. He was not trying to be better. She saw no desire in him to change his life. She would often sit in silence. She would be in her room, staring at her books. Her books were open, but her thoughts were not about her studies. Her thoughts were far away. They were always about Oliver. She kept asking herself the same questions. The questions went around and around in her head. Will he ever grow serious? She would think. Will he understand that life is not a game? And another question followed. Will he ever make a future for us? Will he ever build a home with me? One evening, Hazel met Oliver after her class. The sun was going down. The sky was orange and pink. She looked straight into his eyes. She wanted him to see that she was serious. She said softly, "OL, I need you to listen to me today. It is very important." Her voice was quiet, but it was strong. "Please don't take my words lightly. Please don't just laugh and say everything is okay. I want you to really think about your life. I want you to think about our life together." She continued to speak. "I want you to work hard. You are smart, Oliver. You can do anything you want, but you have to try. You cannot keep passing time like this. Time is precious. We are not getting any younger." She paused and took a breath. "One day," she said, "I will have to stand in front of my parents. I will have to stand there and say, 'This is the man I love. This is the man I want to marry.' And when that day comes, I want them to see your strength. I want them to see that you are a responsible man." Oliver laughed. It was a light, easy laugh. He touched her face with his hand. His touch was gentle. He said, "Hazel, my sweet Hazel, you think too much. You worry too much." He tried to make her feel silly for worrying. "You are my everything. You know that. Don't I tell you this every day? Without you, I am nothing. You are my world. Don't doubt me. Everything will be fine." Hazel's eyes filled with tears. She wanted to believe him. A part of her desperately wanted to hold on to those sweet words. But inside, her heart whispered a different story. Her heart whispered the truth. "If he loves me so much, why does he not change? If I am his everything, why does he not try to make me happy?" The questions were painful. She pressed her lips together. She did not want to cry in front of him. She wiped her tears away with her hand, and she said nothing more. The conversation was over. Her friends noticed that she was more silent than usual. They saw the sadness in her eyes. One of her good friends, Anna, sat with her one day. Anna said, "Hazel, Why do you waste your time? He is not the right person for you. Anna's voice was full of concern. He is not like you, Hazel. You are serious. You are dedicated. He is lazy. He does not care about his studies. He does not care about the future. He does not care about anything important. You deserve better. You deserve someone who is your equal. Hazel just shook her head. She did not want to hear this, even if it was true. She whispered, "No, Anna, you don't understand." She felt that nobody could understand her special love. "I love him, and when you love someone truly, you don't leave them because they are weak. You don't walk away from them. You hold them. You make them strong. That is what true love is." Her friend sighed. Anna knew she could not change Hazel's mind. She walked away, leaving Hazel alone with her thoughts. That night, Hazel lay awake in her bed. She could not sleep. She stared at the ceiling. The ceiling was white and empty. She thought about her father, Jackson. Her father had always told her important things about life. He had always said, "My daughter, you must be careful when you choose a partner. You must marry someone who respects you. And you must marry someone who has a future. Love is important, but respect and stability are also important." Hazel closed her eyes. She whispered to herself in the darkness, "Papa, you will not understand. My situation is different. I love him, Papa, and love is my future." Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Time passed, but Oliver stayed the same. He did not change. Hazel kept trying. She kept pushing him. Sometimes she spoke to him with love and patience. Other times, she spoke with anger and frustration. She felt so many different emotions. She said, "Oh well, I am not asking you to be rich. I am not asking for a life of luxury. I don't need a big house or expensive cars. I only want you to try. Please just show me that you are trying. Show me that I did not waste all my years waiting for you." Oliver only smiled his charming smile. He replied with his usual words, "Hazel, don't worry so much. One day you will see. Everything will be great. But right now, let's just enjoy our time together. Why do you want to stress so much about the future?" Hazel's heart broke a little every time she heard that. His words were like small, sharp stones. She wanted to scream at him. She wanted to shout, "The future is important. Our life is important." But instead, she stayed quiet. She kept her pain inside. She told herself a reason to stay. "If I leave him now, I will lose everything. I will lose the 6 years of my life. 6 years of love cannot just vanish into thin air. I cannot just throw it all away." Her loyalty was like a strong rope, kept her tied to him, and her hope was like a blindfold, kept her from seeing the truth clearly. One afternoon, Hazel met Oliver at a small cafe. The cafe was cozy. It smelled like coffee and cake. She looked tired. Her face was pale. There were dark circles under her eyes from worry. She leaned forward across the small table. She said, "Oh well, I must ask you again. And I need you to be honest with me." Her voice was serious. "Do you really love me? Tell me the truth. Is it me you love? Or is it my money? Is it the comfort that I give you? Is it the support that I offer you? Always standing by you." Oliver reached across the table. He took her hand in his. His smile was sweet and reassuring. He said, "Hazel, you are my life. Please don't ask me this question again. It hurts me when you doubt me. Without you, I am lost. I am nothing." Hazel looked deep into his eyes. She was searching for the truth. She was looking for a a small hint that he was being honest. But all she found was his charm. It was like a beautiful mask. She sighed. She felt tired. She whispered, "I believe you. I always do." But the doubts never really left her. They were always there in the back of her mind. When she was alone, the doubts grew louder. She remembered her friends' warnings. She remembered Anna's sad face. She remembered her mother's gentle words. Her mother once said, "Choose your partner wisely, Hazel. It is the most important decision of your life." She remembered her father's advice about stability and hard work. Yet her heart always pulled her back to Oliver. She made excuses for him in her mind. She thought, "Even if he loves money a little, I can change him. My love will be enough to make him a better person. My love will be stronger than his weakness." Hazel's parents still knew nothing about Oliver. She had hidden this big part of her life from them. She hid him because she was afraid of their rejection. She was afraid of what they would say. She imagined what would happen the day they finally met him. She imagined her father, Jackson, asking Oliver questions. She could hear her father's serious voice. "What is your job, young man? What are your plans for the future? What are your dreams?" And she imagined Oliver smiling his charming smile. She imagined him giving answers that had no weight, no substance. The thought made her tremble inside. She knew that day would come eventually, and she knew it would not be an easy day. But she told herself, "I will be strong. I will fight for him. I will fight for our love, because love is worth fighting for." As more months passed, Hazel began to see the cracks in their relationship more clearly. The cracks were getting bigger. Oliver often asked her for money. It was usually small amounts. He would say, "Just for now, Hazel. I need a little help. I promise I will pay you back later." She always gave it to him without thinking too much. She wanted to help him. But slowly, a question started to form in her mind. Does he love me? Or does he love what I give him? This question lived inside her now. It was like a shadow that followed her everywhere. One night, Hazel sat with Oliver in a park. The park was quiet. The moon was bright in the sky. She looked at him. His face looked beautiful in the moonlight. She said, "I don't want to lose you, Oliver, but I don't want to lose myself either. I feel like I am losing a part of myself by always worrying, always pushing, always giving." She looked at the stars. "Please tell me, do you see a future with me? A real future? Do you see us getting married? Do you see us living a life together? A life with love and respect?" Oliver kissed her on the forehead. His lips were soft. He whispered, "Of course, babe. Of course I see a future with you. You are my everything. I will marry you one day. Just wait. Just be patient." Hazel closed her eyes and held his hand tightly. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe his promise. But her soul was crying in silence. Her dreams for the future were so bright and beautiful. But her doubts were darker and stronger. The war inside her heart grew stronger with every passing day. Hazel thought about the future. She thought of a daughter that she might have one day. She imagined holding a small baby in her arms. She imagined looking at Oliver with pride and saying, "We did it. We made it. We built a beautiful life together." But then another thought came into her mind. A thought that made her chest feel heavy. A thought that made it hard to breathe. What if he never changes? What if all my waiting is for nothing? What if he breaks my heart completely? Tears rolled down her cheeks. They were silent tears. She turned to Oliver. She said, "Promise me you will try. Please just promise me that. Promise me you will not let my love go to waste." Oliver smiled again. He always smiled. It was as if nothing was a big problem for him. He said, "I promise, Hazel. I promise." Hazel wanted to believe that promise. She wanted to hold it in her heart. But the doubt in her heart was louder than ever before. Hazel's doubts were growing heavier every day. They felt like stones in her stomach. But her love for Oliver was still stronger than her fears. Every time she thought about leaving him, her heart whispered the same words to her. 6 years. You cannot just throw away 6 years of your life. Felt like too big of a loss. She remembered all the good times. She remembered every smile he gave her. She remembered every sweet word he said to her. She remembered every promise he made. And she told herself, "I must stand with him. It is my duty. If I give up on him now, it will mean my love was weak. It will mean I did not try hard enough." One day, Hazel sat across from Oliver in their favorite cafe. Her voice was calm, but her words were filled with pain. "Oliver," she began, "we cannot go on like this. Things have to change." She looked at him seriously. "My parents will never accept you unless you show them that you can work. They need to see that you can build something for yourself. I cannot keep hiding you from them forever. I want to marry you, Oliver. I really do. But for that to happen, you must have a future. We must have a future." She begged him with her eyes. "Please think about starting something of your own. You have good ideas. Just start something small. Do not waste any more time. We are running out of time." Oliver leaned back in his chair. He looked as careless as always. He gave her his soft, charming smile and said, "Hazel, my love, why are you always so stressed? You worry too much." He repeated his usual lines. "I told you before, you are my everything. We will get married one day. Promise. Don't worry so much about it now." Hazel shook her head. This time, his sweet words were not working. Tears filled her eyes. She whispered, "Don't just tell me, Oliver. Show me. I need to see it. I have stood by you for 6 long years. How much longer do you want me to wait? Give me one real reason to believe you. One real action, not just words." For the very first time, Oliver's expression grew serious. He stopped smiling. He said, "Fine. If you want me to start something, I will. But I need money to start a business. I don't have anything in my pocket. I have no savings. How can I begin a business without any money?" Hazel looked at him. Her heart was pounding in her chest. This was a chance. Maybe this was the moment he would finally change. "How much do you need?" she asked. Her voice was a little shaky. Oliver thought for a moment. Then he replied, "I think I would need at least $10,000. $10,000 will be enough to start a small clothing business. I can rent a small shop. I can sell t-shirts and jeans. People always need to buy clothes. I think it will work." Hazel's chest grew tight. $10,000 was a lot of money. She had only $8,000 saved. She had worked hard for that money. That money was meant for her studies. It was for her future. It was for her own dreams. But in that moment, she did not think about her own dreams. She thought only of Oliver. She thought of her love for him. She thought of her deep desire to marry him. She thought of her wish to prove everyone wrong. To prove to her parents and her friends that they were wrong about him. She whispered softly, "I don't have 10,000. I have 8,000. I saved this money for my future studies, but you can take it." She made the decision in that second. "Just promise me," she said. her voice filled with emotion. "Promise me you will use it well. Promise me you will not waste this money. Promise me you will build our future with it." Oliver's eyes lit up. He looked genuinely happy and excited. He leaned forward and said quickly, "Yes, babe. Promise. I promise with all my heart. I will work hard this time. I will not let you down. This business will be the start of everything for us. Trust me. You will be so proud of me." Hazel nodded, wiping the tears from her cheeks. She wanted so badly to believe him. She wanted to see him change and succeed. That night, Hazel sat on her bed. She was holding her bank book in her hands. She looked at the number, $8,000. Her fingers shook as she thought, "This is my big sacrifice. I am giving away my own future because I believe in his future. I pray to God that I am not making a terrible mistake." She closed her eyes and whispered into the quiet room, "Oliver, please don't break me. Please don't break my trust. Please don't break my heart." The next morning, she went to the bank. She took out all the money. She gave it to him. Oliver smiled a wide, happy smile. He hugged her tightly and said, "Thank you, Hazel. Thank you. You don't know what this means to me. One day, I will give you back not just this money, but everything you have ever wanted in your life." Hazel held on to his words. They were like a lifeline for her. She whispered back, "All I ever wanted was you, Oliver." With that money, Oliver opened a small clothing store. It was a very small shop on a quiet street. He bought some boxes of t-shirts. He bought some jeans. He started his little business. Hazel stood beside him through it all. She was his biggest cheerleader. She was his strongest support. She helped him plan the shop's design. She encouraged him when the sales were low. She smiled and told him to keep going, even when she was scared and worried inside. She told herself, "This is the start. This is the beginning of our new life. My sacrifice will not go in vain. He will succeed, and then I can take him to my parents proudly. They will see that he is a responsible man." For the next 6 months, Hazel watched his every step. The business was very slow. Sales were very small. Only a few customers came into the shop each day. But she told Oliver again and again, "Don't give up. You have to work harder. Every big business has a slow beginning. One day, this small shop will grow into something big." Oliver would smile and say, "Babe, you are right. With you beside me, I can do anything." Hazel believed those words. She chose to believe them, even when her heart trembled with doubt. Her friends saw that she looked thinner. She looked more tired, but she was still smiling. One of them asked her, "Why do you carry all this weight alone, Hazel? This is his business. He should be the one fighting and worrying, not you." Hazel only replied, "Love means standing together in good times and bad times. He may be weak today, but I believe that tomorrow he will be strong. I just have to wait." At night, she prayed quietly in her room. "God, I gave away my dreams for his dreams. Please don't let me fall. Please make him succeed. Please help him." She often cried into her pillow so no one would hear her. But in the morning, she would put on a brave smile. She would go to the shop and say to Oliver, "I believe in you. Don't stop trying." Hazel had given him everything she had. She had given him her savings. She had given him her energy. She had given him her whole heart. She told herself, "One day, this big sacrifice will become my pride." But deep inside, a small, quiet voice whispered to her. The voice said, "Or it may become your biggest regret." She always pushed that voice away. She was not ready to face that possibility. Hazel had given everything to Oliver. She gave him her savings. She gave him her trust. She gave him all her dreams for their future. For 6 long months, she stood by him. She supported him while his little clothing shop slowly tried to grow. Sales came in very small amounts, but Hazel smiled at every small victory. She celebrated every t-shirt sold. She told herself, "This is the proof I needed. He is trying. Soon I will be able to take him to my parents. Soon they will see that he is a responsible man. They will see that he is working hard." She truly believed that her big sacrifice was finally showing some results. One evening, Hazel was sitting with her parents at the dinner table. The food was delicious, but Hazel was not thinking about the food. Her father, Jackson, looked at her. He asked gently, "Hazel, you seem very busy these days. You are always going somewhere. You smile, but there is something different in your eyes. There is a worry in your eyes. Is there someone special in your life?" Hazel's heart started to race. Her hands felt cold. For years, she had hidden Oliver from them. She was always too scared to tell them. But now she felt a little more ready. She felt she had a reason to be hopeful. She took a deep breath. She said softly, "Yes, Papa, there is someone. His name is Oliver." The name was finally out in the open. "I love him very much. He is the man I want to marry." A deep silence filled the room. Her mother looked at her with wide eyes full of surprise. Her father, Jackson, leaned back in his chair. He frowned a little. "Oliver," he said slowly, "tell me about him. What does he do for a living? Where is his family from?" Hazel's voice trembled a little, but she spoke with as much courage as she could find. "He has a clothing business, Papa. He started it himself a few months ago. He is working very hard to make it grow." She wanted to paint a good picture of him. "He is a good person at heart, Papa. He is kind and gentle. He may not have a lot of money today, but I believe in him. I believe in his future. He is my choice." Jackson listened to her words quietly. He did not interrupt her. After she finished, there was a long pause. Then he said, "I want to meet this Oliver. Call him here for dinner. I want to meet him myself." Hazel nodded. Her hands were shaking under the table. She prayed in her heart, "Please God, let Oliver speak well. Let him show his best side. I want my father to see the good things in him that I see." The meeting was fixed for the next week. Oliver arrived at their house. He was looking very handsome. He wore a nice shirt. He was smiling his charming smile. Jackson sat with him in the living room for 2 long hours. Hazel and her mother sat there too, listening quietly. Jackson asked him many questions. He asked about his life, his family, his education, his business, and his plans for the future. Oliver gave answers, but his answers were weak. They had no weight. They had no clear vision. Jackson's mind was very sharp. He was a smart and experienced man. He could see through everything. He could see that Oliver was not a serious man. He smiled politely at Oliver, but inside he knew the truth. When Oliver finally left, Jackson turned to Hazel. His face was very serious. He said firmly, "My daughter, I must be honest with you. I do not like this boy. This boy is not good for you. He has no stability. He has no fire in his belly. He has no ambition. I feel that he will cheat you one day. Please, Hazel, leave him now before it is too late." Hazel's eyes immediately filled with tears. She shook her head. "No, Papa. No, You are wrong about him. You don't understand him the way I do. You only talk to him for 2 hours. I have known him for 6 years. He is trying, Papa. He just needs more time. Why do you always doubt my choice? Why can't you just trust me this one time? Jackson's face grew hard. Because I see what you don't see, Hazel. You are blinded by love. I have lived a long life. I know men like him. They are charming, but they are not reliable. They love money more than they love people. Don't destroy your future for him. Hazel stood up from her chair. Her voice was breaking with pain and frustration. I love him, Papa. Isn't love enough? You always told me to follow my heart. Why can't you let me follow my heart now? Please don't force me to choose between you and him. Please don't force me to leave him. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Her mother stood up and came to her. She tried to calm her down. Hazel, my dear, her mother said softly, your father only wants your happiness. There is another boy we know. His name is Barry. He is the son of your father's old friend. He is a very good boy. He has a great job. He earns $50,000 every month. He is settled and respected. He would treat you like a queen. Just think about it, Hazel. But Hazel shook her head strongly. No, I don't want Barry. I don't care how much money he earns. I don't even want to see him. My heart has chosen Oliver, and I will not leave him. I will never leave him. The room grew heavy with a sad silence. Jackson rubbed his forehead. He looked tired and frustrated. You are blind in love, Hazel. You don't see the danger ahead of you. I cannot support this marriage. I cannot give my blessing. Hazel's voice rose. It was trembling with pain and anger. Then I will fight for him alone. If you will not support me, I will do it myself. I cannot give him up now. For many days, the house was filled with tension. It was a sad and quiet house. Hazel cried in her room every night, but her decision never changed. Jackson argued with her. He pleaded with her. He even shouted at her. But Hazel's heart was stubborn. She whispered to herself, if I give up Oliver now, it will mean everything I did was for nothing. My sacrifice of $8,000 will mean nothing. My 6 years of waiting will mean nothing. My love will die, and a part of me will die with it. Finally, her parents gave up. They looked at their daughter's sad, swollen eyes. They saw her thin face. They saw her unshaken heart, and they surrendered. Jackson said quietly, if this is your choice, then so be it. We will not stand in your way anymore. We will arrange the wedding. But remember my words, Hazel. The day will come when you will regret this decision. And when that day comes, we will still be here for you. Our door will always be open. Hazel hugged her mother and cried, thank you, Mama. Thank you, Papa. You will see. Oliver will make you proud one day. I promise. But deep inside her heart, her father's words echoed. He will cheat you one day. She tried to silence those words, but they stayed with her. The wedding date was fixed. Hazel felt a mix of joy and fear. She had won the fight against her family, but she felt that she had lost their trust. As she lay in her bed one night, she whispered to herself, I must prove them wrong. I must show them that my love was not a mistake. Hazel was now married to Oliver. She had fought her family for him. She had chosen her love over their advice. She thought to herself, now life will be better. Now that we are married, he will change. He will become more responsible. Now we will build our home together. She was full of hope for the future. In the first few months of their marriage, Hazel gave him all her heart. She was a good wife. She cooked delicious meals for him. She kept their small apartment clean and cozy. She took care of him. She continued to stand by him at his small clothing shop. She believed that her sacrifice and her love would make their future strong and happy. But inside, she started to feel a small space growing between them. It was a cold and empty space. Oliver was with her physically, but he was also very far away emotionally. He smiled at her when he wanted something from her. He was kind to her when he needed her help. But when Hazel looked deep into his eyes, she felt nothing deep coming back. She saw no real love there. Still, she made excuses for him. She said to herself, "Marriage is new for him. It will take time. Love will heal everything. Love will fix the space between us." Soon, Hazel became pregnant. She was so happy when she found out. She dreamed of holding a baby in her arms. She thought that a baby would change Oliver. She thought it would show him that life was about love and family, not just about money and having fun. She told him the news with a big smile on her face. "Oliver, we are going to be parents. We are having a baby. Isn't it beautiful?" Oliver smiled, but it was a weak smile. It did not reach his eyes. He said, "I hope it's a boy. I have always wanted a son." Hazel looked at him with surprise. "A boy or a girl, it doesn't matter, Oliver. It will be our child. Don't say such things. Every child is a blessing." Oliver only nodded and said nothing more. The months passed. Hazel's belly grew bigger. She was excited. Finally, the day came. Hazel gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. She cried with joy when she held her baby for the first time. "My daughter," she whispered. "You are my little angel. You are my reason to live." She looked at Oliver, who was standing in the hospital room. She was waiting for him to smile, to share her joy, but his face was cold and disappointed. He said words that broke her heart into 1,000 pieces. "I wanted a son. A daughter is not the same." Hazel held her baby girl closer to her chest. "Don't speak like that, Oliver. How can you say that? She is our child. She is a gift from God. She is pure and perfect." But Oliver just turned away from her and the baby. From that day on, the little love he had for Hazel became even less. Slowly, Oliver changed even more. He became a different person. He started drinking alcohol every night. He would come home late and angry. He started asking Hazel for money again and again. "Go to your father," he would say. "Tell him I need more money for the shop. The business is not doing well. Without more money, nothing will work." Hazel begged him, "Please, Oliver, don't force me to do that. My father has already helped us so much. We must learn to stand on our own feet now." Oliver would shout at her, "If you really love me, you will bring the money. Otherwise, how will we live? How will we pay our bills?" Hazel thought of her baby girl. She looked at her daughter's innocent face. She said to herself, "For her sake, I must keep the peace in this house. For her, I must stay quiet and do what he says." So she went to her father. She felt so ashamed. She asked him for money. Jackson gave her the money, but his eyes were full of pain and sadness. He said, "Hazel, I warned you this would happen. This boy will not change. But you are my child, and I cannot let you or my granddaughter suffer." Hazel hugged him and cried, "Papa, forgive me. I was so wrong. I only want my family to be safe and have a home." Every few months, Oliver asked for more money. And each time, Hazel gave him what she had, or she went to her father. And each time, her heart grew weaker and weaker. She remembered her friend Anna's words. She remembered her parents' warnings. She remembered her own prayers when she gave him her savings. She whispered to herself at night, "Please, God, don't let him break me completely." But she knew she was already breaking. Her daughter was her only strength now. Hazel kissed her daughter again and again. "You are my blessing," she would whisper. "You are the only reason why I will not fall down completely." But every time Oliver looked at their child with no love in his eyes, Hazel's heart broke all over again. She thought, how can a father not love his own baby? How can a man be so cold and blind? Life became a sad circle of pain for Hazel. She gave her money. She gave her time. She gave her respect. Oliver gave nothing back to her. Yet Hazel stayed. She told herself, "He is my husband. It is my duty to stand with him. My daughter needs a father in her life." But at night, when she heard him shouting because he was drunk and angry, she would hold her baby girl close to her and whisper, "One day, my sweet child, if I cannot take this pain anymore, I will find the strength to walk away." She closed her eyes and prayed for that strength. Her tears fell on her pillow, but her arms stayed strong, holding her child in a safe embrace. Hazel's love was turning into a heavy, dark pain, but still she carried it quietly, all by herself. Hazel had tried again and again to hold her marriage together. She tried with all her might, but Oliver was not changing. In fact, he was getting worse. His drinking was much worse now. He drank every single day. His anger was stronger. He no longer spoke to her with any love or kindness. He only shouted about one thing, money. Every few months, he came to her with the same angry demand. "I need more money. The shop is failing. Go to your father. Tell him I cannot run the shop without more money." Hazel cried and pleaded with him. "Please, Oliver, don't ask me to do this again. Papa has already done so much for us. Let us try to live with what we have. We can live a simple life." Oliver would hit the table with his fist. The sound was loud and scary. He shouted, "If you love me, you will bring it. If you don't bring the money, then you are nothing to me." Hazel felt her heart break into smaller and smaller pieces. She remembered the day she gave him her entire savings. She remembered the night he promised her he would change and build a future for them. All those promises were lies. All of them. Then one day Oliver did not come home. Hazel waited all night. Her chest was tight with fear. One day passed. Then 2 days. Then 3 days. Then she heard the news from a neighbor. Oliver had been caught stealing from another shop. He was in jail. Hazel held her baby daughter and wept. Her tears were hot and full of pain. "Why, Oliver? Why must you shame me again and again? Why do you do these things?" Still, a small part of her felt she had to save him. She went to her father and begged him for help. Jackson's face was full of pain. He looked at his broken daughter and said, "Hazel, how long will you keep saving him? He will never respect you. He will only continue to hurt you." Hazel whispered, "But Papa, he is my husband. He is the father of my child. Please, help me just this one more time." Against his own will, Jackson paid the money to get Oliver out of jail. Oliver was released. Hazel ran to him. Tears were streaming down her face. "I saved you again, Oliver. Please, I am begging you. Don't hurt me anymore. Please change. I still love you." Oliver looked down at the ground. He could not look at her. He said, "I will change. Promise. This is the last time. For a few days he was calm and quiet. Hazel started to hope again. She thought, maybe this time it is real. Maybe this time he has learned his lesson. But soon he was drinking again, and soon the shouting returned. And then Hazel learned the final, most painful truth. It was the truth that cut her heart deeper than anything else. Oliver was using her family's money not only for himself, but for other women. She found out that he had 2 other girlfriends. Her whole body started to shake when she heard this. She confronted him. "Is this true, Oliver? Tell me you did not betray me like this. Tell me it's a lie." Oliver just smirked. It was a cruel, cold smile. "So what if I did? What are you going to do about it? You cannot leave me. You have nowhere to go." Hazel's tears fell like a storm. She whispered, her voice full of shock and pain, "You never loved me, not for one single day. You only loved the money. You only loved yourself. My love, my sacrifice, my 6 years, it was all nothing to you." That night, Hazel held her daughter tightly. She looked at her sleeping face and said, "I cannot let you grow up in this house of pain. I cannot let you believe that this is what love looks like." She kissed the child's forehead again and again. The next morning, she called a lawyer. She prepared the divorce papers. When Oliver came home that evening, she did not cry. She did not shout. She threw the papers at his face. "It's over," she said. Her voice was cold and strong. "I don't need you. My daughter doesn't need you. You broke me, Oliver, but you will not break my future. You will not break her future." Oliver shouted and cursed at her. He said terrible things. But Hazel did not stay to listen. She took her child, a small bag of clothes, and she walked out of that house. She did not look back. She went back to her parents' home. She felt weak and broken, but she also felt free for the first time in years. Jackson held her in his strong arms. "I warned you, my child, but you did not listen. Still, you are my daughter, and today I am very proud of you. You finally chose yourself. You chose your daughter." Hazel cried in her father's arms. "Papa, forgive me. I was so blind. I see everything so clearly now. I will never again destroy myself for someone who does not care about me." Her mother came and wiped the tears from her face. She whispered, "You are not alone, my love. We are with you. Your daughter will grow up with real love here, even if her father gave her none." Hazel closed her eyes. For the first time in a very long time, she felt a small sense of peace. The storm was over. Hazel had finally reached the point where she could not carry the pain anymore. It was too heavy. She had fought for Oliver again and again, for years and years. She had given him her money. She had given him her love. She had given him her tears. And she had given him her dignity. But all she received in return was betrayal and pain. She now saw the truth very clearly. She saw what her father had always tried to tell her. Oliver would never change. He loved only himself, and he loved the money he could take from her and her family. The divorce papers were ready. They lay on the table in her new room at her parents' house. She stared at them with shaking fingers. Her beautiful daughter was asleep in her lap. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she whispered to the sleeping child, "My sweet child, your mama is ending this pain today. You will not grow up seeing a mother who cries all the time. You will not learn that love means abuse and shouting. You deserve so much better than that." When Oliver came to her parents' house late that night, he was smelling of alcohol. Hazel stood waiting for him at the door. She did not tremble anymore. She did not feel scared. She held the papers out to him and said with a strong voice, "It is over, Oliver. Sign these papers." Oliver laughed a loud, ugly laugh. "Over? Don't be silly, Hazel. You cannot live without me. You always come back to me. You always beg me to stay." Hazel's voice was calm but sharp like a knife. "Not anymore. I will never come back. You cheated on me. You cheated on our child. You broke every single promise you ever made. I don't need you. I am done." He tried to grab her arm, but Hazel pulled away quickly. "Don't you ever touch me again. You have lost that right. You will never raise your hand to me again. You will never use me for money again. I gave you years of my life, Oliver. So many years. But now, I am taking my life back." Oliver's face turned red with anger. He shouted, "You are nothing without me. You will come back to me, crawling on your knees." Hazel looked at him with steady, tear-free eyes. "I may be broken right now, but I am not weak. I will never crawl back to you. My daughter and I will live without you, and we will live with peace. That is something you can never give me." She placed the papers firmly in his hand and turned away. She went back inside and closed the door. Her daughter stirred in her sleep, and Hazel picked her up and kissed her gently. "We are free now, my love," she whispered. "We are finally free." The next morning, Hazel felt a new sense of purpose. Her steps were still heavy with sadness, but they were sure. She had made the right decision. She collapsed into her father's arms when he came to see her. Jackson held her tightly and said, "I warned you, Hazel. I told you he would destroy you, but you had to see it for yourself. Still, I am so very proud of you. You found the courage to walk away from him." Hazel sobbed in his strong, safe chest. "Papa, please forgive me. I did not listen to you. I thought my love would be enough to change him, but I was so blind. You were right all along. He never loved me." Jackson stroked her hair gently. "No father ever enjoys being right in such a painful situation. But listen to me now, my child. Your life is not ruined. You are not finished. You still have your whole life ahead of you. You still have your beautiful daughter, and you still have us, your family. You are not alone in this." Her mother took the baby in her arms and said, "Hazel, look at her smile. She is so happy. She will never know the hurt that you lived through. You will raise her with love, not with fear. You will raise her with truth, not with lies." Hazel wiped her tears and whispered, "Yes, Mama. She will never see what I saw. I will protect her always." For many weeks, Hazel stayed mostly silent. She was healing slowly, piece by piece. At night, she still cried sometimes, but her parents were always there to comfort her. She would hold her daughter and say, "Mama is broken, my little one, but you are my light. You are the reason I will not give up." One evening, Jackson sat beside Hazel on the sofa. His voice was gentle but also firm. "My child," he said, "life has given you a lot of pain, but your life has not ended. You are still young. You are still beautiful. You deserve a love that is real, a love that is kind and respectful. One day you will find it. And when that day comes, you will know the difference between a false love and a true love." Hazel listened with fresh tears in her eyes. She whispered, "Papa, I don't trust myself anymore. I cannot trust my own heart. I made one big mistake, and it almost destroyed me completely." Jackson squeezed her hand. "One mistake does not define who you are, Hazel. What matters is that you found the strength to leave that mistake behind. That strength will guide you to a better and happier tomorrow." Hazel closed her eyes. She could still see Oliver's face in her mind. She could still hear his cruel words. She could still feel the heavy weight of his betrayal. But she also felt lighter. The heavy chains that tied her to him were finally broken. The goodbye was painful, yes, but it was also the beginning of her freedom. She held her daughter close and whispered, "From now on, my love, it is just us. And I promise you, you will grow up surrounded by love. I promise you will never be ashamed. I will give you a life full of care and happiness. We will survive this. We will live." Hazel's tears fell again, but this time they felt different. They were no longer only tears of pain. They were also tears of release and of new hope. Time is a wonderful healer. Slowly, day by day, time began to heal Hazel's deep wounds. She stayed with her loving parents, and she cared for her beautiful daughter. Her nights were still sometimes heavy with sad memories, but her mornings were always brighter. They were brighter because of her child's happy smile. Hazel told herself every day, "I was broken, but I am still alive. I will live for her. I will live for my family who saved me." Jackson often watched his daughter in silence. He saw the lingering pain in her eyes, even when she smiled. One evening, he sat with her in the garden. He said gently, "Hazel, you are so strong, but you don't have to stay alone forever. You deserve a love that is real and true." Hazel shook her head. "Papa, I cannot trust love anymore. I am too scared. I gave my heart once, and it was almost completely destroyed. I don't want to make the same terrible mistake again." Jackson held her hand. His hand was warm and strong. "Not all men are like Oliver, Hazel. There are good men in this world. There are men who love without greed. Men who love with respect. In fact, there is one man who still loves you, Hazel. He has loved you for a long, long time." Hazel was surprised. "Loves me? Who, Papa?" "He knows your past. He knows you have a daughter. And still, he is ready to accept you and your child with an open heart." Hazel looked at her father with shock in her eyes. "Accept me with my child? Who would do that?" Jackson nodded. "Yes, his name is Barry. I told you about him once a long time ago. He wants nothing but your happiness, Hazel." Hazel was silent for a long time. She remembered that name. She remembered refusing to even meet Barry before she married Oliver. She had been so stubborn. Tears filled her eyes. "Papa, what if I hurt him too? What if I cannot give him the love that he deserves? What if my heart is too broken? What if I fail again?" Jackson's voice was steady and calm. "Hazel, you will not fail this time, because this time it will not be about sacrifice. It will be about respect. Barry does not want your money. He does not want your silence. He only wants your heart, just as it is." Hazel held her daughter close that night and whispered, "My little one, what should your mama do? Should I give love one more chance? Can I learn to trust again?" The child smiled in her sleep, and Hazel felt a tiny spark of hope light up in her heart. The day of the wedding came faster than Hazel had expected. She agreed to marry Barry without any conditions. Deep inside, she was tired of living in fear and sadness. She told her father, "Papa, I am ready. I will not argue this time. I want to believe in goodness again." When Hazel saw Barry on their wedding day, her heart almost stopped. He was the same boy she had known when they were children. He was her childhood crush. But now he looked even stronger, kinder, and more handsome than she remembered. Tears of surprise and relief rolled down her face as she whispered, "It's you. I knew you once a long time ago, and now you are here again." Barry smiled a soft, gentle smile. "Hazel, I have always loved you. From the day we were children. I will love you and I will love your daughter forever. This time, I promise, you will never have to cry alone." In that moment, Hazel felt something she had not felt in many, many years. She felt peace, a deep and true peace. She took his hand and whispered back, "I don't need riches, Barry. I don't need big promises. I only need truth. And I can see the truth in your eyes." They were married that day. The wedding was not filled with fear, but with real joy. Hazel's parents cried tears of relief. Jackson hugged his daughter tightly and whispered in her ear, "Now I can rest. Now I know you are safe and happy." Hazel looked at her daughter, who was smiling in her mother's arms. Then she looked at her new husband, Barry. She said to herself, "I walked through a terrible fire, but I survived. I lost myself for a while, but I have found real love again. This time it is real. This time it is forever." Please like this video and subscribe to our channel with notifications on, so you can follow more stories that show the strength of the human heart.